The Blue Sequin by R. Austin Freeman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Alan Winterout. The Blue Sequin by R. Austin Freeman. Thorndyke stood looking up and down the platform with anxiety that increased as the time drew near for the departure of the train. "This is very unfortunate," he said, reluctantly stepping into an empty smoking compartment as the guard executed a flourish with his green flag. "I am afraid we have missed our friend." He closed the door, and as the train began to move, thrust his head out of the window. "Now I wonder if that will be he continued. "If so, he has caught the train by the skin of his teeth, and is now in one of the rear compartments." The subject of Thorndyke's speculation was Mr. Edward Stopford, of the firm of Stopford and Myers of Portugal Street, solicitors, and his connection with us at present arose out of a telegram that had reached our chambers on the preceding evening. It was reply paid, and ran thus: "Can you come here tomorrow to direct defense? Important case, all costs undertaken by us, Stopford and Myers." Thorndyke's reply had been in the affirmative, and early on this present morning a further telegram, evidently posted overnight, had been delivered. "Shall leave for Woolhurst by 8:25 from Charing Cross. Will call for you if possible. Edward Stopford." It had not called, however, and since he was unknown personally to us both, we could not judge whether or not he had been among the passengers on the platform. "It is most unfortunate," Thorndyke repeated, "for it deprives us of that preliminary consideration of the case which is so invaluable." He filled his pipe thoughtfully, and having made a fruitless inspection of the platform at London Bridge, took up the paper that he had bought at the bookstall, and began to turn over the leaves, running his eye quickly down the columns, unmindful of the journalistic baits in paragraph or article. "It is a great disadvantage," he observed, while still glancing through the paper, "to come plump into an inquiry without preparation, to be confronted with the details before one has a chance of considering the case in general terms. For instance—" He paused, leaving the sentence unfinished, and as I looked up inquiringly, I saw that he had turned over another page and was now reading attentively. "This looks like our case, Jervis," he said presently, handing me the paper and indicating a paragraph at the top of the page. It was quite brief, and was headed "Terrible Murder in Kent," the account being as follows: "A shocking crime was discovered yesterday morning at the little town of Woolhurst, which lies on the branch line from Halbury Junction. The discovery was made by a porter who was inspecting the carriages of the train which had just come in. On opening the door of a first-class compartment, he was horrified to find the body of a fashionably dressed woman stretched upon the floor. Medical aid was immediately summoned, and on the arrival of the divisional surgeon, Dr. Morton, it was ascertained that the woman had not been dead more than a few minutes. The state of the corpse leaves no doubt that a murder of a most brutal kind has been perpetrated, the cause of death being a penetrating wound of the head, inflicted with some pointed implement, which must have been used with terrible violence, since it has perforated the skull and entered the brain. That robbery was not the motive of the crime is made clear by the fact that an expensively fitting dressing bag was found on the rack, and that the dead woman's jewelry, including several valuable diamond rings, was untouched. It is rumored that an arrest has been made by the local police." "A gruesome affair," I remarked, as I handed back the paper. "But the report does not give us much information." "It does not," Thorndyke agreed, "and yet it gives us something to consider. Here is a perforating wound of the skull, inflicted with some pointed implement, that is, assuming that it is not a bullet wound. Now what kind of implement would be capable of inflicting such an injury? How would such an implement be used in the confined space of a railway carriage, and what sort of person would be in possession of such an implement? These are preliminary questions that are worth considering, and I commend them to you, together with the further problems of the possible motive, excluding robbery, and any circumstances other than murder which might account for the injury." "The choice of suitable implements is not very great," I observed. "It is very limited, and most of them, such as a plasterer's pick or a geological hammer, are associated with certain definite occupations. You have a notebook?" I had, and accepting the hint, I produced it, and pursued my further reflections in silence, while my companion, with his notebook also on his knee, gazed steadily out of the window. And thus he remained, wrapped in thought, jotting down an entry now and again in his book, until the train slowed down at Halbury Junction, where we had to change on to a branch line. As we stepped out, I noticed a well-dressed man hurrying up the platform from the rear and eagerly scanning the faces of the few passengers who had alighted. Soon he espied us, and approaching quickly, asked, as he looked from one of us to the other, "Dr. Thorndyke?" "Yes," replied my colleague, adding, "And you, I presume, are Mr. Edward Stopford?" The solicitor bowed. "This is a dreadful affair," he said, in an agitated manner. "I see you have the paper. A most shocking affair. I am immensely relieved to find you here. Nearly missed the train, and feared I should miss you." "There appears to have been an arrest," Thorndyke began. "Yes, my brother. Terrible business. Let us walk up the platform. Our train won't start for a quarter of an hour yet." We deposited our joint Gladstone and Thorndyke's travelling case in an empty first-class compartment, and then, with a solicitor between us, strolled up to the unfrequented end of the platform. "My brother's position," said Mr. Stopford, "fills me with dismay, but let me give you the facts in order, and you shall judge for yourself. This poor creature who has been murdered so brutally was a Miss Edith Grant. She was formerly an artist's model, and as such was a good deal employed by my brother, who is a painter, Harold Stopford, you know, A.R.A. now. I know his work very well, and charming work it is." "I think so too. Well, in those days he was quite a youngster, about 20, and he became very intimate with Miss Grant, in quite an innocent way, though not very discreet. But she was a nice, respectable girl, as most English models are, and no one thought any harm. However, a good many letters passed between them, and some little presents, amongst which was a beaded chain, carrying a locket, and in this he was fool enough to put his portrait and the inscription Edith from Harold. Later on, Miss Grant, who had a rather good voice, went on the stage in the comic opera line, and in consequence her habits and associates changed somewhat, and as Harold had meanwhile become engaged, he was naturally anxious to get his letters back, and especially to exchange the locket for some less compromising gift. The letter she eventually sent him, but refused absolutely to part with the locket. Now for the last month Harold has been staying at Halbury, making sketching excursions into the surrounding country, and yesterday morning he took the train to Shinglehurst, the third station from here, and the one before Woldhurst. On the platform here he met Miss Grant, who had come down from London, and was going on to Worthing. They entered the branch train together, having a first-class compartment to themselves. It seems she was wearing his locket at the time, and he made another appeal to her to make an exchange, which she refused as before. The discussion appears to have become rather heated and angry on both sides, for the guard and a porter at Munsden both noticed that they seemed to be quarreling, but the upshot of the affair was that the lady snapped the chain and tossed it together with the locket to my brother, and they parted quite amiably at Shinglehurst, where Harold got out. He was then carrying his full sketching kit, including a large Holland umbrella, the lower joint of which is an ash staff fitted with a powerful steel spike for driving into the ground. It was at about 10:30 when he got out at Shinglehurst. By 11 he had reached his pitch and got to work, and he painted steadily for 3 hours. Then he packed up his traps and was just starting on his way back to the station when he was met by the police and arrested. And now, observe the accumulation of circumstantial evidence against him. He was the last person seen in company with the murdered woman, for no one seems to have seen her after they left Munsden. He appeared to be quarreling with her when she was last seen alive, and he had a reason for possibly wishing for her death. He was provided with an implement, a spiked staff, capable of inflicting the injury which caused her death, and when he was searched, There was found in his possession the locket and broken chain, apparently removed from her person with violence. Against all of this is, of course, his known character. He is the gentlest and most amiable of men, and his subsequent conduct, imbecile to the last degree if he had been guilty, but as a lawyer, I can't help seeing that the appearances are almost hopelessly against him. "We won't say hopelessly," replied Thorndyke, as we took our places in the carriage, "though I expect the police are pretty cocksure. When does the inquest open?" "Today at 4. I have obtained an order from the coroner for you to examine the body and be present at the post-mortem." "Do you happen to know the exact position of the wound?" "Yes. It is a little above and behind the left ear, a horrible round hole with a ragged cut or tear running from it to the side of the forehead." "And how was the body lying?" "Right along the floor, with the feet close to the off-side door." "Was the wound on the head the only one?" "No. There was a long cut or bruise on the right cheek, a contused wound the police surgeon called it, which he believes to have been inflicted with a heavy and rather blunt weapon. I have not heard of any other wounds or bruises." "Did anyone enter the train yesterday at Shinglehurst?" Thorndyke asked. "No one entered the train after it had left Halbury." Thorndyke considered these statements in silence, and presently fell into a brown study, from which he roused only as the train moved out of the Shinglehurst station. "It would be about here that the murder was committed," said Mr. Stopford, "at least between here and Woldhurst." Thorndyke nodded rather abstractedly, being engaged at the moment in observing with great attention the objects that were visible from the windows. "I notice," he said presently, "a number of chips scattered about between the rails, and some of the chair wedges look new. Have there been any plate layers at work lately?" "Yes," answered Stopford. "They are on the line now, I believe. At least, I saw a gang working near Woldhurst yesterday, and they are said to have set a rick on fire. I saw it smoking when I came down." "Indeed. And this middle line of rails is, I suppose, a sort of siding?" "Yes. They shunt the goods train and empty trucks onto it. There are the remains of the rick, still smoldering, you see." Thorndyke gazed absently at the blackened heap until an empty cattle truck in the middle track hid it from view. This was succeeded by a line of goods wagons, and these by a passenger coach, one compartment of which, first class, was closed up and sealed. The train now began to slow down rather suddenly, and a couple of minutes later we brought up in Woldhurst station. It was evident that rumors of Thorndyke's advent had preceded us, for the entire staff, 2 porters, an inspector, and the station master, were waiting expectantly on the platform, and the latter came forward, regardless of his dignity, to help us with the luggage. "Do you think I could see the carriage?" Thorndyke asked the solicitor. "Not the inside, sir," said the station master, on being appealed to. "The police have sealed it up. You would have to ask the inspector." "Well, I can look at the outside, I suppose," said Thorndyke, and to this the station master readily agreed, and offered to accompany us. "What other first-class passengers were there?" Thorndyke asked. "None, sir. There was only one first-class coach, and the deceased was the only person in it. It has given us all a dreadful turn, this affair has," he continued, as we set off up the line. "I was on the platform when the train came in. We were watching a rick that was burning up the line, and a rare blaze it made, too. And I was just saying that we should have to move the cattle truck that was on the mid-track, because, you see, sir, the smoke and sparks were blowing across, and I thought it would frighten the poor beast. And Mr. Felton, he don't like his beast handled roughly. He says it spoils the meat." "No doubt he is right," said Thorndyke. "But now tell me, do you think it is possible for any person to board or leave the train on the off-side unobserved? Could a man, for instance, enter a compartment on the off-side at one station, and drop off as the train was slowing down at the next without being seen?" "I doubt it," replied the station master. "Still, I wouldn't say it is impossible." "Thank you. Oh, and there's another question. You have a gang of men at work on the line, I see. Now, do those men belong to the district?" "No, sir. They are strangers, every one, and pretty rough diamonds, some of 'em are. But I shouldn't say there was any real harm in 'em. If you are suspecting any of 'em being mixed up in this—" "I am not," interrupted Thorndyke rather shortly. "I suspect nobody, but I wish to get all the facts of the case at the outset." "Naturally, sir," replied the abashed official, and we pursued our way in silence. "Do you remember, by the way," said Thorndyke, as we approached the empty coach, "whether the off-side door of the compartment was closed and locked when the body was discovered?" "It was closed, sir, but not locked." "Why, sir, did you think—" Nothing. The sealed compartment is the one, of course." Without waiting for a reply, he commenced his survey of the coach, while I gently restrained our two companions from shadowing him as they were disposed to do. The off-side footboard occupied his attention specially, and when he had scrutinized minutely the part opposite the fatal compartment, he walked slowly from end to end, with his eyes but a few inches from its surface, as though he was searching for something. Near what had been the rear end he stopped, and drew from his pocket a piece of paper. Then, with a moistened fingertip, he picked up from the footboard some evidently minute object, which he carefully transferred to the paper, folding the latter and placing it in his pocket-book. He next mounted the footboard, and having peered in through the window of the sealed compartment, produced from his pocket a small insufflator, or powder-blower, with which he blew a stream of impalpable smoke-like powder onto the edges of the middle window, bestowing the closest attention on the irregular dusty patches in which it settled, and even measuring one on the jamb of the window with a pocket rule. At length he stepped down, and having carefully looked over the near-side footboard, announced that he had finished for the present. As we were returning down the line, we passed a working man, who seemed to be viewing the chairs and sleepers with more than casual interest. "That, I suppose, is one of the plate-layers?" Thorndyke suggested to the station-master. "Yes, the foreman of the gang," was the reply. "I'll just step back and have a word with him, if you will walk on slowly." And my companion turned back briskly and overtook the man, with whom he remained in conversation for some minutes. "I think I see the police inspector on the platform," remarked Thorndyke, as we approached the station. "Yes, there he is," said our guide. "Come down to see what you are after, sir, I expect." Which was doubtless the case, although the officer professed to be there by the merest chance. "You would like to see the weapons, sir, I suppose?" he remarked when he had introduced himself. "The umbrella spike," Thorndyke corrected. "Yes, if I may. We are going to the mortuary now." "Then you'll pass the station on the way, so if you care to look in, I will walk up with you." This proposition being agreed to, we all proceeded to the police station, including the station-master, who was on the very tiptoe of curiosity. "There you are, sir," said the inspector, unlocking his office and ushering us in. "Don't say we haven't given every facility to the defense. There are all the effects of the accused, including the very weapon the deed was done with." Come, protested Thorndyke. "We mustn't be premature." He took the stout ash staff from the officer, and having examined the formidable spike through a lens, drew from his pocket a steel caliper gauge, with which he carefully measured the diameter of the spike, and the staff to which it was fixed. "And now," he said, when he had made a note of the measurements in his book, "we will look at the color box and the sketch. Ha! A very orderly man, your brother, Mr. Stopford. Tubes in all their places, palette knives wiped clean, palette cleaned off and rubbed bright, brushes wiped. They ought to be washed before they stiffen. All this is very significant." He unstrapped the sketch from the blank canvas to which it was pinned, and standing on a chair in a good light, stepped back to look at it. "And you tell me that is only 3 hours' work?" he exclaimed, looking at the lawyer. "It is really a marvelous achievement." "My brother is a very rapid worker," replied Stopford dejectedly. "Yes, but this is not only amazingly rapid, it is in his very happiest vein, full of spirit and feeling, but we mustn't stay to look at it longer." He replaced the canvas on its pins, and having glanced at the locket and some other articles that lay in a drawer, thanked the inspector for his courtesy, and withdrew. "That sketch and the color box appear very suggestive to me," he remarked, as we walked up the street. "To me also," said Stopford gloomily, "for they are under lock and key like their owner, poor old fellow." He sighed heavily, and we walked on in silence. The mortuary keeper had evidently heard of our arrival, for he was waiting at the door with the key in his hand, and on being shown the coroner's order, unlocked the door, and we entered together. But after a momentary glance at the ghostly, shrouded figure lying upon the slate table, Stopford turned pale and retreated, saying that he would wait for us outside with the mortuary keeper. As soon as the door was closed and locked on the inside, Thorndyke glanced curiously round the bare, whitewashed building. A stream of sunlight poured in through the skylight and fell upon the silent form that lay so still under its covering sheet, and one stray beam glanced into a corner by the door, where on the row of pegs and a deal table the dead woman's clothing was displayed. "There is something unspeakably sad in these poor relics, Jervis," said Thorndyke, as we stood before them. "To me they are more tragic, more full of pathetic suggestion than the corpse itself. See the smart, jaunty hat, and the costly skirts hanging there, so desolate and forlorn. The dainty lingerie on the table neatly folded, by the mortuary man's wife, I hope. The little French shoes, and open-work silk stockings. How pathetically eloquent they are of harmless, womanly vanity, and the gay, careless life snapped short at the twinkling of an eye. But we must not give way to sentiment. There is another life threatened, and it is in our keeping." He lifted the hat from its peg, and turned it over in his hand. It was, I think, what is called a picture hat, a huge, flat, shapeless mass of gauze and ribbon and feather, spangled over freely with dark blue sequins. In one part of the brim was a ragged hole, and from this the glittering sequins dropped off in little showers when the hat was moved. "This will have been worn tilted over on the left side," said Thorndyke, "judging by the general shape and the position of the hole." "Yes," I agreed, "like that of the Duchess of Devonshire in Gainsborough's portrait." "Exactly." He shook a few of the sequins into the palm of his hand, and replacing the hat on its peg, dropped the little discs into an envelope on which he wrote, "From the hat," and slipped it into his pocket. Then, stepping over to the table, he drew back the sheet reverently and even tenderly from the dead woman's face, and looked down at it with grave pity. It was a comely face, white as marble, serene and peaceful in expression, with half-closed eyes, and framed with a mass of brassy yellow hair, but its beauty was marred by a long linear wound, half cut, half bruised, running down the right cheek from the eye to the chin. "A handsome girl," Thorndyke commented, "a dark-haired blonde. What a sin to have disfigured herself so with that horrible peroxide." He smoothed the hair back from her forehead, and added, "She seems to have applied the stuff last about 10 days ago. There is about 1/4 of an inch of dark hair at the roots. What do you make of that wound on the cheek?" "It looks as if she had struck some sharp angle in falling, though as the seats are padded in first-class carriages, I don't see what she could have struck." "No. And now let us look at the other wound. Will you note down the description?" He handed me his notebook, and I wrote down as he dictated, "A clean-punched circular hole in the skull, an inch behind and above margin of left ear, diameter 1 inch and 7/16, starred fracture of parietal bone, membranes perforated, and brain entered deeply. Ragged scalp wound extending forward to margin of left orbit, fragments of gauze and sequins in edges of wound. That will do for the present. Dr. Morton will give us further details if we want them." He pocketed his calipers and rule, drew from the bruised scalp 1 or 2 loose hairs, which he placed in the envelope with the sequins, and having looked over the body for other wounds or bruises, of which there were none, replaced the sheet and prepared to depart. As we walked away from the mortuary, Thorndyke was silent and deeply thoughtful, and I gathered that he was piecing together the facts that he had acquired. At length Mr. Stopford, who had several times looked at him curiously, said, "The post-mortem will take place at 3, and it is now only 11:30. What would you like to do next?" Thorndyke, who in spite of his mental preoccupation had been looking about him in his usual keen, attentive way, halted suddenly. "Your reference to the post-mortem," said he, "reminds me that I forgot to put the ox gall into my case." "Ox gall?" I exclaimed, endeavoring vainly to connect this substance with the technique of the pathologist. "What were you going to do with—" But here I broke off. remembering my friend's dislike of any discussion of his methods before strangers. "I suppose," he continued, "there would hardly be an artist's colourman in a place of this size." "I should think not," said Stopford. "But couldn't you got the stuff from a butcher? There's a shop just across the road." "So there is," agreed Thorndyke, who had already observed the shop. "The gall ought, of course, to be prepared, but we can filter it ourselves, that is, if the butcher has any. We will try him at any rate." He crossed the road toward the shop, over which the name Felton appeared in gilt lettering, and addressing himself to the proprietor who stood at the door, introduced himself and explained his wants. "Ox gall," said the butcher. "No, sir, I haven't any just now, but I am having a beast killed this afternoon, and I can let you have some then. In fact," he added, after a pause, "as the matter is of importance, I can have one killed at once if you wish it." "That is very kind of you," said Thorndyke, "and it would greatly oblige me. Is the beast perfectly healthy?" "They're in splendid condition, sir. I picked them out of the herd myself. But you shall see them, aye, and choose the one you'd like killed." "You are really very good," said Thorndyke warmly. "I will just run into the chemist's next door and get a suitable bottle, and then I will avail myself of your exceedingly kind offer." He hurried into the chemist's shop, from which he presently emerged, carrying a white paper parcel, and we then followed the butcher down a narrow lane by the side of his shop. It led to an enclosure containing a small pen in which were confined 3 handsome steers, whose glossy black coats contrasted in a very striking manner with their long, grayish-white, nearly straight horns. "These are certainly very fine beasts, Mr. Felton," said Thorndyke, as we drew up beside the pen, "and in excellent condition, too." He leaned over the pen and examined the beasts critically, especially as to their eyes and horns. Then, approaching the nearest one, he raised his stick and bestowed a smart tap on the underside of the right horn, followed by a similar tap on the left one, a proceeding that the beast viewed with stolid surprise. "The state of the horns," explained Thorndyke, as he moved on to the next steer, "enables one to judge, to some extent, of the beast's health." "Lord bless you, sir," laughed Mr. Felton, "they haven't got no feeling in their horns, else what good'd their horns be to 'em?" Apparently he was right, for the second steer was as indifferent to a sounding rap on either horn as the first. Nevertheless, when Thorndyke approached the third steer, I unconsciously drew nearer to watch, and I noticed that, as the stick struck the horn, the beast drew back in evident alarm, and that when the blow was repeated, it became manifestly uneasy. "He doesn't seem to like that," said the butcher. "Seems as if—hullo, that's queer." Thorndyke had just brought his stick up against the left horn, and immediately the beast had winced and started back, shaking his head and moaning. There was not, however, room for him to back out of reach, and Thorndyke, by leaning into the pen, was able to inspect the sensitive horn, which he did with the closest attention, while the butcher looked on with obvious perturbation. "You don't think there is anything wrong with this beast, I hope," said he. "I can't say without a further examination," replied Thorndyke. "It may be the horn only that is affected. If you will have it sawn off close to the head, and sent up to me at the hotel, I will look at it and tell you. And by way of preventing any mistakes, I will mark it and cover it up, to protect it from injury in the slaughter-house." He opened his parcel, and produced from it a wide-mouthed bottle labeled ox gall, a sheet of gutta-percha tissue, a roller bandage, and a stick of sealing wax. Handing the bottle to Mr. Felton, he encased the distal half of the horn in a covering by means of the tissue and the bandage, which he fixed together with the sealing wax. "I'll saw the horn off and bring it up to the hotel myself with the ox gall," said Mr. Felton. "You shall have them in half an hour." He was as good as his word, for in half an hour Thorndyke was seated at a small table by the window of our private sitting-room in the Black Bull Hotel. The table was covered with newspaper, and on it lay the long grey horn and Thorndyke's travelling case, now open and displaying a small microscope and its accessories. The butcher was solidly seated in an armchair waiting, with a half-suspicious eye on Thorndyke for the report, and I was endeavouring, by cheerful talk, to keep Mr. Stopford from sinking into utter despondency, though I, too, kept a furtive watch on my colleague's rather mysterious proceedings. I saw him unwind the bandage and apply the horn to his ear, bending it slightly to and fro. I watched him as he scanned the surface closely through a lens, and observed him as he scraped some substance from the pointed end onto a glass slide, and having applied a drop of some reagent, began to tease out the scraping with a pair of mounted needles. Presently he placed the slide under the microscope, and having observed it attentively for a minute or two, turned round sharply. "Come and look at this, Jervis," said he. I wanted no second bidding, being on tenterhooks of curiosity, but came over and applied my eye to the instrument. "Well, what is it?" he asked. "A multipolar nerve corpuscle, very shriveled but unmistakable." "And this?" He moved the slide to a fresh spot. "Two pyramidal nerve corpuscles and some portions of fibers." "And what do you say the tissue is?" "Cortical brain substance, I should say, without a doubt." "I entirely agree with you, and that being so," he added, turning to Mr. Stopford, "we may say that the case for the defense is practically complete." "What in heaven's name do you mean?" exclaimed Stopford, starting up. "I mean that we can now prove when and where and how Miss Grant met her death. Come and sit down here, and I will explain. No, you needn't go away, Mr. Felton. We shall have to subpoena you. Perhaps," he continued, "we had better go over the facts and see what they suggest. And first we note the position of the body, lying with the feet close to the off-side door, showing that when she fell, the deceased was sitting, or more probably standing, close to that door. Now there is this." He drew from his pocket a folded paper, which he opened, displaying a tiny blue disc. "It is one of the sequins with which her hat was trimmed, and I have in this envelope several more which I took from the hat itself. This single sequin I picked up on the rear end of the off-side footboard, and its presence there makes it nearly certain that at some time Miss Grant had put her head out of the window on that side. The next item of evidence I obtained by dusting the margins of the off-side window with a light powder, which made visible a greasy impression 3 1/4 inches long on the sharp corner of the right-hand jamb, right hand from the inside, I mean. And now, as to the evidence furnished by the body. The wound in the skull is behind and above the left ear, is roughly circular, and measures 1 inch and 7/16 at most, and a ragged scalp wound runs from it toward the left eye. On the right cheek is a linear contused wound, 3 1/4 inches long. There are no other injuries. Our next facts are furnished by this. He took up the horn and tapped it with his finger, while the solicitor and Mr. Felton stared at him in speechless wonder. You notice it is a left horn, and you remember that it was highly sensitive. Now if you put your ear to it while I strain it, you will hear the grating of a fracture in the bony core. Now look at the pointed end, and you will see several deep scratches running lengthwise, and where those scratches end, the diameter of the horn is, as you see by the caliper gauge, 1 inch and 7/16. Covering the scratches is a dry blood stain, and at the extreme tip is a small mass of a dried substance which Dr. Jervis and I have examined with the microscope and are satisfied is brain tissue. "Good God!" exclaimed Stopford eagerly. "You mean to say—" "Let us finish with the facts, Mr. Stopford," Thorndyke interrupted. "Now, if you look closely at that blood stain, you will see a short piece of hair stuck to the horn, and through this lens you can make out the root bulb. It is a golden hair, you notice, but near the root it is black, and our caliper gauge shows us that the black portion is 14/64 of an inch long. Now in this envelope are some hairs that are removed from the dead woman's head. They are also golden hairs, black at the roots, and when I measure the black portion, I find it to be 14/64 of an inch long. Then finally there is this." He turned the horn over and pointed to a small patch of dried blood. Embedded in it was a blue sequin. Mr. Stopford and the butcher both gazed at the horn in silent amazement. Then the former drew a deep breath and looked up at Thorndyke. "No doubt," said he, "you can explain this mystery, but for my part I am utterly bewildered, though you are filling me with hope." "And yet the matter is quite simple," returned Thorndyke, "even with these few facts before us, which are only a selection from the body of evidence in our possession. But I will state my theory, and you shall judge." He rapidly sketched a rough plan on a sheet of paper, and continued. These were the conditions when the train was approaching Woldhurst. Here was the passenger coach, here was the burning rick, and here was a cattle truck. This steer was in that truck. Now, my hypothesis is that at the time Miss Grant was standing with her head out of the offside window watching the burning rick. Her white hat, worn on the left side, hid from her view the cattle truck which she was approaching, and then this is what happened. He sketched another plan to a larger scale. One of the steers, this one, had thrust its long horn out through the bars. The point of that horn struck the deceased head, driving her face violently against the corner of the window, and then, in disengaging, plowed its way through the scalp and suffered a fracture of its core from the violence of the wrench. This hypothesis is inherently probable. It fits all the facts, and those facts admit of no other explanation. The solicitor sat for a moment as though dazed. Then he rose impulsively and seized Thorndyke's hands. "I don't know what to say to you," he exclaimed huskily, "except that you have saved my brother's life, and for that may God reward you." The butcher rose from his chair with a slow grin. "It seems to me," said he, "as if that ox-gall was what you might call a blind, eh, sir?" And Thorndyke smiled an inscrutable smile. When we returned to town on the following day, we were a party of 4, which included Mr. Harold Stopford. The verdict of death by misadventure, promptly returned by the coroner's jury, had been shortly followed by his release from custody, and he now sat with his brother and me, listening with rapt attention to Thorndyke's analysis of the case. "So you see," the latter concluded, "I had 6 possible theories of the cause of death worked out before I reached Halbury, and it only remained to select the one that fitted the facts. And when I had seen the cattle truck, had picked up that sequin, had heard the description of the steers, and had seen the hat and the wounds, there was nothing left to do but filling in of details." "And you never doubted my innocence?" asked Harold Stopford. Thorndyke smiled at his quondam client. "Not after I had seen your color box and your sketch," said he, "to say nothing of the spike." End of The Blue Sequin. Recording by Alan Winterrowd. boomcoach.blogspot.com.
The Adventure of the 6 Napoleons by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jerome Lawson. The Adventure of the 6 Napoleons by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. It was no very unusual thing for Mr. Lestrade of Scotland Yard to look in upon us of an evening, and his visits were welcome to Sherlock Holmes, for they enabled him to keep in touch with all that was going on at the police headquarters. In return for the news which Lestrade would bring, Holmes was always ready to listen with attention to the details of any case upon which the detective was engaged, and was able occasionally, without any active interference, to give some hint or suggestion drawn from his own vast knowledge and experience. On this particular evening, Lestrade had spoken of the weather and the newspapers. Then he had fallen silent, puffing thoughtfully at his cigar. Holmes looked keenly at him. "Anything remarkable on hand?" he asked. "Oh, no, Mr. Holmes, nothing very particular." "Then tell me about it." Lestrade laughed. "Well, Mr. Holmes, there is no use denying that there is something on my mind, and yet it is such an absurd business that I hesitated to bother you about it. On the other hand, although it is trivial, it is undoubtedly queer, and I know that you have a taste for all that is out of the common. But in my opinion it comes more in Dr. Watson's line than ours." "Disease?" said I. "Madness, anyhow, and a queer madness, too. You wouldn't think that there was anyone living at this time of day who had such a hatred of Napoleon I that he would break any image of him that he could see." Holmes sank back in his chair. "That's no business of mine," said he. "Exactly. That's what I said. But then, when the man commits burglary in order to break images which are not his own, that brings it away from the doctor and on to the policeman." Holmes sat up again. "Burglary? This is more interesting. Let me hear the details." Lestrade took out his official notebook and refreshed his memory from its pages. "The first case reported was 4 days ago," said he. "It was at the shop of Morse Hudson, who has a place for the sale of pictures and statues in the Kennington Road. The assistant had left the front shop for an instant when he heard a crash, and hurrying in he found a plaster bust of Napoleon, which stood with several other works of art upon the counter, lying shivered into fragments. He rushed out into the road, but although several passers-by declared that they had noticed a man run out of the shop, he could neither see anyone, nor could he find any means of identifying the rascal. Seemed to be one of those senseless acts of hooliganism which occur from time to time, and it was reported to the constable on the beat as such. The plaster cast was not worth more than a few shillings, and the whole affair appeared to be too childish for any particular investigation. The second case, however, was more serious, and also more singular. It occurred only last night. In Kennington Road, and within a few hundred yards of Morse Hudson's shop, there lives a well-known medical practitioner named Dr. Barnicot, who has one of the largest practices upon the south side of the Thames. His residence and principal consulting room is at Kennington Road, but he has a branch surgery and dispensary at Lower Brixton Road, 2 miles away. This Dr. Barnicot is an enthusiastic admirer of Napoleon, and his house is full of books, pictures, and relics of the French Emperor. Some little time ago he purchased from Morse Hudson 2 duplicate plaster casts of the famous head of Napoleon by the French sculptor Devine. One of these he placed in his hall in the house at Kennington Road, and the other on the mantelpiece of the surgery at Lower Brixton. Well, when Dr. Barnicot came down this morning, he was astonished to find that his house had been burgled during the night, but that nothing had been taken save the plaster head from the hall. It had been carried out, and had been dashed savagely against the garden wall, under which its splintered fragments were discovered. Holmes rubbed his hands. "This is certainly very novel," said he. "I thought it would please you, but I have not got to the end yet. Dr. Barnicot was due at his surgery at 12 o'clock, and you can imagine his amazement when, on arriving there, he found that the window had been opened in the night, and that the broken pieces of his second bust were strewn all over the room. It had been smashed to atoms where it stood. In neither case were there any signs which could give us a clue as to the criminal or lunatic who had done the mischief. Now, Mr. Holmes, you've got the facts." "They are singular, not to say grotesque," said Holmes. "May I ask whether the 2 busts smashed in Dr. Barnicot's rooms were the exact duplicates of the one which was destroyed in Morse Hudson's shop?" "They were taken from the same mould." "Such a fact must tell against the theory that the man who breaks them is influenced by any general hatred of Napoleon. Considering how many hundreds of statues of the great emperor must exist in London, it is too much to suppose such a coincidence as that a promiscuous iconoclast should chance to begin upon 3 specimens of the same bust." "Well, I thought as you do," said Lestrade. "On the other hand, this Morse Hudson is the purveyor of busts in that part of London, and these 3 were the only ones which have been in his shop for years. So, although, as you say, there are many hundreds of statues in London, it is very probable that these 3 were the only ones in that district. Therefore, a local fanatic would begin with them. What do you think, Dr. Watson?" "There are no limits to the possibilities of monomania," I answered. "There is the condition which the modern French psychologists have called the idée fixe, which may be trifling in character and accompanied by complete sanity in every other way. A man who had read deeply about Napoleon, or who had possibly received some hereditary family injury through the Great War, might conceivably form such an idée fixe, and under its influence be capable of any fantastic outrage." "That won't do, my dear Watson," said Holmes, shaking his head, "for no amount of idée fixe would enable your interesting monomaniac to find out where the busts were situated." "Well, how do you explain it?" "I don't attempt to do so. I would only observe that there is a certain method in the gentleman's eccentric proceedings. For example, in Dr. Barnicot's hall, where a sound might arouse the family, the bust was taken outside before being broken, whereas in the surgery, where there was less danger of an alarm, it was smashed where it stood. The affair seems absurdly trifling, and yet I dare call nothing trivial when I reflect that some of my most classic cases have had the least promising commencement. You will remember, Watson, how the dreadful business of the Abernethy family was first brought to my notice by the depth which the parsley had sunk into the butter upon a hot day. I can't afford, therefore, to smile at your 3 broken busts, Lestrade, and I should be very much obliged to you if you will let me hear of any fresh developments of so singular a chain of events. The development for which my friend had asked came in a quicker and an infinitely more tragic form than he could have imagined. I was still dressing in my bedroom next morning when there was a tap at the door, and Holmes entered, a telegram in his hand. He read it aloud. "Come instantly, 131 Pitt Street, Kensington. Lestrade." "What is it, then?" I asked. "Don't know. Maybe anything. But I suspect it is the sequel of the story of the statues. In that case, our friend the image-breaker has begun operations in another quarter of London. There's coffee on the table, Watson, and I have a cab at the door." In half an hour we had reached Pitt Street, a quiet little backwater just beside one of the briskest currents of London life. Number 131 was one of a row, all flat-chested, respectable, and most unromantic dwellings. As we drove up, we found the railings in front of the house lined by a curious crowd. Holmes whistled. "By George, it's attempted murder in the least. Nothing less will hold the London message boy. There's a deed of violence indicated in that fellow's round shoulders and outstretched neck. What's this, Watson? The top step's swilled down and the other one's dry? Footsteps enough, anyhow. Well, well, there's Lestrade at the front window, and we shall soon know all about it." The official received us with a very grave face, and showed us into a sitting-room, where an exceedingly unkempt and agitated elderly man, clad in a flannel dressing-gown, was pacing up and down. He was introduced to us as the owner of the house, Mr. Horace Harker, of the Central Press Syndicate. "It's the Napoleon bust business again," said Lestrade. "You seemed interested last night, Mr. Holmes, so I thought perhaps you would be glad to present now that the affair has taken a very much graver turn." "What does it tend to, then?" "To murder. Mr. Harker, will you tell these gentlemen exactly what has occurred?" The man in the dressing-gown turned upon us with a most melancholy face. "It's an extraordinary thing," said he, "that all my life I have been collecting other people's news, and now that a real piece of news has come my own way, I am so confused and bothered that I can't put 2 words together. If I had come in here as a journalist, I should have interviewed myself, and I'd do columns in every evening paper. As it is, I'm giving away valuable copy by telling my story over and over to a string of different people, and I can make no use of it myself. However, I've heard your name, Mr. Sherlock Holmes, and if you'll only explain this queer business, I shall be paid for my trouble in telling you my story." Holmes sat down and listened. "It all seems to centre round that bust of Napoleon which I had bought for this very room about 4 months ago. I picked it up cheap from Harding Brothers, 2 doors from the High Street station. A great deal of my journalistic work is done at night, and I often write until the early morning. So it was today. I was sitting in my den, which is at the back of the top of the house, about 3 o'clock, when I was convinced that I heard some sounds downstairs. I listened, but they were not repeated, and I concluded that they came from outside. Then suddenly, about 5 minutes later, there came a most horrible yell, the most dreadful sound, Mr. Holmes, that I ever heard. It will ring in my ears as long as I live. I sat frozen with horror for a minute or 2. Then I seized the poker and went upstairs. When I entered this room I found the window wide open, and I at once observed that the bust was gone from the mantelpiece. Why any burglar should take such a thing passes my understanding, for it was only a plaster cast and of no real value whatsoever. You can see for yourself that anyone going out through the open window could first reach the front doorsteps by taking a long stride. This was clearly what the burglar had done, so I went round and opened the door. Stepping out into the dark, I nearly fell over a dead man who was lying there. I ran back for a light, and there was the poor fellow, a great gash in his throat, and the whole place swimming in blood. He lay on his back, his knees drawn up, and his mouth horribly open. I shall see him in my dreams. I had just time to blow on my police whistle, and then I must have fainted, for I knew nothing more until I found the policeman standing over me in the hall." "Well, who was the murdered man?" asked Holmes. "There's nothing to show who he was," said Lestrade.
You shall see the body at the mortuary, but we've made nothing of it up to now. He's a tall man, sunburned, very powerful, not more than 30. He's poorly dressed, and yet does not appear to be a labourer. A horn-handled clasp knife was lying in a pool of blood beside him. Whether it was the weapon which did the deed, or whether it belonged to the dead man, I do not know. There was no name on his clothing, and nothing in his pocket save an apple, some string, a shilling map of London, and a photograph. Here it is."
It was evidently taken by a snapshot from a small camera. It represented an alert, sharp-featured simian man, with thick eyebrows and a very peculiar projection of the lower part of the face, like the muzzle of a baboon. "And what became of the bust?" asked Holmes, after a careful study of this picture.
"We had news of it just before you came. It has been found in the front garden of an empty house in Campden House Road. It was broken into fragments. I'm going round now to see it. Will you come?"
"Certainly. I must just take one look round." He examined the carpet and the window. "The fellow had either very long legs or was a most active man," said he. "With an area beneath, it was no mean feat to reach that window ledge and open that window. Getting back was comparatively simple. Are you coming with us to see the remains of your bust, Mr. Harker?" The disconsolate journalist had seated himself at a writing table.
"I must try and make something of it," said he, "though I have no doubt that the first editions of the evening papers are out already with full details. It's like my luck. You remember when the stand fell at Doncaster? Well, I was the only journalist in the stand, and my journal the only one that had no account of it, for I was too shaken to write. And now I'll be too late with a murder done on my own doorstep."
As we left the room, we heard his pen travelling shrilly over the foolscap. The spot where the fragments of the bust had been found was only a few hundred yards away. For the first time our eyes rested upon this presentment of the great emperor, which seemed to raise such frantic and destructive hatred in the mind of the unknown. It lay scattered, in splintered shards, upon the grass. Holmes picked up several of them and examined them carefully. I was convinced, from his intent face and his purposeful manner, that at last he was upon a clue.
"Well?" asked Lestrade.
Holmes shrugged his shoulders.
"We have a long way to go yet," said he.
And yet... Well, we have some suggestive facts to act upon. The possession of this trifling bust was worth more, in the eyes of this strange criminal, than a human life. That is one point. Then there is the singular fact that he did not break it in the house, or immediately outside the house, as if to break it was his sole object.
"He was rattled and bustled by meeting this other fellow. He hardly knew what he was doing."
"Well, that's likely enough. But I wish to call your attention very particularly to the position of this house, in the garden of which the bust was destroyed."
Lestrade looked about him. "It was an empty house, and so he knew he would not be disturbed in the garden."
"Yes, but there is another empty house further up the street, which he must have passed before he came to this one. Why did he not break it there, since it is evident that every yard that he carried it increased the risk of someone meeting him?"
"I give it up," said Lestrade.
Holmes pointed to the street lamp above our heads. He could see what he was doing here, and he could not there. That was his reason.
"By Jove, that's true," said the detective. "Now that I come to think of it, Dr. Barnicot's bust was broken not far from his red lamp. Well, Mr. Holmes, what are we to do with that fact?"
"To remember it. To docket it. We may come on something later which will bear upon it. What steps do you propose to take now, Lestrade?"
"The most practical way of getting at it, in my opinion, is to identify the dead man. There should be no difficulty about that. When we have found out who he is and who his associates are, we should have a good start in learning what he was doing in Pitt Street last night, and who it was who met him and killed him on the doorstep of Mr. Horace Harker. Don't you think so?"
"No doubt. And yet it is not quite the same way in which I should approach the case."
"What would you do then?"
Oh, you must not let me influence you in any way. I suggest that you go on your line, and I on mine. We can compare notes afterwards, and we'll each supplement the other."
"Very good," said Lestrade.
"If you are going back to Pitt Street, you might see Mr. Horace Harker. Tell him for me that I have quite made up my mind, and that it is certain that a dangerous homicidal lunatic, with Napoleonic delusions, was in his house last night,
It will be useful for his article." Lestrade stared. "You don't seriously believe that?"
Holmes smiled. "Don't I? Well, perhaps I don't. But I am sure that it will interest Mr. Horace Harker and the subscribers of the Central Press Syndicate. Now, Watson, I think that we shall find that we have a long and rather complex day's work before us. I should be glad, Lestrade, if you could make it convenient to meet us at Baker Street at 6 o'clock this evening. Until then, I should like to keep this photograph, found in the dead man's pocket. It is possible that I may have to ask your company and assistance upon a small expedition, which will have to be taken tonight, if my chain of reasoning should prove to be correct. Until then, goodbye, and good luck." Sherlock Holmes and I walked together to the High Street, where we stopped at the shop of Harding Brothers, whence the bust had been purchased. A young assistant informed us that Mr. Harding would be absent until afternoon, and that he himself was a newcomer, who could give us no information. Holmes' face showed his disappointment and annoyance. "Well, well, we can't expect it to have it all our way, Watson," he said at last. "We must come back in the afternoon, if Mr. Harding will not be here until then. I am, as you have no doubt surmised, endeavouring to trace these busts to their source, in order to find out if there is not something peculiar which may account for their remarkable fate. Let us make for Mr. Morse Hudson, of the Kennington Road, and see if he can throw any light upon the problem." A drive of an hour brought us to the picture dealer's establishment. He was a small, stout man, with a red face and a peppery manner.
"Yes, sir, on my very counter, sir," said he. "What we pay rates and taxes for, I don't know, when any ruffian can come in and break one's goods. Yes, sir, it was I who sold Dr. Barnicot his 2 statues. Disgraceful, sir. A nihilist plot, that's what I make it. No one but an anarchist would go about breaking statues. Red Republicans, that's what I call 'em. Who did I get the statues from? I don't see what that has to do with it. Well, if you really want to know, I got 'em from Gelder and Company, in Church Street, Stepney. They're a well-known house in the trade, and have been this 20 years. How many had I? 3. 2 and 1 are 3. 2 of Dr. Barnicot's, and 1 smashed in broad daylight on my own counter. Do I know that photograph? No, I don't. Yes, I do, though. Why, it's Beppo. He was a kind of Italian piecework man, who made himself useful in the shop. He could carve a bit, and gild, and frame, and do odd jobs. The fellow left me last week, and I've heard nothing of him since. No, I don't know where he came from, nor where he went to. I had nothing against him while he was here. He was gone 2 days before the bust was smashed."
"Well, that's all we could reasonably expect from Morse Hudson," said Holmes as we emerged from the shop. "We have this Beppo as a common factor, both in Kennington and in Kensington, so that it is worth a 10-mile drive. Now, Watson, let us make for Gelder and Company of Stepney, the source and origin of the busts. I shall be surprised if we don't get some help down there." In rapid succession we passed through the fringe of fashionable London, hotel London, theatrical London, literary London, commercial London, and finally maritime London, till we came to a riverside city of 100,000 souls, where the tenement houses swelter and reek with the outcasts of Europe. Here, in a broad thoroughfare, once the abode of wealthy city merchants, we found the sculpture works for which we searched. Outside was a considerable yard full of monumental masonry. Inside was a large room in which 50 workers were carving or molding. The manager, a big blond German, received us civilly and gave a clear answer to all Holmes' questions. A reference to his book showed that hundreds of casts had been taken from a marble copy of Divine's head of Napoleon, but that the 3 which had been sent to Morse Hudson a year or so before had been half of a batch of 6. The other 3 being sent to Harding Brothers of Kensington. There was no reason why these 6 should be different from any of the other casts. He could suggest no possible cause why anyone should wish to destroy them. In fact, he laughed at the idea. Their wholesale price was 6 shillings, but the retailer would get 12 or more. The cast was taken in 2 molds from each side of the face, and then these 2 profiles of plaster of Paris were joined together to make the complete bust. The work was usually done by Italians, in the room we were in. When finished, the busts were put on the table in the passage to dry, and afterwards stored. That was all he could tell us. But the production of the photograph had a remarkable effect upon the manager. His face flushed with anger, and his brows knotted over his blue Teutonic eyes. "Ah, the rascal!" he cried. Yes, indeed. I know him very well. This has always been a respectable establishment, and the only time that we ever had the police in it was over this very fellow. It was more than a year ago now. He knifed another Italian in the street, and then he came to the works with the police on his heels, and he was taken here. Beppo was his name. His second name I never knew. Served me right for engaging a man with such a face. But he was a good workman. One of the best. What did he get? The man lived, and he got off with a year. I have no doubt where he is now, but he has not dared to show his nose here. We have a cousin of his here, and I dare say he could tell you where he is." "No, no," cried Holmes. "Not a word to the cousin. Not a word, I beg of you. The matter is very important, and the further I go with it, the more important it seems to grow. When you referred in your ledger to the sale of those casts, I observed that the date was June 3rd of last year. Could you give me the date when Beppo was arrested?" "I could tell you roughly by the pay list," the manager answered. "Yes," he continued after turning over of pages. "He was paid last on May 20th. "Thank you," said Holmes. "I don't think that I need intrude upon your time and patience any more." With a last word of caution that he should say nothing as to our researches, we turned our faces westward once more. The afternoon was far advanced before we were able to snatch a hasty luncheon at a restaurant. A newsbill at the entrance announced, "Kensington outrage, murder by a madman," and the contents of the paper showed that Mr. Horace Harker had got his account into print after all. 2 columns were occupied with a highly sensational and flowery rendering of the whole incident. Holmes propped it against the cruet stand and read it while he ate. Once or twice he chuckled. "This is all right, Watson," said he. "Listen to this. It is satisfactory to know that there can be no difference of opinion upon this case, since Mr. Lestrade, one of the most experienced members of the official force, and Mr. Sherlock Holmes, the well-known consulting expert, have each come to the conclusion that the grotesque series of incidents, which have ended in so tragic a fashion, arise from lunacy rather than from deliberate crime. No explanation save mental aberration can cover the facts. The press, Watson, is a most valuable institution, but only if you know how to use it. And now, if you have quite finished, we will hark back to Kensington and see what the manager of Harding Brothers has to say on the matter." The founder of that great emporium proved to be a brisk, crisp little person, very dapper and quick, with a clear head and a ready tongue. "Yes, sir. I've already read the account in the evening papers. Mr. Horace Harker is a customer of ours. We supplied him with the bust some months ago. We ordered 3 busts of that sort from Gelder and Company of Stepney. They are all sold now. To whom? Oh, I dare say by consulting our sales book we could very easily tell you. Yes, we have the entries here. One to Mr. Harker, you see, and one to Mr. Josiah Brown of Laburnham Lodge, Laburnham Vale, Chiswick, and one to Mr. Sanderford of Lower Grove Road, Reading. No, I've never seen this face which you showed me in the photograph. You would hardly forget it, would you, sir? For I've seldom seen an uglier. Have we any Italians on the staff? Yes, sir, we have several among our workpeople and cleaners. I dare say they might get a peep at that sales book if they wanted to. There is no particular reason for keeping a watch upon that book. Well, well, it's a very strange business, and I hope that you will let me know if anything comes of your inquiries." Holmes had taken several notes during Mr. Harding's evidence, and I could see that he was thoroughly satisfied by the turn which affairs were taking. He made no remark, save that, unless we hurried, we should be late for our appointment with Lestrade. Sure enough, when we reached Baker Street, the detective was already there, and we found him pacing up and down in a fever of impatience. His look of importance showed that his day's work had not been in vain. "Well?" he asked. "What luck, Mr. Holmes?" "We had a very busy day, and not an entirely wasted one," my friend explained. "We have seen both the retailers and also the wholesale manufacturers. I can trace each of the busts now from the beginning." "The busts?" cried Lestrade. "Well, well, you have your own methods, Mr. Sherlock Holmes, and it's not for me to say a word against them. But I think I have done a better day's work than you. I have identified the dead man." "You don't say so." "And found a cause for the crime." "Splendid." "We have an inspector who makes a specialty of Saffron Hill in the Italian Quarter. Well, this dead man had some Catholic emblem round his neck, and that, along with his colour, made me think he was from the south. Inspector Hill knew him the moment he caught sight of him. His name is Pietro Venucci, from Naples,
and he is one of the greatest cutthroats in London. He is connected with the Mafia, which, as you know, is a secret political society, enforcing its decrees by murder. Now you see how the affair begins to clear up. The other fellow is probably an Italian also, and a member of the Mafia. He has broken the rules in some fashion. Pietro set upon his track. Probably the photograph we found in his pocket is the man himself, so that he may not knife the wrong person. He dogs the fellow, sees him enter a house, he waits outside for him, and in a scuffle he receives his own death wound. How was that, Mr. Sherlock Holmes?"
Holmes clapped his hands approvingly.
"Excellent, Lestrade, excellent," he cried.
"But I didn't quite follow your explanation of the destruction of the busts."
"The busts! You can never get those busts out of your head. After all, that is nothing. Petty larceny. 6 months at the most. It is the murder that we are really investigating, and I tell you that I am gathering all the threads into my hands."
"And the next stage?"
"It is a very simple one. I shall go down with Hill to the Italian quarter, find the man whose photograph we've got, and arrest him on the charge of murder. Will you come with us?"
"I think not. I fancy we can attain our end in a simpler way. I can't say for certain, because it all depends... Well, it all depends upon a factor which is completely outside our control. But I have great hopes. In fact, the betting is exactly 2 to 1, that if you will come with us tonight, I shall be able to help you lay him by the heels."
"And the Italian quarter?"
"No. I fancy Chiswick is an address which is more likely to find him. If you will come with me to Chiswick tonight, Lestrade, I promise to go to the Italian quarter with you tomorrow, and no harm will be done by the delay. And now, I think that a few hours' sleep would do us all good, for I do not propose to leave before 11 o'clock, and it is unlikely that we shall be back before morning. You'll dine with us, Lestrade, and then you are welcome to the sofa until it is time for us to start. In the meantime, Watson, I should be glad if you would ring for an express messenger, for I have a letter to send, and it is important that it should go at once." Holmes spent the evening in rummaging among the files of the old daily papers, with which one of our lumber rooms was packed. When at last he descended, it was with triumph in his eyes, but he said nothing to either of us as to the result of his researches. For my own part, I had followed step by step the method by which he had traced the various windings of this complex case, and though I could not yet perceive the goal which we would reach, I understood clearly that Holmes expected this grotesque criminal to make an attempt upon the 2 remaining busts, one of which, I remembered, was at Chiswick. No doubt the object of our journey was to catch him in the very act, and I could not but admire the cunning with which my friend had inserted a wrong clue in the evening paper, so as to give the fellow an idea that he could continue his scheme with impunity. I was not surprised when Holmes suggested that I should take my revolver with me. He had himself picked up the loaded hunting crop, which was his favorite weapon. A 4-wheeler was at the door at 11, and in it we drove to a spot at the other side of Hammersmith Bridge. Here the cabman was directed to wait. A short walk brought us to a secluded road fringed with pleasant houses, each standing in its own grounds. In the light of a street lamp we read Laburnum Villa upon the gate-post of one of them. The occupants had evidently retired to rest, for all was dark save for a fanlight over the hall door, which shed a single blurred circle onto the garden path. The wooden fence which separated the grounds from the road threw a dense black shadow upon the inner side, and here it was that we crouched.
"I fear that you'll have a long wait," Holmes whispered.
"We may thank our stars that it is not raining. I don't think we can even venture to smoke to pass the time. However, it's a 2 to 1 chance that we get something to pay us for our trouble." It proved, however, that our vigil was not to be so long as Holmes had led us to fear, and it ended in a very sudden and singular fashion. In an instant, without the least sound to warn us of his coming, the garden gate swung open, and a lithe, dark figure, as swift and active as an ape, rushed up the garden path. We saw it whisk past the light thrown from over the door, and disappear against the black shadow of the house. There was a long pause, during which we held our breath, and then a very gentle creaking sound came to our ears. The window was being opened. The noise ceased, and again there was a long silence. The fellow was making his way into the house. We saw the sudden flash of a dark lantern inside the room. What he sought was evidently not there, for again we saw the flash through another blind, and then through another.
"Let's go to the open window. We'll nab him as he climbs out,"
Lestrade whispered. But before we could move, the man had emerged again. As he came out into the glimmering patch of light, we saw that he carried something white under his arm. He looked stealthily all round him. The silence of the deserted street reassured him. Turning his back upon us, he laid down his burden, and the next instant there was the sound of a sharp tap, followed by a clatter and rattle. The man was so intent upon what he was doing that he never heard our steps as we stole across the grass plot. With the bound of a tiger, Holmes was on his back, and an instant later Lestrade and I had him by either wrist, and the handcuffs were fastened. As we turned him over, I saw a hideous, sallow face, with writhing, furious features, glaring up at us, and I knew that it was indeed the man of the photograph whom we had secured. But it was not our prisoner to whom Holmes was giving his attention. Squatted on the doorstep, he was engaged in most carefully examining that which the man had brought from the house. It was a bust of Napoleon, like the one which we had seen that morning, and it had been broken into similar fragments. Carefully Holmes held each separate shard to the light, but in no way did it differ from any other shattered piece of plaster. He had just completed his examination when the hall lights flew up, the door opened, and the owner of the house, a jovial, rotund figure in shirt and trousers, presented himself. "Mr. Josiah Brown, I suppose?" said Holmes.
"Yes, sir. And you no doubt are Mr. Sherlock Holmes. I had the note which you sent by the express messenger, and it did exactly what you told me. We locked every door on the outside and awaited developments. Well, I'm very glad to see that you have got the rascal. I hope, gentlemen, that you will come in and have some refreshment."
However, Lestrade was anxious to get his man into safe quarters, so within a few minutes our cab had been summoned, and we were all four upon our way to London. Not a word would our captive say, but he glared at us from the shadow of his matted hair, and once, when my hand seemed within his reach, he snapped at it like a hungry wolf. We stayed long enough at the police station to learn that a search of his clothing revealed nothing save a few shillings and a long sheath knife, the handle of which bore copious traces of recent blood.
"That's all right," said Lestrade as we parted. "Hill knows all these gentry, and he'll give a name to him. You'll find that my theory of the Mafia will work out all right. But I'm sure I'm exceedingly obliged to you, Mr. Holmes, for the workmanlike way in which you laid hands upon him. I don't quite understand it all yet."
"I fear it is rather too late an hour for explanations," said Holmes. "Besides, there are one or two details which are not finished off, and it is one of those cases which are worth working out to the very end. If you will come round once more to my rooms, at 6 o'clock tomorrow, I think I shall be able to show you that even now you have not grasped the entire meaning of this business, which presents some features which make it absolutely original in the history of crime. If ever I permit you to chronicle any more of my little problems, Watson, I foresee that you will enliven your pages by an account of the singular adventure of the Napoleonic busts." When we met again next evening, Lestrade was furnished with much information concerning our prisoner. His name, it appeared, was Beppo, second name unknown. He was a well-known ne'er-do-well among the Italian colony. He had once been a skillful sculptor and had earned an honest living, but he had taken to evil courses and had been twice already in jail. Once for a petty theft, and once, as we had already heard, for stabbing a fellow countryman. He could talk English perfectly well. His reasons for destroying the busts were still unknown, and he refused to answer any questions upon the subject. But the police had discovered that these same busts might very well have been made by his own hands, since he was engaged in this class of work at the establishment of Gelder and Company. To all this information, much of which we already knew, Holmes listened with polite attention, but I, who knew him so well, could clearly see that his thoughts were elsewhere, and I detected a mixture of mingled uneasiness and expectation beneath that mask which he was wont to assume. At last he started in his chair, and his eyes brightened. There had been a ring at the bell. A minute later we heard steps upon the stairs, and an elderly red-faced man with grizzled side whiskers was ushered in. In his right hand he carried an old-fashioned carpet-bag, which he placed upon the table.
"Is Mr. Sherlock Holmes here?"
My friend bowed and smiled.
"Mr. Sandeford of Reading, I suppose?" said he. "Yes, sir. I fear that I am a little late, but the trains were awkward. You wrote to me about a bust that is in my possession."
"Exactly."
"I have your letter here. You said, 'I desire to possess a copy of Devine's Napoleon, and I am prepared to pay you £10 for the one which is in your possession. Is that right?"
"Certainly."
"I was very much surprised at your letter, for I could not imagine that you knew that I owned such a thing."
"Of course you must have been surprised. But the explanation is very simple. Mr. Harding, of Harding Brothers, said that they had sold you their last copy, and he gave me your address."
"Oh, that was it, was it? Did he tell you what I paid for it?"
"No, he did not."
"Well, I am an honest man, though not a very rich one. I only gave 15 shillings for the bust, and I think you ought to know that before I take £10 from you."
"I'm sure the scruple does you honour, Mr. Sandford, but I have named that price, so I intend to stick to it."
"Well, it is very handsome of you, Mr. Holmes. I brought the bust up with me, as you asked me to do. Here it is."
He opened his bag, and at last we saw placed upon our table a complete specimen of that bust which we had already seen more than once in fragments. Holmes took a paper from his pocket and laid a £10 note upon the table. "You will kindly sign that paper, Mr. Sandford, in the presence of these witnesses. It is simply to say that you transfer every possible right that you ever had in the bust to me. I am a methodical man, you see, and you never know what turn events might take afterwards. Thank you, Mr. Sandford. Here is your money, and I wish you a very good evening." When our visitor had disappeared, Sherlock Holmes' movements were such as to rivet our attention. He began by taking a clean white cloth from a drawer and laying it over the table. Then he placed his newly acquired bust in the center of the cloth. Finally, he picked up his hunting crop and struck Napoleon a sharp blow on the top of the head. The figure broke into fragments, and Holmes bent eagerly over the shattered remains. Next instant, with a loud shout of triumph, he held up one splinter, in which a round, dark object was fixed like a plum in a pudding. "Gentlemen," he cried, "let me introduce you to the famous Black Pearl of the Borgia." Lestrade and I sat silent for a moment, and then, with a spontaneous impulse, we both broke at clapping, as at the well-wrought crisis of a play. A flush of color sprang to Holmes's pale cheeks, and he bowed to us like the master dramatist who receives the homage of his audience. It was at such moments that for an instant he ceased to be a reasoning machine, and betrayed his human love for admiration and applause. The same singularly proud and reserved nature which turned away with disdain from popular notoriety was capable of being moved to its depths by spontaneous wonder and praise from a friend. "Yes, gentlemen," said he, "it is the most famous pearl now existing in the world, and it has been my good fortune, by a connected chain of inductive reasoning, to trace it from the Prince of Colonna's bedroom at the Dacre Hotel, where it was lost, to the interior of this, the last of the 6 busts of Napoleon, which were manufactured by Gelder and Company of Stepney. You will remember, Lestrade, the sensation caused by the disappearance of this valuable jewel, and the vain efforts of the London police to recover it. I was myself consulted upon the case, but I was unable to throw any light upon it. Suspicion fell upon the maid of the princess, who was an Italian, and it was proved that she had a brother in London, but we failed to trace any connection between them. The maid's name was Lucretia Venucci, and there is no doubt in my mind that this Pietro, who was murdered 2 nights ago, was her brother. I have been looking up the dates in the old files of the paper, and I find that the disappearance of the pearl was exactly 2 days before the arrest of Beppo, for some crime of violence, an event which took place in the factory of Gelder and Company, at the very moment when these busts were being made. Now you clearly see the sequence of events, though you see them, of course, in the inverse order to the way in which they presented themselves to me. Beppo had the pearl in his possession. He may have stolen it from Pietro. He may have been Pietro's confederate. He may have been the go-between of Pietro and his sister. It is of no consequence to us which is the correct solution. The fact is that he had the pearl, and at that moment, when it was on his person, he was pursued by the police. He made for the factory in which he worked, and he knew that he had only a few minutes in which to conceal this enormously valuable prize, which would otherwise be found on him when he was searched. 6 plaster casts of Napoleon were drying in the passage. One of them was still soft. In an instant, Beppo, a skilful workman, made a small hole in the wet plaster, dropped in the pearl, and with a few touches covered over the aperture once more. It was an admirable hiding place. No one could possibly find it. But Beppo was condemned to a year's imprisonment. and in the meanwhile his 6 busts were scattered over London. He could not tell which contained his treasure. Only by breaking them could he see. Even shaking would tell him nothing, for as the plaster was wet, it was probable that the pearl would adhere to it, as, in fact, it has done. Beppo did not despair, and he conducted his research with considerable ingenuity and perseverance. Through a cousin who works with Gelder, he found out the retail firms who had bought the busts. He managed to find employment with Morse Hudson, and in that way tracked down 3 of them. The pearl was not there. Then, with the help of some Italian employee, he succeeded in finding out where the other 3 busts had gone. The first was at Harker's. There he was dogged by his confederate, who held Beppo responsible for the loss of the pearl, and he stabbed him in the scuffle which followed.
If he was his confederate, why should he carry his photograph?
I asked. As a means of tracking him, if he wished to inquire about him from any third person. That was the obvious reason. Well, after the murder, I calculated that Beppo would probably hurry rather than delay his movements. He would fear that the police would read his secret, and so he hastened on before they should get ahead of him. Of course I could not say that he had not found the pearl in Harker's bust. I had not even concluded for certain that it was the pearl, but it was evident to me that he was looking for something, since he carried the bust past the other houses, in order to break it in the garden, which had a lamp overlooking it. Since Harker's bust was 1 in 3, the chances were exactly as I told you, 2 to 1 against the pearl being inside it. There remained 2 busts, and it was obvious that he would go for the London one first. I warned the inmates of the house, so as to avoid a second tragedy, and we went down with the happiest results. By that time, of course, I knew for certain that it was the Borgia pearl that we were after. The name of the murdered man linked the one event with the other. There only remained a single bust, the reading one, and the pearl must be there. I bought it in your presence from the owner, and there it lies. We sat in silence for a moment.
Well, said Lestrade, I've seen you handle a good many cases, Mr. Holmes, but I don't know that I ever knew a more workmanlike one than that. We're not jealous of you at Scotland Yard. No, sir. We're very proud of you. And if you come down tomorrow, there's not a man, from the oldest inspector to the youngest constable, who wouldn't be glad to shake you by the hand.
Thank you, said Holmes. Thank you. And as he turned away, it seemed to me that he was more nearly moved by the softer human emotions than I had ever seen him. A moment later he was the cold and practical thinker once more. "Put the pearl in the safe, Watson," said he, "and get out the papers of the Conk Singleton forgery case. Goodbye, Lestrade. If any little problem comes your way, I shall be happy, if I can, to give you a hint or two as to its solution." End of The Adventure of the 6 Napoleons by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle.
The Black Bag Left on a Doorstep by Catherine Louisa Pierkes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Alan Winterrowd. The Black Bag Left on a Doorstep by Catherine Louisa Pierkes. "It's a big thing," said Loveday Brooke, addressing Ebenezer Dyer, chief of the well-known detective agency in Lynch Court, Fleet Street. "Lady Cathro has lost £30,000 worth of jewelry, if the newspaper accounts are to be trusted." They are fairly accurate this time. The robbery differs in a few respects from the usual run of country home robberies. The time chosen, of course, was the dinner hour, when the family and guests were at table, and the servants, not on duty, were amusing themselves in their own quarters. The fact of its being Christmas Eve would also of necessity add to the business and consequent distraction of the household. The entry to the house, however, in this case was not effected in the usual manner, by a ladder to the dressing-room window, but through the window of a room on the ground floor, a small room with one window and 2 doors, one of which opens into the hall, and the other into a passage that leads by the back stairs to the bedroom floor. It is used, I believe, as a sort of hat and coat room by the gentlemen of the house. It was, I suppose, the weak point of the house. Quite so, a very weak point indeed. Craigen Court, the residence of Sir George and Lady Cathro, is an oddly built old place, jutting out in all directions, and as this window looked out upon a blank wall, it was filled in with stained glass, kept fastened by a strong brass catch, and never opened, day or night, ventilation being obtained by means of a glass ventilator fitted in the upper panes. It seems absurd to think that this window, being only about 4 feet from the ground, should have had neither iron bars nor shutters added to it. Such, however, was the case. On the night of the robbery, someone within the house must have deliberately and of intention unfastened its only protection, the brass catch, and thus given the thieves easy entrance to the house. Your suspicions, I suppose, center upon the servants? Undoubtedly, and it is in the servants' hall that your services will be required. The thieves, whoever they were perfectly cognizant of the ways of the house. Lady Cathro's jewelry was kept in a safe in her dressing room, and as the dressing room was over the dining room, Sir George was in the habit of saying that it was the safest room in the house. Note the pun, please. Sir George is rather proud of it. By his orders, the window of the dining room immediately under the dressing room window was always left unshuttered and without blind during dinner, and as a full stream of light thus fell through it onto the outside terrace, it would have been impossible for anyone to have placed a ladder there unseen. I see from the newspapers that it was Sir George's invariable custom to fill his house and give a large dinner on Christmas Eve. Yes, Sir George and Lady Cathro are elderly people with no family and few relatives, and have consequently a large amount of time to spend on their friends. I suppose the key of the safe was frequently left in the possession of Lady Cathro's maid? Yes, she is a young French girl, Stephanie Delcroix by name. It was her duty to clear the dressing room directly after her mistress left it, put away any jewelry that might be lying about, lock the safe, and keep the key till her mistress came up to bed. On the night of the robbery, however, she admits that, instead of so doing, directly her mistress left the dressing room, she ran down to the housekeeper's room to see if any letters had come for her, and remained chatting with the other servants for some time, she could not say for how long. It was by the 7:30 post that her letters generally arrived from St. Omer, where her home is. Oh, then she was in the habit of thus running down to inquire for her letters, no doubt, and the thieves, who appear to be so thoroughly cognizant of the house, would also know this. Perhaps, though at the present moment I must say things look very black against the girl. Her manner, too, when questioned, is not calculated to remove suspicion. She goes from one fit of hysterics into another, contradicts herself nearly every time she opens her mouth, then lays it to the charge of her ignorance of our language, breaks into voluble French, becomes theatrical in action, and then goes off into hysterics once more. All that is quite Francais, you know, said Loveday. Do the authorities at Scotland Yard lay much stress on the safe being left unlocked that night? They do, and they are instituting a keen inquiry as to the possible lovers the girl may have. For this purpose, they have sent Bates down to stay in the village and collect all the information he can outside the house. But they want someone within the walls to hobnob with the maids generally, and to find out if she has taken any of them into her confidence respecting her lovers. So they sent to me to know if I would send down for this purpose one of the shrewdest and most clear-headed of my female detectives. I, in my turn, Miss Brooke, have sent for you, and you may take it as a compliment if you like. So please now get out your notebook, and I'll give you sailing orders. Loveday Brooke, at this period of her career, was a little over 30 years of age, and could be best described in a series of negations. She was not tall, she was not short. She was not dark, she was not fair. She was neither handsome nor ugly. Her features were altogether nondescript. Her one noticeable trait was a habit she had, when absorbed in thought, of dropping her eyelids over her eyes till only a line of eyeball showed, and she appeared to be looking out at the world through a slit instead of through a window. Her dress was invariably black, and was almost Quaker-like in its neat primness. Some 5 or 6 years previously, by a jerk of fortune's wheel, Loveday had been thrown upon the world penniless and all but friendless. Marketable accomplishments she had found she had none, so she had forthwith defied convention, and had chosen for herself a career that had cut her off sharply from her former associates and her position in society. For 5 or 6 years she drudged away patiently in the lower walks of her profession. Then chance, or, to speak more precisely, an intricate criminal case, threw her in the way of the experienced head of the flourishing detective agency in Lynch Court. He quickly enough found out the stuff she was made of, and threw her in the way of better-class work indeed that brought increase of pay and of reputation alike to him and to Loveday. Ebenezer Dyer was not, as a rule, given to enthusiasm, but he would at times wax eloquent over Miss Brooke's qualifications for the profession she had chosen. "Too much of a lady, do you say?" he would say to anyone who chanced to call in question those qualifications. "I don't care tuppence halfpenny whether she is or is not a lady. I only know she is the most sensible and practical woman I ever met. In the first place, she has the faculty, so rare among women, of carrying out orders to the very letter. In the second place, she has a clear, shrewd brain, unhampered by any hard and fast theories. Thirdly, and most important of all, she has so much common sense that it amounts to genius. Positively to genius, sir." But although Loveday and her chief as a rule worked together upon an easy and friendly footing, there were occasions on which they were wont, so to speak, to snarl at each other. Such an occasion was at hand now. Loveday showed no disposition to take out her notebook and receive her sailing orders. "I want to know," she said, "if what I saw in one newspaper is true, that one of the thieves, before leaving, took the trouble to close the safe door and to write across it in chalk, 'To be let, unfurnished.'" "Perfectly true, but I do not see that stress needs to be laid on the fact. The scoundrels often do have that sort of thing out of insolence or bravado. In that robbery at Reigate the other day, they went to a lady's davenport, took a sheet of her notepaper, and wrote their thanks on it for her kindness in not having had the lock of her safe repaired. Now, if you will get out your notebook—" "Don't be in such a hurry," said Loveday calmly. "I want to know if you have seen this." She leaned across the writing table at which they sat, one on either side, and handed to him a newspaper cutting which she took from her letter case. Mr. Dyer was a tall, powerfully built man, with a large head, benevolent bald forehead, and a genial smile. That smile, however, often proved a trap to the unwary, for he owned a temper so irritable that a child with a chance word might ruffle it. The genial smile vanished as he took the newspaper cutting from Loveday's hand. "I would have you to remember, Miss Brooke," he said severely, "that although I am in the habit of using dispatch in my business, I am never known to be in a hurry. Hurry in affairs I take to be the especial mark of the slovenly and unpunctual." Then, as if still further to give contradiction to her words, he very deliberately unfolded her slip of newspaper, and slowly, accentuating each word and syllable, read as follows: "Singular discovery. A black leather bag, or portmanteau, was found early yesterday morning by one of Smith's newspaper boys on the doorstep of a house in the road running between Easterbrook and Wareford, and inhabited by an elderly spinster lady. The contents of the bag include a clerical collar and necktie, a church service, a book of sermons, a copy of the works of Virgil, a facsimile of Magna Carta with translations, a pair of black kid gloves, a brush and comb, some newspapers, and several small articles suggesting clerical ownership. On the top of the bag, the following extraordinary letter, written in pencil on a long slip of paper, was found. The fatal day has arrived. I can exist no longer. I go hence and shall be no more seen. But I would have coroner and jury know that I am a sane man, and a verdict of temporary insanity in my case would be an error most gross after this intimation. I care not if it is felo de se, as I shall have passed all suffering. Search diligently for my poor lifeless body in the immediate neighborhood, on the cold heath, the rail, or the river by yonder bridge. A few moments will decide how I shall depart. If I had walked aright, I might have been a power in the church of which I am now an unworthy member and priest. But the damnable sin of gambling got hold on me, and betting has been my ruin, as it has been the ruin of thousands who have preceded me. Young man, shun the bookmaker and the racecourse as you would shun the devil and hell. Farewell, chums of Magdalen. Farewell, and take warning. Though I can claim relationship with a duke, a marquis, and a bishop, and though I am the son of a noble woman, yet I am a tramp and an outcast, verily and indeed. Sweet death, I greet thee. I dare not sign my name. To one and all, farewell. O my poor Marchioness mother, a dying kiss to thee. R.I.P. The police and some of the railway officials have made a diligent search in the neighborhood of the railway station, but no poor lifeless body has been found. The police authorities are inclined to the belief that the letter is a hoax, though they are still investigating the matter. In the same deliberate fashion as he had opened and read the cutting, Mr. Dyer folded and returned it to Loveday. "May I ask," he said sarcastically, "what you see in that silly hoax to waste your and my valuable time over?" "I wanted to know," said Loveday, in the same level tones as before, "if you saw anything in it that might in some way connect this discovery with the robbery at Craigen Court." Mr. Dyer stared at her in utter blank astonishment. "When I was a boy," he said sarcastically as before, "I used to play at a game called What Is My Thought Like? Someone would think of something absurd, say the top of the monument, and someone else would hazard a guess that his thought might be, say, the toe of his left boot, and that unfortunate individual would have to show the connection between the toe of his left boot and the top of the monument. Miss Brooke, I have no wish to repeat the silly game this evening for your benefit and mine." "Oh, very well," said Loveday, calmly. "I fancied you might like to talk it over, that was all. Give me my sailing orders, as you call them, and I'll endeavor to concentrate my attention on the little French maid and her various lovers." Mr. Dyer grew amiable again. "That's the point on which I wish you to fix your thoughts," he said. "You had better start for Craigen Court by the first train tomorrow. It's about 60 miles down the Great Eastern Line. Huxwell is the station you must land at. There one of the grooms from the court will meet you and drive you to the house. I have arranged with the housekeeper there, Mrs. Williams, a very worthy and discreet person, that you shall pass in the house for a niece of hers, on a visit to recruit after severe study in order to pass board school teachers' exams. Naturally, you have injured your eyes as well as your health with overwork, so you can wear your blue spectacles. Your name, by the way, will be Jane Smith. Better write it down. All your work will lie among the servants of the establishment, and there will be no necessity for you to see either Sir George or Lady Cathrow. In fact, neither of them have been apprised of your intended visit. The fewer we take into our confidence, the better. I have no doubt, however, that Bates will hear from Scotland Yard when you are in the house, and will make a point of seeing you." "Has Bates unearthed anything of importance?" "Not as yet. He has discovered one of the girl's lovers, a young farmer of the name of Holt, but as he seems to be an honest, respectable young fellow, and entirely above suspicion, the discovery does not count for much." "I think there's nothing else to ask," said Loveday, rising to take her departure. "Of course I'll telegraph, should need arise, in our usual cipher." The first train that left Bishopsgate for Huxwell on the following morning included among its passengers Loveday Brooke, dressed in the neat black supposed to be appropriate to servants of the upper class. The only literature which she had provided herself in order to beguile the tedium of her journey was a small volume bound in paper boards and entitled The Reciter's Treasury. It was published at the low price of 1 shilling, and seemed specially designed to meet the requirements of third-rate amateur reciters at penny readings. Miss Brooke appeared to be all absorbed in the contents of this book during the first half of her journey. During the second, she lay back in the carriage with closed eyes, and motionless as if asleep or lost in deep thought. The stopping of the train at Huxwell aroused her, and set her collecting together her wraps. It was easy to single out the trim groom from Crayton Court from among the country loafers on the platform. Someone else beside the trim groom at the same moment caught her eye. Bates from Scotland Yard got up in the style of a commercial traveller, and carrying the orthodox commercial bag in his hand. He was a small, wiry man, with red hair and whiskers, and an eager, hungry expression of countenance. "I am half frozen with cold," said Loveday, addressing Sir George's groom. "If you'll kindly take charge of my portmanteau, I prefer walking to driving to the court." The man gave her a few directions as to the road she was to follow, and then drove off with her box, leaving her free to indulge Mr. Bates' evident wish for a walk and confidential talk along the country road. Bates seemed to be in a happy frame of mind that morning. "Quite a simple affair this, Miss Brooks," he said. "A walk over the course, I take it, with you working inside the castle walls, and I unearthing without. No complications of yet have arisen, and if that girl does not find herself in jail before another week is over her head, my name is not Jeremiah Bates." "You mean the French maid?" "Why, yes, of course. I take it there's little doubt but what she performed the double duty of unlocking the safe and the window too. You see, I look at it this way, Miss Brooke. All girls have lovers, I say to myself, but a pretty girl like that French maid is bound to have double the number of lovers than the plain ones. Now, of course, the greater number of lovers, the greater the chance there is of a criminal being found among them. That's plain as a pikestaff, isn't it?" "Just as plain." Bates felt encouraged to proceed. "Well, then, arguing on the same lines, I say to myself, this girl is only a pretty silly thing, not an accomplished criminal, or she wouldn't have admitted leaving open the safe door. Give her rope enough, and she'll hang herself. In a day or two, if we let her alone, she'll be bolting off to join the fellow whose nest she has helped to feather, and we'll catch the pair of them twixt here and Dover Straits, and also possibly get a clue that will bring us on the traces of their accomplices. Eh, Miss Brooke, that'll be a thing worth doing." "Undoubtedly. Who is this coming along in the buggy at such a pace?" The question was added as the sound of wheels behind them made her look round. Bates turned also. "Oh, this is young Holt. His father farms land about a couple miles from here. He is one of Stephanie's lovers, and I should imagine about the best of the lot. But he does not appear to be a favorite. From what I hear, someone else must have made the running on the sly. Ever since the robbery, I'm told the young woman has given him the cold shoulder." As the young man came nearer in his buggy, he slackened pace, and Loveday could not but admire his frank, honest expression of countenance. "Room for one. Can I give you a lift?" he said, as he came alongside of them. And to the ineffable disgust of Bates, who had counted upon at least an hour's confidential talk with her, Miss Brooke accepted the young farmer's offer, and mounted beside him in his buggy. As they went swiftly along the country road, Loveday explained to the young man that her destination was Craigen Court, and that, as she was a stranger to the place, she must trust to him to put her down at the nearest point to it that he would pass. At the mention of Craigen Court, his face clouded. "They're in trouble there, and their trouble has brought trouble on others," he said, a little bitterly. "I know," said Loveday sympathetically. "It is often so. In such circumstances as these, suspicion frequently fastens on an entirely innocent person. "That's it! That's it!" he cried excitedly. "If you go into that house, you'll hear all sorts of wicked things said of her, and see everything setting in dead against her. But she's innocent. I swear to you she is as innocent as you or I are." His voice rang out above the clatter of the horse's hoofs. He seemed to forget that he had mentioned no name, and that Loveday, as a stranger, might be at a loss to know to whom he referred. "Who is guilty, heaven only knows," he went on, after a moment's pause. "It isn't for me to give an ill name to anyone in that house, but I only say she is innocent, and that I'll stake my life on it." "She is a lucky girl to have found one to believe in her, and to trust her as you do," said Loveday, even more sympathetically than before. "Is she? I wish she'd take advantage of her luck then," he answered bitterly. "Most girls in her position would be glad to have a man to stand by them through thick and thin, but not she. Ever since the night of that accursed robbery, she has refused to see me, won't answer my letters, won't even send me a message. And, great heavens, I'd marry her tomorrow if I had the chance, and dare the world to say a word against her." He whipped up his pony. The hedges seemed to fly on either side of them, and before Loveday realized that half her drive was over, he had drawn rein, and was helping her to alight at the servants' entrance to Craigen Court. "You'll tell her what I've said to you, if you get the opportunity, and beg her to see me, if only for 5 minutes," he petitioned before he remounted his buggy. And Loveday, as she thanked the young man for his kind attention, promised to make an opportunity to give his message to the girl. Mrs. Williams, the housekeeper, welcomed Loveday in the servants' hall, and then took her to her own room to pull off her wraps. Mrs. Williams was the widow of a London tradesman, and a little beyond the average housekeeper in speech and manner. She was a genial, pleasant woman, who readily entered into conversation with Loveday. Tea was brought in, and each seemed to feel at home with the other. Loveday, in the course of this easy, pleasant talk, elicited from her the whole history of the events of the day of the robbery, the number and names of the guests who sat down to dinner that night, together with some other apparently trivial details. The housekeeper made no attempt to disguise the painful position in which she and every one of the servants of the house felt themselves to be in at the present moment. "We are none of us at our ease with each other now," she said, as she poured out hot tea for Loveday, and piled up a blazing fire. "Everyone fancies that everyone else is suspecting him or her, and trying to rake up past words or deeds to bring in as evidence. The whole house seems under a cloud. And at this time of year, too, just when everything as a rule is at its merriest." And here she gave a doleful glance to the big bunch of holly and mistletoe hanging from the ceiling. "I suppose you are generally very merry downstairs at Christmas time," said Loveday. "Servants' balls, theatricals, and all that sort of thing?" "I should think we were. When I think of this time last year, and the fun we all had, I can scarcely believe it is the same house. Our ball always follows my lady's ball, and we have permission to ask our friends to it, and we keep it up as late as ever we please. We begin our evening with a concert and recitations in character, then we have a supper, and then we dance right on till morning. But this year—" She broke off, giving a long, melancholy shake of her head that spoke volumes. "I suppose," said Loveday, "some of your friends are very clever as musicians or reciters?" "Very clever indeed. Sir George and my lady are always present during the early part of the evening, and I should like you to have seen Sir George last year laughing fit to kill himself at Harry Emmet dressed in prison dress, with a bit of oakum in his hand, reciting the Noble Convict. Sir George said if the young man had gone on the stage he would have been bound to make his fortune." "Half a cup, please," said Loveday, presenting her cup. "Who was this Harry Emmet, then? A sweetheart of one of the maids?" "Oh, he would flirt with them all, but he was sweetheart to none. He was footman to Colonel James, who was a great friend of Sir George's, and Harry was constantly backwards and forwards bringing messages from his master. His father, I think, drove a cab in London, and Harry for a time did so also. Then he took it into his head to be a gentleman's servant, and great satisfaction he gave as such. He was always such a bright, handsome young fellow, and so full of fun, that everyone liked him. But I shall tire you with all this, and you, of course, want to talk about something so different." And the housekeeper sighed again, as the thought of the dreadful robbery entered her brain once more. "Not at all. I am greatly interested in you and your festivities. Is Emmett still in the neighborhood? I should amazingly like to hear him recite myself." "I am sorry to say he left Colonel James about 6 months ago. We all missed him very much at first. He was a good, kind-hearted young man, and I remember he told me he was going away to look after his dear old grandmother, who had a sweet-stuff shop somewhere or other, but where I can't remember." Loveday was leaning back in her chair now, with eyelids drooped so low that she literally looked out through slits instead of eyes. Suddenly and abruptly she changed the conversation. "When will it be convenient for me to see Lady Cathrow's dressing-room?" she asked. The housekeeper looked at her watch. "Now, at once," she answered. "It's 4:45 now, and my lady sometimes goes up to her room to rest for half an hour before she dresses for dinner." "Is Stephanie still in attendance on Lady Cathrow?" Miss Brooke asked, as she followed the housekeeper up the back stairs to the bedroom floor. "Yes. Sir George and my lady have been goodness itself to us through this trying time, and they say we are all innocent till we are proved guilty, and will have it that none of our duties are to be in any way altered. Stephanie is scarcely fit to perform hers, I should imagine." "Scarcely. She was in hysterics nearly from morning till night for the first 2 or 3 days after the detectives came down, but now she has grown sullen, eats nothing, and never speaks a word to any of us, except when she is obliged. This is my lady's dressing-room. Walk in, please." Loveday entered a large, luxuriously furnished room, and naturally made her way straight to the chief point of attraction in it, the iron safe fitted into the wall that separated the dressing-room from the bedroom. It was a safe of the ordinary description, fitted with a strong iron door and Chubb lock, and across this door was written with chalk, in characters that seemed defiant in their size and boldness, the words, "To be let unfurnished." Loveday spent about 5 minutes in front of the safe, all her attention concentrated upon the big, bold writing. She took from her pocketbook a narrow strip of tracing paper, and compared the writing on it letter by letter with that on the safe door. This done, she turned to Mrs. Williams, and professed herself ready to follow her to the room below. Mrs. Williams looked surprised. Her opinion of Miss Brooke's professional capabilities suffered considerable diminution. "The gentlemen detectives," she said, "spent over an hour in this room. They paced the floor, they measured the candles, they—" "Mrs. Williams," interrupted Loveday, "I am quite ready to look at the room below." Her manner had changed from gossiping friendliness to that of the business woman hard at work at her profession. Without another word, Mrs. Williams led her way to the little room which had proved itself to be the weak point of the house. They entered it by the door which opened into a passage leading to the back stairs of the house. Loveday found the room exactly what it had been described to her by Mr. Dyer. It needed no second glance at the window to see the ease with which anyone could open it from the outside, and swing themselves into the room when once the brass catch had been unfastened. Loveday wasted no time here. In fact, much to Mrs. Williams' surprise and disappointment, she merely walked across the room, in at one door, and out at the opposite one, which opened into the large inner hall of the house. Here, however, she paused to ask a question. "Is that chair always placed exactly in that position?" she said, pointing to an oak chair that stood immediately outside the room they had just quitted. The housekeeper answered in the affirmative. It was a warm corner. My lady was particular that everyone who came to the house on messages should have a comfortable place to wait in. I shall be glad if you will show me up to my room now, said Loveday, a little abruptly. And will you kindly send up to me a country trade directory, if, that is, you have such a thing in the house? Mrs. Williams, with an air of offended dignity, led the way to the bedroom quarters once more. The worthy housekeeper felt as if her own dignity had, in some sort, been injured by the want of interest Miss Brooke had evinced in the rooms which, at the present moment, she considered the show-rooms of the house. "Shall I send someone to help you unpack?" she asked, a little stiffly, at the door of Loveday's room. "No, thank you. There will not be much unpacking to do. I must leave here by the first up train tomorrow morning." "Tomorrow morning? Why, I have told everyone you will be here at least a fortnight." "Ah, then you must explain that I have been suddenly summoned home by telegram. I'm sure I can trust you to make excuses for me. Do not, however, make them before supper time. I shall like to sit down to that meal with you. I suppose I shall see Stephanie then?" The housekeeper answered in the affirmative, and went her way, wondering over the strange manners of the lady whom, at first, she had been disposed to consider such a nice, pleasant, conversable person. At supper time, however, when the upper servants assembled at what was, to them, the pleasantest meal of the day, a great surprise was to greet them. Stephanie did not take her usual place at table, and a fellow servant, sent to her room to summon her, returned, saying that the room was empty, and Stephanie was nowhere to be found. Loveday and Mrs. Williams together went to the girl's bedroom. It bore its usual appearance. No packing had been done in it, and beyond her hat and jacket, the girl appeared to have taken nothing away with her. On inquiry, it transpired that Stephanie had, as usual, assisted Lady Cathrow to dress for dinner, but after that not a soul in the house appeared to have seen her. Mrs. Williams thought the matter of sufficient importance to be at once reported to her master and mistress, and Sir George, in his turn, promptly dispatched a messenger to Mr. Bates at the King's Head to summon him to an immediate consultation. Loveday dispatched a messenger in another direction, to young Mr. Holt at his farm, giving him particulars of the girl's disappearance. Mr. Bates had a brief interview with Sir George in his study, from which he emerged radiant. He made a point of seeing Loveday before he left the court, sending a special request to her that she would speak to him for a minute in the outside drive. Loveday put her hat on and went out to him. She found him almost dancing for glee. "Told you so! Told you so! Now didn't I, Miss Brooke?" he exclaimed. "We'll come upon her traces before morning, never fear. I'm quite prepared. I knew what was in her mind all along. I said to myself, when that girl bolts, it will be after she has dressed my lady for dinner, when she has 2 good clear hours all to herself, and her absence from the house won't be noticed, and when, without much difficulty, she can catch a train leaving Huxwell for Wereford. Well, she'll get to Wereford safe enough, but from Wereford she'll be followed every step of the way she goes. Only yesterday I set a man on there, a keen fellow at this sort of thing, and gave him full directions, and he'll hunt her down to her hole properly. Taken nothing with her, you say? What does that matter? She thinks she'll find all she wants where she's going. The feathered nest I spoke to you about this morning. Ha ha! Well, instead of stepping into it, as she fancies she will, she'll walk straight into a detective's arms, and land her pal there into the bargain. There'll be 2 of them netted before another 48 hours are over our heads, or my name's not Jeremiah Bates." "What are you going to do now?" asked Loveday, as the man finished his long speech. "Now, I'm back to the King's Head to wait for a telegram from my colleague at Wereford. Once he's got her in front of him, he'll give me instructions at what point to meet him. You see, Huxwell being such an out-of-the-way place, and only one train leaving between 7:30 and 10:15, makes us really positive that Wereford must be the girl's destination, and relieves my mind from all anxiety on the matter." "Does it?" answered Loveday gravely. "I can see another possible destination for the girl, the stream that runs through the wood we drove past this morning. Good night, Mr. Bates. It's cold out here. Of course, as soon as you have any news you'll send it up to Sir George." The household sat up late that night, but no news was received of Stephanie from any quarter. Mr. Bates had impressed upon Sir George the ill-advisability of setting up a hue and cry after the girl that might possibly reach her ears and scare her from joining the person whom he was pleased to designate as her pal. "We want to follow her silently, Sir George, silently as the shadow follows the man," he had said grandiloquently, "and then we shall come upon the two, and I trust upon the booty also." Sir George, in his turn, had impressed Mr. Bates' wishes upon his household, and, if it had not been for Loveday's message, dispatched early in the evening to young Holt, not a soul outside the house would have known of Stephanie's disappearance. Loveday was stirring early the next morning, and the 8 o'clock train for Wereford numbered her among its passengers. Before starting, she dispatched a telegram to her chief in Lynch Court. It read rather oddly as follows: "Cracker fired. Am just starting for Wereford. Will wire you from there. L.B." Oddly though it might read, Mr. Dyer did not need to refer to his cipher book to interpret it. "Cracker fired" was the easily remembered equivalent for "clue found" in the detective phraseology of the office. "Well, she has been quick enough about it this time," he soliloquized as he speculated in his own mind over what the purport of her next telegram might be. Half an hour later, there came to him a constable from Scotland Yard to tell him of Stephanie's disappearance and the conjectures that were rife on the matter, and he then, not unnaturally, read Loveday's telegram by the light of this information, and concluded that the clue in her hands related to the discovery of Stephanie's whereabouts, as well as to that of her guilt. A telegram received a little later on, however, was to turn this theory upside down. It was, like the former one, worded in the enigmatic language current in the Lynch Court establishment, but as it was a lengthier and more intricate message, it sent Mr. Dyer at once to his cipher book. "Wonderful! She has cut them all out this time," was Mr. Dyer's exclamation as he read and interpreted the final word. In another 10 minutes, he had given over his office to the charge of his head clerk for the day, and was rattling along the streets in a hansom in the direction of Bishopsgate Station. There he was lucky enough to catch a train just starting for Wereford. "The event of the day," he muttered, as he settled himself comfortably in a corner seat, "will be the return journey when she tells me bit by bit how she has worked it all out." It was not until close upon 3 o'clock in the afternoon that he arrived at the old-fashioned market town of Wereford. It chanced to be cattle market day, and the station was crowded with drovers and farmers. Outside the station, Loveday was waiting for him, as she had told him in her telegram that she would, in a four-wheeler. "It's all right," she said to him as he got in. "He can't get away, even if he had an idea that we were after him." Two of the local police were waiting outside the house door with a warrant for his arrest, signed by a magistrate. I did not, however, see why the Lynch Court office should not have the credit of the thing, and so telegraphed to you to conduct the arrest. They drove through the High Street to the outskirts of the town, where the shops became intermixed with private houses let out in offices. The cab pulled up outside one of these, and two policemen in plain clothes came forward and touched their hats to Mr. Dyer. "He's in there now, sir, doing his office work," said one of the men, pointing to a door just within the entrance, on which was painted in black letters, "The United Kingdom Cab Drivers Beneficent Association." I hear, however, that this is the last time he will be found there, as a week ago he gave notice to leave. As the man finished speaking, a man, evidently of the cab-driving fraternity, came up the steps. He stared curiously at the little group just within the entrance, and then, chinking his money in his hand, passed on to the office as if to pay his subscription. "Will you be good enough to tell Mr. Emmett in there," said Mr. Dyer, addressing the man, "that a gentleman outside wishes to speak with him?" The man nodded and passed into the office. As the door opened, it disclosed to view an old gentleman seated at a desk, apparently writing receipts for money. A little in his rear, at his right hand, sat a young and decidedly good-looking man, at a table on which were placed various little piles of silver and pence. The get-up of this young man was gentlemanlike, and his manner was affable and pleasant, as he responded with a nod and a smile to the cab-driver's message. "I shan't be a minute," he said to his colleague at the other desk, as he rose and crossed the room towards the door. But once outside that door, it was closed firmly behind him, and he found himself in the center of three stalwart individuals, one of whom informed him that he held in his hand a warrant for the arrest of Harry Emmett on the charge of complicity in the Craigen Court robbery, and that he had better come along quietly, for resistance would be useless. Emmett seemed convinced of the latter fact. He grew deadly white for a moment, then recovered himself. "Will someone have the kindness to fetch my hat and coat?" he said in a lofty manner. "I don't see why I should be made to catch my death of cold because some other people have seen fit to make asses of themselves." His hat and coat were fetched, and he was handed into the cab between the two officers. "Let me give you a word of warning, young man," said Mr. Dyer, closing the cab door and looking in for a moment through the window at Emmett. "I don't suppose it's a punishable offense to leave a black bag on an old lady's doorstep, but let me tell you, if it had not been for that black bag, you might have got clean off with your spoil." Emmett, the irrepressible, had his answer ready. He lifted his hat ironically to Mr. Dyer. "You might have put it more neatly, governor," he said. "If I had been in your place, I would have said, 'Young man, you are being justly punished for your misdeeds. You have been taking off your fellow creatures all your life long, and now they are taking off you.'" Mr. Dyer's duty that day did not end with the depositing of Harry Emmett in the local jail. The search through Emmett's lodgings and effects had to be made, and at this he was naturally present. About a third of the lost jewelry was found there, and from this it was consequently concluded that his accomplices in this crime had considered that he had borne a third of the risk and of the danger of it. Letters and various memoranda discovered in the rooms eventually led to the detection of those accomplices, and although Lady Cathrow was doomed to lose the greater part of her valuable property, she had ultimately the satisfaction of knowing that each one of the thieves received a sentence proportionate to his crime. It was not until close upon midnight that Mr. Dyer found himself seated in the train, facing Miss Brooke, and had leisure to ask for the links in the chain of reasoning that had led her in so remarkable a manner to connect the finding of a black bag, with insignificant contents, with an extensive robbery of valuable jewelry. Loveday explained the whole thing, easily and naturally, step by step, in her usual methodical manner. "I read," she said, "as I dare say a great many other people did, the account of the two things in the same newspaper, on the same day, and I detected, as I dare say a great many other people did not, a sense of fun in the principal actor in each incident. I notice while all people are agreed as to the variety of motives that instigate crime, very few allow sufficient margin for variety of character in the criminal. We are apt to imagine that he stalks about the world with a bundle of deadly motives under his arm, and cannot picture him at his work with a twinkle in his eye and a keen sense of fun, such as honest folk have sometimes when at work in their calling." Here Mr. Dyer gave a little grunt. It might have been either of assent or dissent. Loveday went on. "Of course, the ludicrousness of the diction of the letter found in the bag would be apparent to the most casual reader. To me the highfalutin sentences sounded in addition strangely familiar. I had heard or read them somewhere, I felt sure, although where I could not at first remember. They rang in my ears, and it was not altogether out of idle curiosity that I went to Scotland Yard to see the bag and its contents, and to copy, with a slip of tracing paper, a line or two of the letter. When I found that the handwriting of this letter was not identical with that of the translations found on the bag, I was confirmed in my impression that the owner of the bag was not the writer of the letter, that possibly the bag and its contents had been appropriated from some railway station for some distinct purpose, and that purpose accomplished, the appropriator no longer wished to be burdened with it, and disposed of it in the readiest fashion that suggested itself. The letter, it seemed to me, had been begun with the intention of throwing the police off the scent, but the irrepressible spirit of fun that had induced the writer to deposit his clerical adjuncts upon an old maid's doorstep had proved too strong for him here, and had carried him away, and the letter that was intended to be pathetic ended in being comic. "Very ingenious so far," murmured Mr. Dyer. "I've no doubt when the contents of the bag are widely made known through advertisements, a claimant will come forward, and your theory will be found correct." "When I returned from Scotland Yard," Loveday continued, "I found your note asking me to go round and see you respecting the big jewel robbery. Before I did so, I thought it best to read once more the newspaper account of the case, so that I might be well up in its details. When I came to the words that the thief had written across the door of the safe, 'To be let unfurnished,' they at once connected themselves in my mind with the dying kiss to my Marchioness mother, and the solemn warning against the race-course and the bookmaker of the black bag letter-writer. Then, all in a flash, the whole thing became clear to me. Some 2 or 3 years back, my professional duties necessitated my frequent attendance at certain low-class penny readings, given in the South London slums. At these penny readings, young shop assistants and others of their class, glad of an opportunity for exhibiting their accomplishments, declaim with great vigor, and as a rule, select pieces which their very mixed audience might be supposed to appreciate. During my attendance at these meetings, it seemed to me that one book of selected readings was a great favorite among the reciters, and I took the trouble to buy it. Here it is." Here Loveday took from her coat pocket the reciter's treasury, and handed it to her companion. "Now," she said, "if you will run your eye down the index column, you will find the titles of those pieces to which I wish to draw your attention. The first is The Suicide's Farewell, the second, The Noble Convict, and the third, To be Let Unfurnished." "By Jove, so it is!" ejaculated Mr. Dyer. "In the first of these pieces, The Suicide's Farewell, occur the expressions with which the black bag letter begins. The fatal day has arrived, etc., the warnings against gambling, and the allusion to the poor lifeless body. In the second, The Noble Convict, occur the allusions to the aristocratic relations and the dying kiss to the Marchioness mother. The third piece, To be Let Unfurnished, is a foolish little poem enough, although I dare say it has often raised a laugh in a not too discriminating audience. It tells how a bachelor, calling at a house to inquire after rooms to be let unfurnished, falls in love with the daughter of the house, and offers her his heart, which he says is to be let unfurnished. She declines his offer, and retorts that she thinks that his head must be to let unfurnished too. With these 3 pieces before me, it was not difficult to see a thread of connection between the writer of the black bag letter and the thief who rode across the empty safe at Craigen Court. Following this thread, I unearthed the story of Harry Emmett, footman, reciter, general lover, and scamp. Subsequently, I compared the writing on my tracing paper with that on the safe door, and allowing for the difference between a bit of chalk and a steel nib, came to the conclusion that there could be little doubt but what both were written by the same hand. Before that, however, I had obtained another, and what I consider the most important link in my chain of evidence, how Emmett brought his clerical dress to use. "And how did you find out about that now?" asked Mr. Dyer, leaning forward with his elbows on his knees. "In the course of conversation with Mrs. Williams, whom I found to be a most communicative person, I elicited the names of the guests who had sat down to dinner on Christmas Eve. They were all people of undoubted respectability in the neighborhood. Just before dinner was announced, she said, A young clergyman had presented himself at the front door, asking to speak with the rector of the parish. The rector, it seems, always dines at Craigen Court on Christmas Eve. The young clergyman's story was that he had been told by a certain clergyman, whose name he mentioned, that a curate was wanted in the parish, and he had travelled down from London to offer his services. He had been, he said, to the rectory, and had been told by the servants where the rector was dining, and fearing to lose his chance of the curacy, had followed him to the court. Now the rector had been wanting a curate, and had filled the vacancy only the previous week. He was a little inclined to be irate at this interruption to the evening's festivities, and told the young man that he didn't want a curate. When, however, he saw how disappointed the poor young fellow looked, I believe he shed a tear or two. His heart softened. He told him to sit down and rest in the hall before he attempted to walk back to the station, and said he would ask Sir George to send him out a glass of wine. The young man sat down in a chair immediately outside the room by which the thieves entered. Now I need not tell you who that young man was, nor suggest to your mind, I am sure, the idea that while the servant went to fetch him the wine, or indeed, so soon as he saw the coast clear, he slipped into that little room and pulled back the catch of the window that admitted his confederates, who, no doubt, at that very moment were in hiding in the grounds. The housekeeper did not know whether this meek young curate had a black bag with him. Personally, I have no doubt of the fact, nor that it contained the cap, cuffs, collar, and outer garments of Harry Emmet, which were most likely redonned before he returned to his lodgings at Wereford, where I should say he repacked the bag with its clerical contents, and wrote his serio-comic letter. This bag, I suppose, he must have deposited in the very early morning before anyone was stirring, on the doorstep of the house in the Easterbrook Road. Mr. Dyer drew a long breath. In his heart was unmitigated admiration for his colleague's skill, which seemed to him to fall little short of inspiration. By and by, no doubt, he would sing her praises to the first person who came along with a hearty good will. He had not, however, the slightest intention of so singing them in her own ears. Excessive praise was apt to have a bad effect on the rising practitioner. So he contented himself with saying, "Yes, very satisfactory. Now tell me how you hunted the fellow down to his digs." "Oh, that was mere ABC work," answered Loveday. "Mrs. Williams told me he had left his place at Colonel James about 6 months previously, and had told her he was going to look after his dear old grandmother, who kept a sweetstuff shop, but where she could not remember. Having heard that Emmet's father was a cab driver, my thoughts at once flew to the cabman's vernacular. You know something of it, no doubt, in which their provident association is designated by the phrase, 'the dear old grandmother,' and the office where they make and receive their payments is styled the sweetstuff shop. Ha ha! And good Mrs. Williams took it all literally, no doubt. She did, and thought what a dear, kind-hearted fellow the young man was. Naturally, I supposed there would be a branch of the association in the nearest market town, and a local trades directory confirmed my supposition that there was one at Wereford. Bearing in mind where the black bag was found, it was not difficult to believe that young Emmet, possibly through his father's influence and his own prepossessing manners and appearance, had attained to some position of trust in the Wereford branch. I must confess, I scarcely expected to find him as I did on reaching the place, installed as receiver of the weekly moneys. Of course, I immediately put myself in communication with the police there, and the rest I think you know." Mr. Dyer's enthusiasm refused to be longer restrained. "It's capital from first to last," he cried. "You've surpassed yourself this time." "The only thing that saddens me," said Loveday, "is the thought of the possible fate of that poor little Stephanie." Loveday's anxieties on Stephanie's behalf were, however, to be put to flight before another 24 hours had passed. The first post on the following morning brought a letter from Mrs. Williams, telling how the girl had been found before the night was over, half dead with cold and fright, on the verge of the stream running through Crayton Wood. "Found, too," wrote the housekeeper, "by the very person who ought to have found her, young Holt, who was and is so desperately in love with her. Thank goodness! At the last moment her courage failed her, and instead of throwing herself into the stream, she sank down, half fainting, beside it. Holt took her straight home to his mother, and there at the farm she is now being taken care of and petted generally by everyone. End of The Black Bag Left on a Doorstep by Catherine Louisa Pierkes. Recording by Alan Winterroud, boomcoach.blogspot.com. The Red-Headed League by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Alan Winterroud. The Red-Headed League by Arthur Conan Doyle. I had called upon my friend, Mr. Sherlock Holmes, one day in the autumn of last year, and found him in deep conversation with a very stout, florid-faced, elderly gentleman with fiery red hair. With an apology for my intrusion, I was about to withdraw when Holmes pulled me abruptly into the room and closed the door behind me. "You could not possibly have come at a better time, my dear Watson," he said cordially. "I was afraid that you were engaged." "So I am, very much so." "Then I can wait in the next room." "Not at all. This gentleman, Mr. Wilson, has been my partner and helper in many of my most successful cases, and I have no doubt that he will be of the utmost use to me in yours also." The stout gentleman half rose from his chair and gave a bob of greeting, with a quick little questioning glance from his small, fat-encircled eyes. "Try the settee," said Holmes, relapsing into his armchair and putting his fingertips together, as was his custom when in judicial moods. "I know, my dear Watson, that you share my love of all that is bizarre and outside the conventions and humdrum routine of everyday life. You have shown your relish for it by the enthusiasm which has prompted you to chronicle, and, if you will excuse my saying so, somewhat to embellish so many of my own little adventures." "Your cases have indeed been of the greatest interest to me," I observed. "You will remember that I remarked the other day, just before we went into the very simple problem presented by Miss Mary Sutherland, that for strange effects and extraordinary combinations we must go to life itself, which is always far more daring than any effort of the imagination. A proposition which I took the liberty of doubting." "You did, Doctor, but none the less you must come round to my view, for otherwise I shall keep on piling fact upon fact on you until your reason breaks down under them and acknowledges me to be right. Now Mr. Jabez Wilson here has been good enough to call upon me this morning, and to begin a narrative which promises to be one of the most singular which I have listened to for some time. You have heard me remark that the strangest and most unique things are very often connected not with the larger, but with the smaller crimes, and occasionally indeed where there is room for doubt whether any positive crime has been committed. As far as I have heard, it is impossible for me to say whether the present case is an instance of crime or not, but the course of events is certainly among the most singular that I have ever listened to. Perhaps, Mr. Wilson, you would have the great kindness to recommence your narrative. I ask you not merely because my friend Dr. Watson has not heard the opening part, but also because the peculiar nature of the story makes me anxious to have every possible detail from your lips. As a rule, when I have heard some slight indication of the course of events, I am able to guide myself by the thousand of other similar cases which occur to my memory. In the present instance, I am forced to admit that the facts are, to the best of my belief, unique." The portly client puffed out his chest with an appearance of some little pride, and pulled a dirty and wrinkled newspaper from the inside pocket of his greatcoat. As he glanced down the advertisement column, with his head thrust forward and the paper flattened out upon his knee, I took a good look at the man and endeavored, after the fashion of my companion, to read the indications which might be presented by his dress or appearance. I did not gain very much, however, by my inspection. Our visitor bore every mark of being an average, commonplace British tradesman, obese, pompous, and slow. He wore rather baggy gray shepherd's check trousers, a not over-clean black frock coat, unbuttoned in the front, and a drab waistcoat with a heavy brassy Albert chain, and a square pierced bit of metal dangling down as an ornament. A frayed top hat and a faded brown overcoat with a wrinkled velvet collar lay upon a chair beside him. Altogether, look as I would, there was nothing remarkable about the man save his blazing red head, and the expression of extreme chagrin and discontent upon his features. Mr. Holmes' quick eye took in my occupation, and he shook his head with a smile as he noticed my questioning glances. Beyond the obvious facts that he has at some time done manual labor, that he takes snuff, that he is a Freemason, that he has been in China, and that he has done a considerable amount of writing lately, I can deduce nothing else. Mr. Jabez Wilson started up in his chair, with his forefinger upon the paper, but his eyes upon my companion. "How in the name of good fortune did you know all that, Mr. Holmes?" he asked. "How did you know, for example, that I did manual labor? It's as true as gospel, for I began as a ship's carpenter." "Your hands, my dear sir. Your right hand is quite a size larger than your left. You have worked with it, and the muscles are more developed." "Well, the snuff, then, and the Freemasonry?" "I won't insult your intelligence by telling you how I read that, especially as, rather against the strict rules of your order, you use an arc and compass breastpin." "Ah, of course, I forgot that. But the writing? What else can be indicated by that right cuff so very shiny for 5 inches, and the left one with a smooth patch near the elbow where you rested upon the desk?" "Well, but China?" "The fish that you have tattooed immediately above your right wrist could only have been done in China. I have made a small study of tattoo marks, and have even contributed to the literature of the subject. The trick of staining the fish's scales of a delicate pink is quite peculiar to China. When in addition I see a Chinese coin hanging from your watch chain, the matter becomes even more simple." Mr. Jabez Wilson laughed heavily. "Well, I never," said he. "I thought at first you had done something clever, but I see there was nothing in it after all." "I begin to think, Watson," said Holmes, "that I make a mistake in explaining omne ignotum pro magnifico, you know, and my poor little reputation, such as it is, will suffer shipwreck if I am so candid. Can you not find the advertisement, Mr. Wilson?" "Yes, I have got it now," he answered, with his thick red finger planted halfway down the column. "Here it is. This is what began it all. You just read it for yourself, sir." I took the paper from him, and read as follows. "To the Red-Headed League. On account of the bequest of the late Ezekiah Hopkins of Lebanon, Pennsylvania, USA, there is now another vacancy open which entitles a member of the League to a salary of £4 a week for purely nominal services. All red-headed men who are sound in body and mind and above the age of 21 years are eligible. Apply in person on Monday at 11 o'clock to Duncan Ross at the offices of the League, 7 Pope's Court, Fleet Street." "What on earth does this mean?" I ejaculated, after I had twice read over the extraordinary announcement. Holmes chuckled and wriggled in his chair, as was his habit when in high spirits. "It is a little off the beaten track, isn't it?" said he. "And now, Mr. Wilson, off you go at scratch, and tell us all about yourself, your household, and the effect which this advertisement had upon your fortunes. You will first make a note, Doctor, of the paper and the date." "It is the Morning Chronicle of April 27th, 1890, just 2 months ago." "Very good. Now, Mr. Wilson." "Well, it is just as I have been telling you, Mr. Sherlock Holmes," said Jabez Wilson, mopping his forehead. "I have a small pawnbroker's business at Coburg Square, near the city. It's not a very large affair, and of late years it has not done more than just give me a living. I used to be able to keep 2 assistants, but now I only keep 1, and I would have a job to pay him but that he is willing to come for half wages so as to learn the business." "What is the name of this obliging youth?" asked Sherlock Holmes. "His name is Vincent Spaulding, and he's not such a youth either. It's hard to say his age. I should not wish a smarter assistant, Mr. Holmes, and I know very well that he could better himself and earn twice what I am able to give him. But after all, if he is satisfied, why should I put ideas in his head?" "Why, indeed? You seem most fortunate in having an employee who comes under the full market price. It is not a common experience among employers in this age. I don't know that your assistant is not as remarkable as your advertisement." "Oh, he has his faults, too," said Mr. Wilson. "Never was such a fellow for photography. Snapping away with a camera when he ought to be improving his mind, and then diving down into the cellar like a rabbit into its hole to develop his pictures. That is his main fault, but on the whole he is a good worker. There is no vice in him." "He's still with you, I presume?" "Yes, sir. He and a girl of 14, who does a bit of simple cooking and keeps the place clean. That's all I have in the house, for I am a widower and never had any family. We live very quietly, sir, the three of us, and we keep a roof over our heads and pay our debts, if we do nothing more." The first thing that put us out was that advertisement. Spaulding, he came down into the office just this day 8 weeks, with this very paper in his hand, and he says, "I wish to Lord, Mr. Wilson, that I was a red-headed man." "Why that?" I asks. "Why," says he, "here's another vacancy on the League of the Red-Headed Men. It's worth quite a little fortune to any man who gets it, and I understand that there are more vacancies than there are men, so that the trustees are at their wits' end what to do with the money. If my hair would only change color, here's a nice little crib all ready for me to step into." "Why, what is it then?" I asked. "You see, Mr. Holmes, I am a very stay-at-home man, and as my business came to me instead of my having to go to it, I was often weeks on end without putting my foot over the doormat. In that way I didn't know much of what was going on outside, and I was always glad of a bit of news." "Have you never heard of the League of Red-Headed Men?" he asked, with his eyes open. "Never." "Why, I wonder at that, for you are eligible yourself for one of the vacancies." "And what are they worth?" I asked. "Oh, merely a couple of hundred a year, but the work is slight, and it need not interfere very much with one's other occupations." Well, you can easily think that that made me prick up my ears, for the business has not been very good over some years, and an extra couple of hundred would have been very handy. "Tell me all about it," said I. "Well," said he, showing me the advertisement, "you can see for yourself that the League has a vacancy, and there is the address where you should go apply for particulars. As far as I can make out, the League was founded by an American millionaire, Ezekiah Hopkins, who was very peculiar in his ways. He was himself red-headed, and he had a great sympathy for all red-headed men. So when he died, it was found that he had left his enormous fortune in the hands of trustees, with instructions to apply the interest to the providing of easy berths to men whose hair is of that color. From all I hear, it is splendid pay and very little to do." "But," said I, "there would be millions of red-headed men who would apply." "Not so many as you might think," he answered. "You see, it is really confined to Londoners, and to grown men. This American had started from London when he was young, and he wanted to do the old town a good turn. Then again, I have heard it no use your applying if your hair is light red, or dark red, or anything but real, bright, blazing, fiery red. Now, if you cared to apply, Mr. Wilson, you would just walk in, but perhaps it would be hardly worth your while to put yourself out of the way for the sake of a few £100. Now, it is a fact, gentlemen, as you can see for yourself, that my hair is of a very full and rich tint, so that it seemed to me, if there was to be any competition in the matter, I stood as good a chance as any man that I had ever met. Vincent Spaulding seemed to know so much about it that I thought he might prove useful, so I just ordered him to put up the shutters for the day and to come right away with me. He was very willing to have a holiday, so we shut the business up and started off for the address that was given us in the advertisement. I never hope to see such a sight as that again, Mr. Holmes. From north, south, east, and west, every man who had a shade of red in his hair had tramped into the city to answer the advertisement. Fleet Street was choked with red-headed folk, and Pope's Court looked like a coster's orange barrow. I should not have thought there were so many in the whole country as were brought together by that single advertisement. Every shade of color they were: straw, lemon, orange, brick, Irish setter, liver, clay. But as Spaulding said, there were not many who had the real vivid flame-colored tint. When I saw how many were waiting, I would have given it up in despair, but Spaulding would not hear of it. How he did it I could not imagine, but he pushed and pulled and butted until he got me through the crowd and right up to the steps which led to the office. There was a double stream upon the stairs, some going up in hope and some coming back dejected, but we wedged in as well as we could and soon found ourselves in the office. "Your experience has been a most entertaining one," remarked Holmes, as his client paused and refreshed his memory with a huge pinch of snuff. "Pray continue your very interesting statement." There was nothing in the office but a couple of wooden chairs and a deal table, behind which sat a small man with a head that was even redder than mine. He said a few words to each candidate as he came up, and then he always managed to find some fault in them which would disqualify them. Getting a vacancy did not seem to be such a very easy matter after all. However, when our turn came, the little man was much more favorable to me than to any of the others, and he closed the door as we entered so that he might have a private word with us. "This is Mr. Jabez Wilson," said my assistant, "and he is willing to fill a vacancy in the League." "And he is admirably suited for it," the other answered. "He has every requirement. I cannot recall when I have seen anything so fine." He took a step backward, cocked his head on one side, and gazed at my hair until I felt quite bashful. Then suddenly he plunged forward, wrung my hand, and congratulated me warmly on my success. "It would be an injustice to hesitate," said he. "You will, however, I am sure, excuse me for taking an obvious precaution." With that he seized my hair in both his hands and tugged until I yelled with the pain. "There is water in your eyes," said he as he released me. "I believe that all is as it should be, but we have to be careful, for we have twice been deceived by wigs and once by paint. I could tell you tales of cobbler's wax which would disgust you with human nature." He stepped over to the window and shouted through it at the top of his voice that the vacancy was filled. A groan of disappointment came up from below, and the folk all trooped away in different directions until there was not a red head to be seen except my own and that of the manager. "My name," said he, "is Mr. Duncan Ross, and I am myself one of those pensioners upon the fund left by our noble benefactor. Are you a married man, Mr. Wilson? Have you a family?" I answered that I had not. His face fell immediately. "Dear me," he said gravely, "that is very serious indeed. I am sorry to hear you say that. The fund was, of course, for the propagation and spread of the redheads as well as for their maintenance. It is exceedingly unfortunate that you should be a bachelor." My face lengthened at this, Mr. Holmes, for I thought that I was not to have the vacancy after all. But after thinking it over for a few minutes, he said that it would be all right. "In the case of another," said he, "the objection might be fatal, but we must stretch a point in favor of a man with such a head of hair as yours. When will you be able to enter upon your new duties?" "Well, it is a little awkward, for I have a business already," said I. "Oh, never mind about that, Mr. Wilson," said Vincent Spaulding. "I should be able to look after that for you." "What would be the hours?" I asked. 10 to 2. Now, a pawnbroker's business is mostly done of an evening, Mr. Holmes, especially Thursday and Friday evening, which is just before payday, so it would suit me very well to earn a little in the mornings. Besides, I knew that my assistant was a good man, and that he would see to anything that turned up. "That would suit me very well," said I. "And the pay?" "Is $4 a week." "And the work?" "Is purely nominal." "What do you call purely nominal?" "Well, you have to be in the office, or at least in the building, the whole time. If you leave, you forfeit your whole position forever. The will is very clear upon that point. You don't comply with the conditions if you budge from the office during that time." "It is only 4 hours a day, and I should not think of leaving," said I. "No excuse will prevail," said Mr. Duncan Ross. "Neither sickness, nor business, or anything else. There you must stay, or you lose your billet." "And the work?" "It is to copy out the Encyclopedia Britannica. There is the first volume of it in that press. You must find your own ink, pens, and blotting paper, but we provide this table and chair. Will you be ready tomorrow?" "Certainly," I answered. "Then goodbye, Mr. Jabez Wilson, and let me congratulate you once more on the important position which you have been fortunate enough to gain." He bowed me out of the room, and I went home with my assistant, hardly knowing what to say or do. I was so pleased at my own good fortune. Well, I thought over the matter all day, and by evening I was in low spirits again, for I had quite persuaded myself that the whole affair must be at some great hoax or fraud, though what its object might be I could not imagine. It seemed altogether past belief that anyone would make such a will, or that they would pay such a sum for doing anything so simple as copying out the Encyclopaedia Britannica. Vincent Spaulding did what he could to cheer me up, but by bedtime I had reasoned myself out of the whole thing. However, in the morning, I determined to have a look at it anyhow, so I bought a penny bottle of ink, and with a quill pen and 7 sheets of foolscap paper, I started off for Pope's Court. Well, to my surprise and delight, everything was as right as possible. The table was set out ready for me, and Mr. Duncan Ross was there to see that I fairly got to work. He started me off upon the letter A, and then he left me, but he would drop in from time to time to see that all was right with me. At 2 o'clock he bade me good day, complimented me upon the amount that I had written, and locked the door of the office after me. This went on day after day, Mr. Holmes, and on Saturday the manager came in and planked down 4 golden sovereigns for my week's work. It was the same next week, and the same the week after. Every morning I was there at 10, and every afternoon I left at 2. By degrees Mr. Duncan Ross took to coming in only once of a morning, and then after a time he did not come in at all. Still, of course, I never dared to leave the room for an instant, for I was not sure when he might come, and the billet was such a good one and suited me so well that I would not risk the loss of it. 8 weeks passed away like this, and I had written about abbots and archery and armor and architecture in Attica, and hoped with diligence that I might get on to the bees before very long. It cost me something in foolscap, and I had pretty nearly filled a shelf with my writings. And then suddenly the whole business came to an end. To an end? Yes, sir, and no later than this morning. I went to my work as usual at 10 o'clock, but the door was shut and locked, with a little square of cardboard hammered onto the middle of the panel with a tack. Here it is, and you can read it for yourself. He held up a piece of white cardboard about the size of a sheet of notepaper. It read in this fashion: "The Red-Headed League is dissolved. October 9, 1890. Sherlock Holmes and I surveyed this curt announcement and the rueful face behind it until the comical side of the affair so completely overtopped every other consideration that we both broke out into a roar of laughter. "I cannot see that there is anything very funny," cried our client, flushing up to the roots of his flaming head. "If you can do nothing better than laugh at me, I can go elsewhere." "No, no," cried Holmes, shoving him back into the chair from which he had half risen. "I really wouldn't miss your case for the world. It is most refreshingly unusual. But there is, if you will excuse my saying so, something just a little funny about it. Pray, what steps did you take when you found the card upon the door?" "I was staggered, sir. I did not know what to do. Then I called at the offices round, but none of them seemed to know anything about it. Finally I went to the landlord, who is an accountant living on the ground floor, and I asked him if he could tell me what had become of the Red-Headed League. He said that he had never heard of any such body. Then I asked him who Mr. Duncan Ross was. He answered that that name was new to him. "Well," said I, "the gentleman at number 4. "What, the red-headed man?" "Yes." "Oh," said he, "his name was William Morris. He was a solicitor and was using my room as a temporary convenience until his new premises were ready. He moved out yesterday." "Where could I find him?" "Oh, at his new offices. He did tell me the address. Yes, 17 King Edward Street, near St. Paul's." I started off, Mr. Holmes, but when I got to that address it was a manufactory of artificial kneecaps, and no one in it had ever heard of either Mr. William Morris or Mr. Duncan Ross. "And what did you do then?" asked Holmes. "I went home to Saxe-Coburg Square, and I took the advice of my assistant. But he could not help me in any way. He could only say that if I waited I should hear by post. But that was not quite good enough, Mr. Holmes. I did not wish to lose such a place without a struggle, so as I heard that you were good enough to give advice to poor folk who were in need of it, I came right away to you." "And you did very wisely," said Holmes. "Your case is an exceedingly remarkable one, and I shall be happy to look into it. From what you have told me, I think that it is possible that graver issues hang from it than might at first sight appear." "Grave enough," said Mr. Jabez Wilson. "Why, I have lost £4 a week." "As far as you are personally concerned," remarked Holmes, "I do not see how you have any grievance against this extraordinary league. On the contrary, you are, as I understand, richer by some £30, to say nothing of the minute knowledge which you have gained on every subject which comes under the letter A. You have lost nothing by them." "No, sir, but I want to find out about them, and who they are, and what their object was in playing this prank, if it was a prank, upon me. It was a pretty expensive joke for them, for it cost them £32. We shall endeavor to clear up these points for you. And first, one or two questions, Mr. Wilson. This assistant of yours, who first called your attention to the advertisement, how long has he been with you?" "About a month, then." "How did he come?" "In answer to an advertisement." "Was he the only applicant?" "No, I had a dozen." "Why did you pick him?" "Because he was handy and would come cheap. At half wages, in fact." "Yes." "What is he like, this Vincent Spaulding?" "Small, stout-built, very quick in his ways, no hair on his face, though he's not short of 30. Has a white splash of acid upon his forehead." Holmes sat up in his chair in considerable excitement. "I thought as much," said he. "Have you ever observed that his ears are pierced for earrings?" "Yes, sir. He told me that a gypsy had done it for him when he was a lad." Said Holmes, sinking back in deep thought. "He is still with you?" "Oh, yes, sir. I have only just left him." "And has your business been attended to in your absence?" "Nothing to complain of, sir. There's never very much to do of a morning." "That will do, Mr. Wilson. I shall be happy to give you an opinion upon the subject in the course of a day or two. Today is Saturday, and I hope that by Monday we may come to a conclusion." "Well, Watson," said Holmes, when our visitor had left us, "what do you make of it all?" "I make nothing of it," I answered frankly. "It is a most mysterious business." "As a rule," said Holmes, "the more bizarre a thing is, the less mysterious it proves to be. It is your commonplace, featureless crimes which are really puzzling, just as a commonplace face is the most difficult to identify. But I must be prompt over this matter." "What are you going to do, then?" I asked. "To smoke," he answered. "It is quite a three-pipe problem, and I beg that you won't speak to me for 50 minutes." He curled himself up in his chair, with his thin knees drawn up to his hawk-like nose, and there he sat, with his eyes closed, and his black clay pipe thrusting out like the bill of some strange bird. I had come to the conclusion that he had dropped asleep, and indeed was nodding myself, when he suddenly sprang out of his chair with the gesture of a man who has made up his mind, and put his pipe down on the mantelpiece. "Sarasate plays at the St. James Hall this afternoon," he remarked. "What do you think, Watson? Could your patient spare you a few hours?" "I have nothing to do today. My practice is never very absorbing." "Then put on your hat and come. I am going through the city first, and we can have some lunch on the way. I observe that there is a good deal of German music on the program, which is rather more to my taste than Italian or French. It is introspecting, and I want to introspect. Come along." We traveled by the Underground as far as Aldersgate, and a short walk took us to Saxe Coburg Square, the scene of the singular story which we had listened to in the morning. It was a poky, little, shabby-genteel place, where 4 lines of dingy 2-story brick houses looked out into a small railed-in enclosure, where a lawn of weedy grass and a few clumps of faded laurel bushes made a hard fight against the smoke-laden and uncongenial atmosphere. 3 gilt balls and a brown board with "Jabez Wilson" in white letters upon a corner house announced the place where our red-headed client carried on his business. Sherlock Holmes stopped in front of it with his head on one side, and looked it all over, with his eyes shining brightly between puckered lids. Then he walked slowly up the street, and then down again to the corner, still looking keenly at the houses. Finally he returned to the pawnbroker's, and having thumped vigorously upon the pavement with his stick 2 or 3 times, he went up to the door and knocked. It was instantly opened by a bright-looking, clean-shaven young fellow, who asked him to step in. "Thank you," said Holmes. "I only wish to ask you how you would go from here to the Strand." "Third right, fourth left," answered the assistant promptly, closing the door. "Smart fellow that," observed Holmes, as we walked away. "He is, in my judgment, the 4th smartest man in London, and for daring I am not sure that he has not a claim to be 3rd. I have known something of him before." "Evidently," said I. "Mr. Wilson's assistant counts for a good deal in the mystery of the Red-Headed League. I am sure that you inquired your way merely in order that you might see him." "Not him? What then?" "The knees of his trousers." "And what did you see?" "What I expected to see." "Why did you beat the pavement?" "My dear doctor, this is time for observation, not for talk. We are spies in an enemy's country. We know something of Saxe-Coburg Square. Let us now explore the parts which lie behind it." The road in which we found ourselves, as we turned round the corner from the retired Saxe-Coburg Square, presented as great a contrast to it as the front of a picture does to the back. It was one of the main arteries which conveyed the traffic of the city to the north and the west. The roadway was blocked with the immense stream of commerce flowing in a double tide inward and outward, while the footpaths were black with a hurrying swarm of pedestrians. It was difficult to realize, as we looked upon the line of fine shops and stately business premises, that they really abutted on the other side upon the faded and stagnant square which we had just quitted. "Let me see," said Holmes, standing at the corner and glancing along the line. "I should like just to remember the order of the houses here. It is a hobby of mine to have an exact knowledge of London. There is Mortimer's, the tobacconist, the little newspaper shop, the Coburg branch of the City and Suburban Bank, the vegetarian restaurant, and McFarland's carriage-building depot. That carries us right on to the other block. And now, doctor, we've done our work, so it's time we had some play. A sandwich and a cup of coffee, and then off to violin land, where all is sweetness and delicacy and harmony, and there are no red-headed clients to vex us with their conundrums." My friend was an enthusiastic musician, being himself not only a very capable performer, but a composer of no ordinary merit. All the afternoon he sat in the stalls wrapped in the most perfect happiness, gently waving his long thin fingers in time to the music, while his gently smiling face and his languid dreamy eyes were as unlike those of Holmes the sleuth-hound, Holmes the relentless, keen-witted, ready-handed criminal agent, as it was possible to conceive. In his singular character, the dual nature alternately asserted itself, and his extreme exactness and astuteness represented, as I have often thought, the reaction against the poetic and contemplative mood which occasionally predominated in him. The swing of his nature took him from extreme languor to devouring energy, and, as I knew well, he was never so truly formidable as when, for days on end, he had been lounging in his armchair amid the improvisations and his black-letter editions. Then it was that the lust of the chase would suddenly come upon him, and that his brilliant reasoning power would rise to the level of intuition, until those who were unacquainted with his methods would look askance at him as on a man whose knowledge was not that of other mortals. When I saw him that afternoon, so enwrapped in the music at St. James's Hall, I felt that an evil time might be coming upon those whom he had set himself to hunt down. "You want to go home, no doubt, doctor," he remarked as we emerged. "Yes, it would be as well." "And I have some business to do which will take some hours. This business at Coburg Square is serious." "Why serious?" "A considerable crime is in contemplation. I have every reason to believe that we shall be in time to stop it. But today being Saturday rather complicates matters. I shall want your help tonight." "At what time?" 10 will be early enough. I shall be at Baker Street at 10. "Very well. And I say, doctor, there may be some little danger, so kindly put your army revolver in your pocket." He waved his hand, turned on his heel, and disappeared in an instant among the crowd. I trust that I am not more dense than my neighbors, but I was always oppressed with a sense of my own stupidity in my dealings with Sherlock Holmes. Here I had heard what he had heard, I had seen what he had seen, and yet from his words it was evident that he saw clearly not only what had happened, but what was about to happen, while to me the whole business was still confused and grotesque. As I drove home to my house in Kensington, I thought over it all, from the extraordinary story of the red-headed copier of the encyclopedia, down to the visit to Saxe-Coburg Square, and the ominous words with which he had parted from me. What was this nocturnal expedition, and why should I go armed? Where were we going, and what were we to do? I had the hint from Holmes that this smooth-faced pawnbroker's assistant was a formidable man, a man who might play a deep game. I tried to puzzle it out, but gave it up in despair and set the matter aside until night should bring an explanation. It was 9:15 when I started from home and made my way across the park, and so through Oxford Street to Baker Street. 2 hansoms were standing at the door, and as I entered the passage I heard the sound of voices from above. On entering his room, I found Holmes in animated conversation with 2 men, one of whom I recognized as Peter Jones, the official police agent, while the other was a long, thin, sad-faced man with a very shiny hat and oppressively respectable frock coat. "Ha! Our party is complete," said Holmes, buttoning up his pea-jacket and taking his heavy hunting crop from the rack. "Watson, I think you know Mr. Jones of Scotland Yard. Let me introduce you to Mr. Merryweather, who is to be our companion in tonight's adventure." "We're hunting in couples again, Doctor, you see," said Jones in his consequential way. "Our friend here is a wonderful man for starting a chase. All he wants is an old dog to help him do the running down." "I hope a wild goose may not prove to be at the end of our chase," observed Mr. Merryweather gloomily. "You may place considerable confidence in Mr. Holmes, sir," said the police agent loftily. "He has his own little methods, which are, if he won't mind my saying so, just a little too theoretical and fantastic, but he has the makings of a detective in him. It's not too much to say that once or twice, as in the business of the Sholto murder and the Agra treasure, he has been more nearly correct than the official force." "Oh, if you say so, Mr. Jones, it is all right," said the stranger with deference. "Still, I confess that I miss my rubber. It is the first Saturday night for 27 years that I have not had my rubber." "I think you will find," said Sherlock Holmes, "that you will play for a higher stake tonight than you ever have done yet, and that the play will be more exciting. For you, Mr. Merryweather, the stake will be some £30,000, and for you, Jones, it will be the man upon whom you wish to lay your hands. John Clay, the murderer, thief, smasher, and forger. He's a young man, Mr. Merryweather, but he is at the head of his profession, and I would rather have my bracelets on him than on any criminal in London. He's a remarkable man, is young John Clay. His grandfather was a royal duke, and he himself has been to Eton and Oxford. His brain is as cunning as his fingers, and though we'll meet signs of him at every turn, we never know where to find the man himself. He'll crack a crib in Scotland one week, and be raising money to build an orphanage in Cornwall the next. I've been on his track for years, and have never set eyes on him yet. I hope that I may have the pleasure of introducing you tonight. I've had 1 or 2 little turns also with Mr. John Clay, and I agree with you that he is at the head of his profession. It is past 10, however, and quite time that we started. If you 2 will take the first hansom, Watson and I will follow in the second." Sherlock Holmes was not very communicative during the long drive, and lay back in the cab humming the tunes which we had heard in the afternoon. We rattled through an endless labyrinth of gas-lit streets until we emerged into Farrington Street. "We are close there now," my friend remarked. "This fellow Merryweather is a bank director, and personally interested in the matter. I thought it as well to have Jones with us also. He is not a bad fellow, though an absolute imbecile in his profession. He has one positive virtue. He is as brave as a bulldog, and as tenacious as a lobster, if he gets his claws upon anyone. Here we are, and they are waiting for us." We had reached the same crowded thoroughfare in which we had found ourselves in the morning. Our cabs were dismissed, and following the guidance of Mr. Merryweather, we passed down a narrow passage and through a side door, which he opened for us. Within there was a small corridor, which ended in a very massive iron gate. This also was opened, and led down a flight of winding stone steps, which terminated at another formidable gate. Mr. Merryweather stopped to light a lantern, and then conducted us down a dark, earth-smelling passage, and so, after opening a third door, into a huge vault or cellar, which was piled all round with crates and massive boxes. "You are not very vulnerable from above," Holmes remarked, as he held up the lantern and gazed about him. "Nor from below," said Mr. Merryweather, striking his stick upon the flags which lined the floor. "Why, dear me, it sounds quite hollow," he remarked, looking up in surprise. "I must really ask you to be a little more quiet," said Holmes severely. "You have already imperiled the whole success of our expedition. Might I beg that you would have the goodness to sit down upon one of those boxes and not to interfere?" The solemn Mr. Merryweather perched himself upon a crate, with a very injured expression upon his face, while Holmes fell upon his knees upon the floor, and, with a lantern and a magnifying lens, began to examine minutely the cracks between the stones. A few seconds sufficed to satisfy him, for he sprang to his feet again and put his glass in his pocket. "We have at least an hour before us," he remarked, "for they can hardly take any steps until the good pawnbroker is safely in bed. Then they will not lose a minute, for the sooner they do their work the longer time they will have for their escape. We are at present, Doctor, as no doubt you have divined, in the cellar of the City branch of one of the principal London banks. Mr. Merryweather is the chairman of directors, and he will explain to you that there are reasons why the more daring criminals of London should take a considerable interest in this cellar at present." "It is our French gold," whispered the director. "We have had several warnings that an attempt might be made upon it." "Your French gold?" "Yes. We had occasion some months ago to strengthen our resources, and borrowed for that purpose 30,000 Napoleons from the Bank of France. It has become known that we have never had occasion to unpack the money, and that it is still lying in our cellar. The crate upon which I sit contains 2,000 Napoleons packed between layers of lead foil. Our reserve of bullion is much larger at present than is usually kept in a single branch office, and the directors have had misgivings upon the subject." "Which were very well justified," observed Holmes, "and now it is time that we arranged our little plans. I expect that within an hour matters will come to a head. In the meantime, Mr. Merryweather, we must put the screen over that dark lantern." "And sit in the dark?" "I am afraid so. I had brought a pack of cards in my pocket, and I thought that, as we were a partie carrée, you might have your rubber after all. But I see that the enemy's preparations have gone so far that we cannot risk the presence of a light. And first of all we must choose our positions. These are daring men, and though we shall take them at a disadvantage, they may do us some harm unless we are careful. I shall stand behind this crate, and do you conceal yourselves behind those. Then, when I flash a light upon them, close in swiftly. If they fire, Watson, have no compunction about shooting them down." I placed my revolver, cocked, upon the top of the wooden case behind which I crouched. Holmes shot the slide across the front of his lantern, and left us in pitch darkness. Such an absolute darkness as I have never before experienced. The smell of hot metal remained to assure us that the light was still there, ready to flash out at a moment's notice. To me, with my nerves worked up to a pitch of expectancy, there was something depressing and subduing in the sudden gloom, and in the cold dank air of the vault. "They have but one retreat," whispered Holmes. "That is back through the house into Saxe-Coburg Square. I hope that you have done what I asked you, Jones." "I have an inspector and 2 officers waiting at the front door." "Then we have stopped all the holes, and now we must be silent and wait." What a time it seemed! From comparing notes afterwards, it was but an hour and a quarter, yet it appeared to me that the night must have almost gone, and the dawn be breaking above us. My limbs were weary and stiff, for I feared to change my position, yet my nerves were worked up to the highest pitch of tension, and my hearing was so acute that I could not only hear the gentle breathing of my companions, but I could distinguish the deeper, heavier in-breath of the bulky Jones from the thin, sighing note of the bank director. From my position I could look over the case in the direction of the floor. Suddenly my eyes caught the glint of a light. At first it was but a lurid spark upon the stone pavement. Then it lengthened out until it became a yellow line, and then, without any warning or sound, a gash seemed to open and a hand appeared, a white, almost womanly hand, which felt about in the center of the little area of light. For a minute or more the hand, with its writhing fingers, protruded out of the floor. Then it was withdrawn as suddenly as it appeared, and all was dark again save the single lurid spark which marked a chink between the stones. Its disappearance, however, was but momentary. With a rending, tearing sound, one of the broad white stones turned over upon its side and left a square gaping hole through which streamed the light of a lantern. Over the edge there peeped a clean-cut boyish face, which looked keenly about it, and then, with a hand on either side of the aperture, drew itself shoulder-high and waist-high until one knee rested upon the edge. In another instant he stood at the side of the hole and was hauling after him a companion, lithe and small like himself, with a pale face and a shock of very red hair. "It's all clear," he whispered. "Have you the chisel and the bags? Great Scott! Jump, Archie, jump, and I'll swing for it." Sherlock Holmes had sprung out and seized the intruder by the collar. The other dived down the hole, and I heard the sound of rending cloth as Jones clutched at his skirts. The light flashed upon the barrel of a revolver, but Holmes' hunting crop came down on the man's wrist, and the pistol clunked upon the stone floor. "It's no use, John Clay," said Holmes blandly. "You have no chance at all." "So I see," the other answered with the utmost coolness. "I fancy that my pal is all right, though I see you have got his coat-tails." "There are 3 men waiting for him at the door," said Holmes. "Oh, indeed. You seem to have done the thing very completely. I must compliment you." "And I you," Holmes answered. "Your red-headed idea was very new and effective." "You'll see your pal again presently," said Jones. "He's quicker at climbing down holes than I am. Just hold out while I fix the darbies." "I beg that you will not touch me with your filthy hands," remarked our prisoner as the handcuffs clattered upon his wrists. "You may not be aware that I have royal blood in my veins. Have the goodness also, when you address me, always to say 'sir' and 'please.'" "All right," said Jones with a stare and a snigger. "Well, would you please, sir, march upstairs where we can get a cab to carry your highness to the police station?" "That is better," said John Clay serenely. He made a sweeping bow to the 3 of us and walked quietly off in the custody of the detective. "Really, Mr. Holmes," said Mr. Merryweather as we followed them from the cellar, "I do not know how the bank can thank you or repay you. There is no doubt that you have detected and defeated in the most complete manner one of the most determined attempts at bank robbery that have ever come within my experience." "I have had 1 or 2 little scores of my own to settle with Mr. John Clay," said Holmes. "I have been at some small expense over this matter, which I shall expect the bank to refund, but beyond that I am amply repaid by having an experience which is in many ways unique, and by hearing the very remarkable narrative of the Red-Headed League. You see, Watson," he explained in the early hours of the morning as we sat over a glass of whiskey and soda in Baker Street, "it was perfectly obvious from the first that the only possible object of this rather fantastic business of the advertisement of the League and the copying of the encyclopedia must be to get this not over-bright pawnbroker out of the way for a number of hours every day. It was a curious way of managing it, but really it would be difficult to suggest a better. The method was no doubt suggested to Clay's ingenious mind by the color of his accomplice's hair. The $4 a week was a lure which must draw him, and what was it to them who were playing for thousands? They put in the advertisement, one rogue has the temporary office, the other rogue incites the man to apply for it, and together they managed to secure his absence every morning in the week. From the time I heard of the assistant having come for half wages, it was obvious to me that he had some strong motive for securing the situation." "But how could you guess what the motive was?" "Had there been women in the house, I should have suspected a mere vulgar intrigue. That, however, was out of the question. The man's business was a small one, and there was nothing in his house which could account for such elaborate preparations and such an expenditure as they were at it. It must then be something out of the house. What could it be? I thought of the assistant's fondness for photography, and his trick of vanishing into the cellar. The cellar. There was the end of this tangled clue. Then I made inquiries as to this mysterious assistant, and found that I had to deal with one of the coolest and most daring criminals in London. He was doing something in the cellar, something which took many hours a day for months on end. What could it be once more? I could think of nothing save that he was running a tunnel to some other building. So far I had got when we went to visit the scene of action. I surprised you by beating upon the pavement with my stick. I was ascertaining whether the cellar stretched out in front or behind. It was not in front. Then I rang the bell, and, as I hoped, the assistant answered it. We have had some skirmishes, but we have never set eyes upon each other before. I hardly looked at his face. His knees were what I wished to see. You must yourself have remarked how worn, wrinkled, and stained they were. They spoke of those hours of burrowing. The only remaining point was what they were burrowing for. I walked round the corner, saw the City and Suburban Bank abutted on our friend's premises, and felt that I had solved my problem. When you drove home after the concert, I called upon Scotland Yard and upon the chairman of the bank directors, with the result that you have seen. And how could you tell that they would make their attempt tonight? I asked. Well, when they closed their league offices, that was a sign that they cared no longer about Mr. Jabez Wilson's presence. In other words, that they had completed their tunnel. But it was essential that they should use it soon, as it might be discovered, or the bullion might be removed. Saturday would suit them better than any other day, as it would give them 2 days for their escape. For all these reasons, I expected them to come tonight. You reasoned it out beautifully, I exclaimed in unfeigned admiration. It is so long a chain, and yet every link rings true. It saved me from ennui, he answered, yawning. Alas, I already feel it closing in upon me. My life is spent in one long effort to escape from the commonplaces of existence. These little problems help me to do so. And you are a benefactor of the race, said I. He shrugged his shoulders. Well, perhaps after all it is of some little use, he remarked. L'homme c'est rien, l'œuvre c'est tout, as Gustave Flaubert wrote to George Sand. End of The Red-Headed League by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Recording by Alan Winterowd. Boomcoach.blogspot.com. The Riddle of the 528 by Thomas W. Hanshew. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Alan Winterowd. The Riddle of the 528 by Thomas W. Hanshew. It was exactly 32 minutes past 5 o'clock on the evening of Friday, December 9th, when the station master at Annerley received the following communication by wire from the signal box at Forest Hill. 528 down from London Bridge just passed. One first-class compartment in total darkness. Investigate. As two stations, Sydenham and Penge, lie between Forest Hill and Annerley, in the ordinary course of events this signal box message would have been dispatched to one or the other of these. But it so happens that the 528 from London Bridge to Croydon is a special train, which makes no stop short of Annerley Station on the way down. Consequently, the signalman had no chance but to act as he did. Wire fused, I reckon, or filament burned out. That's the worst of electric light, commented the station master when he received the communication. Get a light of some sort from the lamp room, Webb. They'll have to put up with that as far as Croydon. Move sharp, she'll be along presently. Then he took up a lantern, for, in addition to fog, a slight sifting snow had come on about an hour previously, rendering the evening one of darkness and extreme discomfort, and crossed by way of the tunnel over to the down platform to be ready for the train's arrival, having some little difficulty in progressing easily, for it happened that a local celebrity had been entertaining the newly elected Lord Mayor that day, and in consequence, both the up and down platforms were unusually crowded for the season and the hour. Promptly at 5:42, the scheduled time for its arrival, the train came pelting up the snow-covered metals from Penge and made its first stop since starting. It was packed to the point of suffocation, as it always is, and in an instant the station was in a state of congestion. Far down the uncovered portion of the platform, Webb, the porter, who had now joined the station master, spied a gap in the long line of brightly lighted windows, and the pair bore down upon it forthwith, each with a glowing lantern in his hand. "Here she is. Now then, let's see what's the difficulty," said the station master, as they came abreast of the lighted compartment, where, much to his surprise, he found nobody leaning out and making a to-do over the matter. "Looks as if the blessed thing was empty, though that's by no means likely in a packed train like the 5:28. Hello! Door's locked, and here's an engaged label on the window. What the dickens did I do with my key? Oh, here it is. Now then, let's see what's amiss." A great deal was amiss, as he saw the instant he unlocked the door and pulled it open, for the first lifting of the lantern made the cause of the darkness startlingly plain. The shallow glass globe, which should have been in the center of the ceiling, had been smashed, ragged fragments of it still clinging to their fastenings, and the 3 electric bulbs had been removed bodily. A downward glance showed him that both these and the fragments of the broken globe lay on one seat, partly wrapped in a wet cloth, and on the other. He gave a jump and a howl, and retreated a step or two in a state of absolute panic. For there in a corner, with his face toward the engine, half sat, half leaned the figure of a dead man, with a bullet hole between his eyes, and a small nickel-plated revolver loosely clasped in the bent fingers of one limp and lifeless hand. The body was that of a man whose age could not at the most have exceeded 38, a man who must in life have been more than ordinarily handsome. His hair and mustache were fair. His clothing was of extreme elegance in both material and fashioning. He wore no jewelry of any description, unless one accepts a plain gold ring on the 4th finger of his left hand. His feet were shod in patent leather boots. In the rack overhead rested a shining silk hat of the newest fashion, an orange wood walking stick, and a pair of gray suede gloves. An evening paper lay between his feet, open, as though it had been read, and in his buttonhole there was a single mauve orchid of exquisite beauty and delicacy. The body was quite alone in the compartment, and there was not a scrap of luggage of any description. "Suicide," gulped the startled station master, as soon as he could find strength to say anything. Then he hastily slammed and relocked the door, set Webb on guard before it, and flew to notify the engine driver and to send word to the local police. The news of the tragedy spread like wildfire, but the station master, who had his wits about him, would allow nobody to leave the station until the authorities had arrived, and suffered no man or woman to come within a yard of the compartment where the dead man lay. Someone has said that nothing comes by chance, but whether that is true or not, it happened that Mr. Maverick Narcombe was among those who had attended the lunch in honor of the Lord Mayor that day, and that, at the very moment when this ghastly discovery was made on the down platform at Annerley Station, he was standing with the crowd on the up one, waiting for the train to Victoria. This train was to convey Cleek, whom he had promised to join at Annerley, returning from a day spent with Captain Morrison and his daughter in the beautiful home they had bought when the law decided that the captain was the legitimate heir of George Carboys and lawful successor to Abdul bin Mirza's money. As soon as the news of the tragedy reached him, Mr. Narcombe crossed to the scene of action and made known his identity, and by the time the local police reached the theater of events, he was in full possession of the case, and had already taken certain steps with regard to the matter. It was he who first thought of looking to see if any name was attached, as is often the case, to the engaged label secured to the window of the compartment occupied by the dead man. There was. Written in pencil under the blue-printed engaged were the 3 words, "For Lord Stavernel." "By George!" he exclaimed. as he read the name, which was one that half England had heard of at one time or another, and knew to belong to a man whose wild, dissipated life and violent temper had passed into proverb. Come to the end at last, has he? Give me your lantern, porter, and open the door. Let's have a look and see if there's any mistake or... The whistle of the arriving train for Victoria cut in upon his words, and putting the local police in charge, he ran for the tunnel, made for the up platform, and caught Cleek. He remained in conversation with him for 2 or 3 minutes after the Victoria train had gone on its way, and was still talking with him in undertones, when a brief time later they appeared from the tunnel and bore down on the spot where the local police were on guard over the dark compartment. Mr. George Headland, one of my best men, he explained to the local inspector, who had just arrived. Let us have all the light you can, please. Mr. Headland wishes to view the body. Crowd round, the rest of you, and keep the passengers back. Pull down the blinds of the compartment before you turn on your bull's-eyes. All right, porter. Tell the engine driver he'll get his orders in a minute. Now then, Headland, decide. It rests with you. Cleek opened the door of the compartment, stepped in, gave one glance at the dead man, and then spoke. Murder, he said. Look how the pistol lies in his hand. Wait a moment, however, and let me make sure. Then he took the revolver from the yielding fingers, smelt it, smiled, then broke it and looked at the cylinder. Just as I supposed, he added, turning to Narcombe. One chamber has been fouled by a shot, and one cartridge has been exploded, but not today, not even yesterday. That sour smell tells its own story, Mr. Narcombe. This revolver was discharged 2 or 3 days ago. The assassin had everything prepared for this little event, but he was a fool for all his cleverness, for you will observe that in his haste, when he put the revolver in the dead hand to make it appear a case of suicide, he laid it down just as he himself took it from his pocket, with the butt toward the victim's body, and the muzzle pointed outward between the thumb and forefinger, and with the bottom of the cylinder instead of the top of the trigger touching the ball of the thumb. It is a clear case of murder, Mr. Narcombe. But, sir, interposed the station master, overhearing this assertion, and looking at Cleek with eyes of blank bewilderment, if somebody killed him, where has that somebody gone? This train has made no stop until now since it started from London Bridge. So even if the party was in it at the start, how in the world could he get out? Maybe he chucked himself out the window, Governor, suggested Webb. Or maybe he slipped out and hung onto the footboard until the train slowed down, and then dropped off just before it come into the station here. Don't talk rubbish, Webb. Both doors were locked and both windows closed when we discovered the body. You saw that as plainly as I. Lummy, sir, so I did. Then where could he have went to, and how? Station master, struck in Cleek, turning from examining the body. Get your men to examine all tickets, both in the train and out of it, and if there's one that's not clipped as it passed the barrier at London Bridge, look out for it and detain the holder. I'll take the gate here and examine all local tickets. Meantime, wire all up the road to every station from here to London Bridge, and find out if any other signalman than the one at Forest Hill noticed this dark compartment when the train went past. Both suggestions were acted upon immediately, but every ticket, save of course the season ones, and the holders of these were in every case identified, was found to be properly clipped, and in the end, every signal box from New Cross on wired back, all compartments lighted when train passed here. That narrows the search, Mr. Narcombe, said Cleek when he heard this. The lights were put out somewhere between Honor Oak Park and Forest Hill, and it was between Honor Oak Park and Annerley the murderer made his escape. Inspector, he turned to the officer in command of the local police, do me a favor. Put your men in charge of this carriage and let the train proceed. Norwood Junction is the next station, I believe, and there's a side track there. Have the carriage shunted and keep close guard over it until Mr. Narcombe and I arrive. Right you are, sir. Anything else? Yes. Have the station master at the junction equip a hand car with a searchlight, and send it here as expeditiously as possible. If anybody or anything has left this train between this point and Honor Oak Park, Mr. Narcombe, this thin coating of snow will betray the fact beyond the question of a doubt. 20 minutes later, the hand-car put in an appearance, manned by a couple of linesmen from the junction, and word having been wired up the line to hold back all trains for a period of half an hour in the interests of Scotland Yard, Cleek and Narcombe boarded the vehicle and went whizzing up the metals in the direction of Honor Oak Park, the shifting searchlights sweeping the path from left to right and glaring brilliantly on the surface of the fallen snow. 4 lines of tracks gleamed steel bright against its spotless level, the 2 outer ones being those employed by the local trains going to and fro between London and the suburbs, the 2 inner ones belonging to the main line. But not one footstep indented the thin surface of that broad expanse of snow from one end of the journey to the other. The murderer, whoever he is, or wherever he went, never set foot upon so much as 1 inch of this ground, that's certain, said Narcombe, as he gave the order to reverse the car and return. You feel satisfied of that, do you not, my dear fellow? Thoroughly, Mr. Narcombe. There can't be 2 opinions upon that point. But at the same time he did leave the train, otherwise we should have found him in it. Granted. But the question is, when did he get in, and how did he get out? We know from the evidence of the passengers that the train never stopped for 1 instant between London Bridge Station and Annerley, that all compartments were alight up to the time it passed Honor Oak Park, that nobody abroad of it heard a sound of a pistol shot, that the assassin could not have crept along the footboard and got into some other compartment, for all were so densely crowded that half a dozen people were standing in each, so he could not have entered without somebody making room for him to open the door and get in. No such thing happened, no such thing could happen, without a dozen or more people being aware of it, so the idea of a Confederate may be dismissed without a thought. The unmarked surface of the snow shows that nobody alighted, was thrown out, or fell out between the 2 points where the tragedy must have occurred. Both windows were shut, and both doors of the compartment locked when the train made its first stop. Yet the fellow was gone. My dear chap, are you sure, are you really sure, that it isn't a case of suicide after all? Cleek gave his shoulders a lurch and smiled indulgently. My dear Mr. Markham, he said, the position of the revolver in the dead man's hand ought, as I pointed out to you, to settle that question, even if there were no other discrepancies. In the natural order of things, a man who has just put a bullet into his own brain would, if he were sitting erect, as Lord Stavornell was, drop the revolver in the spasmodic opening and shutting of the hands in the final convulsion. But if he retained any sort of hold upon it, be sure his forefinger would be in the loop of the trigger. He wouldn't be holding the weapon backward, so to speak, with the cylinder against the ball of his thumb and the hammer against the base of the middle finger. If he had held it that way, he simply couldn't have shot himself if he had tried. Then, if you didn't remark it, there was no scorch of powder upon the face, for another thing. And for a third, the bullet hole was between the eyes, a most unlikely target for a man bent upon blowing out his own brains. The temple or the roof of the mouth are the points to which natural impulse. He stopped and laid a sharp, quick-shutting hand on the shoulder of one of the 2 men who were operating the car. "Turn back," he exclaimed. "Reverse the action and go back a dozen yards or so." The impetus of the car would not permit this at once, but after running on for a little time longer, it answered to the brake, slowed down, stopped, and then began to back, scudding along the rail, until Cleek again called it to a halt. They were within gunshot of the station at Sydenham when this occurred. The glaring searchlight was still playing on the metals and the thin layer of snow between, and Cleek's face seemed all eyes as he bent over and studied the ground over which they were gliding. Of a sudden, however, he gave a little satisfied grunt, jumped down, and picked up a shining metal object about 2½ inches long, which lay in the space between the tracks of the main and the local lines. It was a guard's key for the locking and unlocking of compartment doors, one of the small T-shaped kind that you can buy of almost any ironmonger for 6 pence or a shilling any day. It was wet from contact with the snow, but quite unrusted, showing that it had not been lying there long, and it needed but a glance to reveal the fact that it was brand new and of recent purchase. Cleek held it out on his palm as he climbed back upon the car and rejoined Narkom. "Wherever he got on, Mr. Narkom, this is where the murderer got off, you see, and either dropped or flung away this key when he had relocked the compartment after him," he said. "And yet, as you see, there is not a footstep, beyond those I have myself just made, to be discovered anywhere. From the position in which this key was lying, one thing is certain, however. Our man got out on the opposite side from the platform towards which the train was hastening, and in the middle of the right-of-way." "What a mad idea! If there had been a main-line express passing at the time, the fellow ran the risk of being cut to pieces. None of them slow down before they prepare to make their first stop at East Croydon, and about this spot they would be going like the wind." "Yes," said Cleek, looking fixedly at the shiny bit of metal on his palm. "Going like the wind, and the suction would be enormous between two trains. A step outside, and he'd have been under the wheels in a wink. Yes, it would have been certain death, instant death, if there had been a main-line train passing at the time, and that he was not sucked down and ground under the wheels proves that there wasn't." Then he puckered up his brows in that manner which Narkom had come to understand meant a thoughtfulness it was impolitic to disturb, and stood silent for a long, long time. "Mr. Narkom," he said suddenly, "I think we have discovered all that there is to be discovered in this direction. Let us get on to Norwood Junction as speedily as possible. I want to examine that compartment and that dead body a little more closely. Besides, our half-hour is up, and the trains will be running again shortly, so we'd better get out of the way." "Any ideas, old chap?" "Yes, bushels of them, but they all may be exploded in another half-hour. Still, these are the days of scientific marvels. Water does run uphill, and men do fly, and both are in defiance of the laws of gravitation." "Which means?" "That I shall leave the hand-car at Sydenham, Mr. Narkom, and phone up the London Bridge Station. There are one or two points I wish to ask some questions about. Afterward, I'll hire a motor from some local garage and join you at Norwood Junction in an hour's time. Let no one see the body or enter the compartment where it lies until I come. One question, however. Is my memory at fault, or was it not Lord Stavernel who was mixed up in that little affair with the French dancer, Mademoiselle Fifi de L'Espard, who was such a rage in town about a year ago?" "Yes, that's the chap," said Narkom in reply, "and a rare bad lot he has been all his life, I can tell you. I dare say that Fifi herself was no better than she ought to have been, chucking over her county-bred husband as soon as she came into popularity, and having men of the Stavernel class tagging after her. But whether she was or was not, Stavernel broke up that home. And if that French husband had done the right thing, he would have thrashed him within an inch of his life, instead of acting like a fool in a play and challenging him. Stavernel laughed at the challenge, of course, and if all that is said of him is true, he was at the bottom of the shabby trick which finally forced the poor devil to get out of the country. When his wife Fifi left him, the poor wretch nearly went off his head, and, as he hadn't 50 shillings in the world, he was in a dickens of a pickle when somebody induced a lot of milliners, dressmakers, and the like, to whom it was said that Fifi owed bills, to put their accounts into the hands of a collecting agency, and to proceed against him for settlement of his wife's accounts. That was why he got out of the country post-haste. The case made a great stir at the time, and the scandal of it was so great that although the fact never got into the papers, Stavernel's wife left him, refusing to live another hour with such a man." "Oh, he had a wife, then?" "Yes, one of the most beautiful women in the kingdom. They had been married only a year when the scandal of the Fifi affair arose. That was another of his dirty tricks, forcing that poor creature to marry him." "She did so against her will?" "Yes. She was engaged to another fellow at the time, an army chap who was out in India. Her father, too, was an army man, a colonel something or other, poor as the proverbial church mouse, addicted to hard drinking, card-playing, horse-racing, and about as selfish an old brute as they make 'em. The girl took a deep dislike to Lord Stavernel the minute she saw him, knew his reputation, and refused to receive him. That's the very reason he determined to marry her, humble her pride, as it were, and repay her for her scorn of him." He got her father into his clutches, deliberately of course, lent him money, took his IOUs for card debts and all that sort of thing, until the old brute was up to his ears in debt and with no prospect of paying it off. Of course, when he'd got him to that point, Stavernel demanded the money, but finally agreed to wipe the debt out entirely if the daughter married him. They went at her, poor creature, those two, with all the mercilessness of a couple of wolves. Her father would be disgraced, kicked out of the army, barred from all the clubs, reduced to beggary and all that, if she did not yield. And in the end they so played upon her feelings that to save him she gave in. Stavernel took out a special license and they were married. Of course, the man never cared for her. He only wanted his revenge on her, and they say he led her a dog's life from the hour they came back to England from their honeymoon. Poor creature, said Cleek sympathetically. And what became of the other chap, the lover she wanted to marry, and who was out in India at the time all this happened? Oh, they say he went on like a madman when he heard it, swore he'd kill Stavernel and all that, but quieted down after a time and accepted the inevitable with the best grace possible. Crawford is his name. He was a lieutenant at the time, but he's got his captaincy since, and I believe he is on leave and in England at present, as madly and as hopelessly in love with the girl of his heart as ever. Why hopelessly, Mr. Markham? Such a man as Stavernel must have given his wife grounds for divorce a dozen times over. Not a doubt of it. There isn't a judge in England who wouldn't have set her free from the scoundrel long ago if she had cared to bring the case into the courts. But Lady Stavernel is a strong churchwoman, my dear fellow. She doesn't believe in divorce, and nothing on earth could persuade her to marry Captain Crawford so long as her first husband still remained alive. Oh, said Cleek. Then Fifi's husband isn't the only man with a grievance and a cause. There's another, eh? Another? I expect there must be a dozen if truth were known. There's only one creature in the world I ever heard of as having a good word to say for the man. And whom might that be? The Honorable Mrs. Brinkworth, widow of his younger brother. You'd think the man was an angel to hear her sing his praises. Her husband, too, was a wild sort. Left her up to her ears in debt without a penny to bless herself, and with a boy of 5 to rear and educate. Stavernel seems always to have liked her. At any rate, he came to the rescue, paid off the debts, settled an annuity upon her, and arranged to have the boy sent to Eton as soon as he was old enough. I expect the boy is at the bottom of his good streak in him, if all is told. For having no children of his own, I say, by George, old chap, why that nipper, being the heir in the direct line, is Lord Stavernel now that the uncle is dead. A lucky stroke for him, by Jupiter. Yes, agreed Cleek. Lucky for him, lucky for Lady Stavernel, lucky for Captain Crawford, and unlucky for the Honorable Mrs. Brinkworth and Mademoiselle Fifi de L'Espard. So, of course... Sydenham at last. Goodbye for a little time, Mr. Narkom. Join you at Norwood Junction as soon as possible, and... I say... Yes, old chap? Wire through to the low-level station at Crystal Palace, would you, and inquire if anybody has mislaid an ironing board or lost an Indian canoe. See you later. So long. Then he stepped up onto the station platform and went in quest of a telephone booth. Part 2. It was after 9 o'clock when he turned up at Norwood Junction, as calm, serene, and imperturbable as ever, and found Narkom awaiting him in a small private room which the station clerk had placed at his disposal. "My dear fellow, I never was so glad," exclaimed the superintendent, jumping up excitedly as Cleek entered. "What kept you so long? I've been on thorns. Got bushels to tell you. First off, as Stavernel's identity is established beyond doubt, and no time has been lost in wiring the news of his murder to his relatives, both Lady Stavernel and Mrs. Brinkworth have wired back that they are coming on. I expect them at any minute now. And here's a piece of news for you. Fifi's husband is in England. The Honorable Mrs. Brinkworth has wired me to that effect. Says she has means of knowing that he came over from France the other day, and that she herself saw him in London this morning when she was up there shopping." "Oh," commented Cleek. "Got her wits about her, that lady, evidently. Find anything at the Crystal Palace low level, Mr. Narkom?" "Yes, my dear Cleek. I don't know whether you are a wizard or what, and I can't conceive what reason you can have for making such an inquiry, but which was it, canoe or ironing board? Neither, as it happens. But they've got a ladies' folding cutting table, you know the sort, one of those that women use for dressmaking operations, and possible to be folded up flat so they can be tucked away. Nobody knows who left it, but it's there awaiting an owner, and it was found—" "Oh, I can guess that," interposed Cleek nonchalantly. "It was in a first-class compartment of the 5:18 from London Bridge, which reached a low level at 5:43. No, never mind questions for a few minutes, please. Let's go and have a look at the body. I want to satisfy myself regarding the point of what in the world Stavernel was doing on a suburban train at a time when he ought, properly, to be on his way home to his rooms at the Ritz, preparing to dress for dinner, and I want to find out, if possible, what means that chap with a little dark mustache used to get him to go out of town in his ordinary afternoon dress and by that particular train." "Chap with the small dark mustache? Who do you mean by that?" "Party that killed him. My phone to London Bridge Station has cleared the way a bit. It seems that Lord Stavernel engaged that compartment in that particular train by telephone at 3 o'clock this afternoon. He arrived all alone, and was in no end of a temper because the carriage was dirty, had it swept out, and stood waiting while it was being done. After that, the porter says he found him laughing and talking with a dark mustached little man, apparently of continental origin, dressed in a Norfolk suit and carrying a brown leather portmanteau. Of course, as the platform was crowded, nobody seems to have taken any notice of the dark mustached little man, and the porter doesn't know where he went nor when, only that he never saw him again. But I know where he went, Mr. Narkom, and I know too what was in that portmanteau. An air pistol, for one thing. Also a mallet or hammer, and that wet cloth we found, both of which were for the purpose of smashing the electric light globe without sound. And he went into that compartment with his victim." "Yes, but, man alive, how did he get out? Where did he go after that, and what became of the brown leather portmanteau?" "I hope to be able to answer both questions before this night is over, Mr. Narkom. Meantime, let us go and have a look at the body, and settle one of the little points that bother me." The superintendent led the way to the siding where the shunted carriage stood, closely guarded by the police. And lanterns having been produced from the lamp-room, Cleek was soon deep in the business of examining the compartment and its silent occupant. Aided by the better light, he now perceived something which, in the first hurried examination, had escaped him, or, if it had not, which is perhaps open to question, he had made no comment upon. It was a spot about the size of an ordinary dinner plate on the crimson carpet which covered the floor of the compartment. It was slightly darker than the rest of the surface, and was at the foot of the corner seat directly facing the dead man. "I think we can fairly decide, Mr. Narkom, on the evidence of that," said Cleek, pointing to it, "that Lord Stavernel did have a companion in this compartment, and that it was the little dark man with a small mustache. Put your hand on that spot. Damp, you see. The effect of someone who had walked through the snow sitting down with his feet on this particular seat. Now look here." He passed his handkerchief over the stain, and held it out for Narkom's inspection. It was slightly browned by the operation. Just the amount of dirt the soles of one's boots would be likely to collect if one came with wet feet along the muddy platform of the station. "Yes, but, my dear chap, that might easily have happened, particularly on such a day as this has been, before Lord Stavernel's arrival. He can't have been the only person to enter this compartment since morning." "Granted. But he is supposed to have been the only person who entered it after it was swept, Mr. Narkom, and that, as I told you, was done by his orders immediately before the train started. We've got past the point of guesswork now. We've established the presence of the second party beyond all question. We also know that he was a person with whom Stavernel felt at ease, and was intimate enough with to feel no necessity for putting himself out by entertaining with those little courtesies one is naturally obliged to show a guest." "How do you make that out?" "This newspaper. He was reading at the time he was shot. You can see for yourself where the bullet went through. This hole here close to the top of the paper. When a man invites another man to occupy with him a compartment which he has engaged for his own exclusive use, and this Stavernel must have done, otherwise the man couldn't have been traveling with him, and then proceeds to read the news instead of troubling himself to treat his companion as a guest, it is pretty safe to say that they are acquaintances of long standing, and upon such terms of intimacy that the social amenities may be disposed with inoffensively. Now look at the position of this newspaper lying between the dead man's feet, curved round the ankle and the lower part of the calf of the left leg. If we hadn't found the key, we should still have known that the murderer got out of that side of the carriage. How should we have known? Because a paper which has simply been dropped could not have assumed that position without the aid of a strong current of air. The opening of that door on the right-hand side of the body supplied that current, and supplied it with such strength and violence that the paper was, as one might say, absolutely sucked around the man's leg. That is a positive proof that the train was moving at the time it happened, for the day, as you know, has been windless. Now look, no powder on the face, no smell of it in the compartment, and yet the pistol found in his hand is an ordinary American-made .38 caliber revolver. We have an amateur assassin to deal with, Mr. Narkom, not a hardened criminal, and the witlessness of the fellow is enough to bring the case to an end before this night is over. Why didn't he discharge that revolver today, and have enough sense to bring a thimbleful of powder to burn in this compartment after the work was done? One knows in an instant that the weapon used was an air pistol, and that the fellow's only thought was how to do the thing without sound, not how to do it with sense. And I don't suppose there are 3 places in all London that stock air pistols, and I don't suppose that they sell so many as 2 in a whole year's time. But if one has been sold or repaired at any of the shops in the past 6 months, well, Dollops will know that in less than no time. I phoned him to make inquiries. His task's an easy one, and I've no doubt he will bring back the word I want in short order. And now, Mr. Narkom, as our friend the assassin is such a blundering, short-sighted individual, it's just possible that, forgetting so many other important things, he may have neglected to search the body of his victim. Let us do that for him." As he spoke, he bent over the dead man and commenced to search the clothing. He slid his hand into the inner pocket of the creaseless morning coat and drew out a notebook and 2 or 3 letters. All were addressed in the handwriting of women, but only one seemed to possess any interest for Cleek. It was written on pink notepaper, enclosed in a pink envelope, and was postmarked Croydon, December 9, 2:30 p.m., and bore those outward marks which betokened its delivery not in course of post, but by an express messenger. One instant after Cleek had looked at it, he knew he need seek no further for the information he desired. It read: "Piggy, stupid boy, the ball of the dress fancy is not for tomorrow, but tonight. I have made sudden discoverment. Come quick, by the train that shall leave London Bridge at the time of 28 minutes after the hour of 5. You shall not fail of this, or it shall make much difficulties for me, as I come to meet it on arrival. Do not bother of the costume. I will have one ready for you. I have one large joke of the somebody else that is coming, which will make you scream of the laughter. Burn this, Fifi." At the bottom of the sheet, "Do burn this. I have hurt the hand, and must use the writing of my maid, and I do not want you to treasure that." "There's the explanation, Mr. Narkom," said Cleek as he held the letter out. "That's why he came by this particular train. There's the snare. That's how he was lured." "By Fifi," said Narkom. "By Jove, I rather fancied from the first that we should find that she or her husband had something to do with it." "Did you?" said Cleek with a smile. "I didn't then, and I don't even yet." Narkom opened his lips to make some comment upon this, but closed them suddenly and said nothing. For at that moment one of the constables put in an appearance with news that "2 ladies and 1 gentleman have arrived, sir, and are asking permission to view the body for purposes of identification. Here are the names, sir, on this slip of paper: Lady Stavernel, Colonel Murchison, Honorable Mrs. Brinkworth, Captain James Crawford." Narkom read aloud, then looked up inquiringly at Cleek. "Yes," he said, "let them come. And Mr. Narkom?" "Yes." "Do you happen to know where they come from?" "Yes. I learned that when I sent word of Stavernell's death to them this evening. Lady Stavernell and her father have for the last week been stopping at Cleethorpes Hydro, to which they went for the purpose of remaining over the Christmas holidays. And oddly enough, both Mrs. Brinkworth and Captain Crawford turned up at the same place for the same purpose the day before yesterday. It can't be very pleasant for them, I should imagine, for I believe the two ladies are not very friendly." "Naturally not," said Cleek, half abstractedly. "The one loathing the man, the other loving him. I want to see those two ladies, and I particularly want to see those two men. After that—" Here his voice dropped off. Then he stood looking up at the shattered globe, and rubbing his chin between his thumb and forefinger, and wrinkling up his brows after the manner of a man who is trying to solve a problem in mental arithmetic. And Narkom, unwise in that direction for once, chose to interrupt his thoughts, for no greater reason than he had thrice heard him mutter, "Suction, displacement, resistance." "Working out a problem, old chap?" he ventured. "Can I help you? I used to be rather good at that sort of thing." "Were you?" said Cleek, a trifle testily. "Then tell me something. Combating a suction power of about 2 pounds to the square inch, how much wind does it take to make a cutting table fly with an unknown weight upon it from the Sydenham switch to the low-level station? When you've worked that out, you've got the murderer. And when you do get him, he won't be any man you ever saw or ever heard of in all the days of your life. But he will be light enough to hop like a bird, heavy enough to pull up a wire rope with about 300 pounds on the end of it, and there will be 2 holes of about 1 inch in diameter and a foot apart in one end of the table that flew." "My dear chap," began Narkom, in tones of blank bewilderment, then stopped suddenly and screwed round on his heel, for a familiar voice had sung out suddenly a yard or 2 distant. "I'll keep your air on. Don't get to thinking you're Niagara Falls just 'cause you got water on the brain." And there, struggling in the grip of a constable who had laid strong hands upon him, stood Dollops, with a kit bag in one hand and a half-devoured Bath bun in the other. "All right there, constable, let the boy pass. He's one of us," rapped out Cleek, and in an instant the detaining hand fell, and Dollops' chest went out like a pouter pigeon's. "Catch on to that, suburbs?" said he, giving the constable a look of blighting scorn, and swaggering by like a mighty conqueror, joined Cleek at the compartment door. "Nailed it at the second rap, governor," he said in an undertone. "Fell down on Gamages, picked myself up on Loader, Tottenham Court Road, a 14127A, manufactured Stockholm, valve tightened, old customer, day before yesterday in the afternoon." Good boy, said Cleek, patting him approvingly. "Keep your tongue between your teeth. Scuttle off and find out where there's a garage, and then wait outside the station till I come." "Right you are, sir," responded Dollops, bolting the remainder of the bun. Then he ducked down and slipped away. And Cleek, stepping back into the shadow, where his features might not be too clearly seen until he was ready that they should be, stood and narrowly watched the small procession which was being piloted to the scene of the tragedy. A moment later the 4 persons, already announced, passed under Cleek's watchful eye, and stood in the dead man's presence. Lady Stavernell, tall, graceful, beautiful, looking as one might look whose lifelong martyrdom has come at last to a glorious end. Captain Crawford, bronzed, agitated, a trifle nervous, short of stature, slight of build, with a rather cynical mouth and a small dark moustache. The Honourable Mrs. Brinkworth, a timid, dove-eyed little wisp of a woman, with a clinging, pathetic, almost childish manner, her soft eyes red with grief, her mobile mouth a-quiver with pain, the marks of tears on her lovely little face, and last of all Colonel Murchison, heavy, bull-necked, ponderous of body, and purple of visage, a living, breathing monument of self. "Hum," muttered Cleek to himself, as this unattractive person passed by. "Not he, not by his hand. He never struck the blow. Too cowardly, too careful. And yet, poor little woman, and his sympathetic eyes went past the others, past Mrs. Brinkworth, sobbing and wringing her hands and calling piteously on the dead to speak, and dwelt long and tenderly upon Lady Stavernel. A moment he stood there silent, watching, listening, making neither movement nor sound. Then of a sudden he put forth his hand and tapped Narkom's arm. "Detain this party, every member of it, by any means, on any pretext, for another 45 minutes, he whispered. "I said the assassin was a fool. I said the blunders made it possible for the case to be concluded tonight, did I not? Wait for me. In 3/4 of an hour, the murderer will be here on this spot with me." Then he screwed round on his heel, and before Narkom could speak he was gone, soundlessly and completely gone, just as he used to go in his Vanishing Cracksman's days, leaving just that promise behind him. Part 3. It wanted but 13 minutes of being midnight, when the gathering about the siding where the shunted carriage containing the body of the murdered man still stood received something in the nature of a shock. On glancing round as a sharp whistle shrilled a warning note, they saw an engine, attached to one solitary carriage, backing along the metals and bearing down upon them. "I say, Mr. Knockham, or Narkeem, or whatever your name is," blurted out Colonel Murchison, as he hastily caught the Honourable Mrs. Brinkworth by the arm, and whisked her back from the metals, leaving his daughter to be looked after by Captain Crawford. "Look out for your blessed bobbies! Somebody's shunning another coach in on top of us, and if the ass doesn't look where he's there! I told you so!" as the coach in question settled with a slight jar against that containing the body of Lord Stavernel. "Of all the blundering, pig-headed fools! Might have killed some of us. What next, I wonder?" What next, as a matter of fact, gave him cause for even greater wonder, for as the two carriages met, the door of the last compartment in the one which had just arrived opened briskly, and out of it stepped first a couple of uniformed policemen, next a ginger-haired youth with a kit-bag in one hand and a saveloy in the other, then the trim figure of the lady who had so long and popularly been known in the music-hall world as Mademoiselle Fifi de L'Espard, and last of all, "Cleek!" blurted out Narkom, overcome with amazement as he saw the serenely alighting figure. And Cleek went in a little rippling murmur throughout the entire gathering, civilians and local police alike. "All right, Mr. Narkom," said Cleek himself, with a slight shrug of the shoulders. "Even the best of us slip up sometimes, and since everybody knows now, we'll have to make the best of it. Gentlemen, ladies, you too, my colleagues, my best respects. Now to business." Then he stepped out of the shadow in which he had alighted, into the full glow of the lanterns and the flare which had been lit close to the door of the dead man's carriage, conscious that every eye was fixed upon his face, and that the members of the local force were silently and breathlessly spotting him. But in that moment the weird birth gift had been put into practice, and Narkom fetched a sort of sigh of relief as he saw that a sagging eyelid, a twisted lip, a queer blurred something about all the features, had set upon that face a living mask that hid effectually the face he knew so well. "To business?" he repeated. "Ah, yes, quite so, my dear Cleek. Shall I tell the ladies and gentlemen of your promise? Well, listen. Mr. Cleek is more than 1/4 of an hour beyond the time he set, but he gave me his word that this riddle would be solved tonight, ladies and gentlemen, and that when I saw him here, the murderer would be with him." "Oh, bless him, bless him!" burst forth Mrs. Brinkworth impulsively. "And he brings her, that wicked woman! Oh, I knew she had something to do with it." "Your pardon, Mrs. Brinkworth, but for once your woman's intuition is at fault," said Cleek quietly. "Mademoiselle Fifi is not here as a prisoner, but as a witness for the Crown. She has had nothing even in the remotest to do with the crime. Her name was used to trap Lord Stavernel to his death, but the lady is here to prove that she never heard of the note which was found on Lord Stavernel's body. To prove also that, although it is true she did expect to go to a fancy-dress ball with his lordship, that fancy-dress ball does not occur until next Friday, the 16th instant, not the 9th, and that she never even heard of any alteration in the date." "Ah, no, never, I do swear," chimed in Fifi herself, almost hysterical with fright. "I know nothing, nothing." "That is true," said Cleek quietly. "There is not any question of Mademoiselle Fifi's complete innocence of any connection with this murder." "Then her husband," ventured Captain Crawford agitatedly. "Surely you have heard what Mrs. Brinkworth has said about seeing him in town today?" "Yes, I have heard, Captain. But it so happens that I know for a certainty Monsieur Philippe de L'Espard had no more to do with it than had his wife." "But my dear sir," interposed the colonel, "the foreign person at the station, the little slim man in the Norfolk suit, the fellow with a little dark mustache, what of him?" "A great deal of him. But there are other men who are slight, other men who have little dark mustaches, Colonel. That description would answer for Captain Crawford here, and if he too were in town today—" "I was in town," blurted out the captain, a sudden tremor in his voice, a sudden pallor showing through his tan. "But, good God, man, you can't possibly insinuate—" "No, I do not," interposed Cleek. "Set your mind at rest upon that point, Captain, for the simple reason that the little dark man is a little dark fiction. In other words, he does not and never did exist." "What's that?" fairly gasped Narkom. "Never existed? But, my dear Cleek, you told me that the porter at London Bridge saw him, and—" "I told you what the porter told me, what the porter thought he saw, and what we shall, no doubt, find out in time at least 50 other people thought they saw, and what was, doubtless, the good joke alluded to in the forged note. The only man against whom we need direct our attention, the only man who had any hand in this murder, is a big, burly, strong-armed one like Colonel Murchison here." "What's that?" roared out the colonel furiously. "By the Lord Harry, do you dare to assert that I, sir, killed the man?" "No, I do not, and for the best of reasons. The assassin was shut up in that compartment with Lord Stavernel from the moment he left London Bridge, and I happen to know, Colonel, that although you were in town today, you never put foot aboard the 528 from the moment it started to the one in which it stopped, and at the final moment, Colonel—" He reached round, took something from his pocket, and then held it out on the palm of his hand. "At that final moment, Colonel, you were passing the barrier at the Crystal Palace low level with a lady whose ticket from London Bridge has never been clipped, and with this air pistol, which she restored to you in your coat pocket." "What crazy nonsense is this, sir? I never saw the blessed thing in all my life." "Oh, yes, Colonel. Loder, of Tottenham Court Road, repaired the valve for you the day before yesterday, and I found it in your room just— Quick! Nab him, Petrie! Well played! After the king, the trump; after the confederate, the assassin. And so—" He sprang suddenly like a jumping cat, and there was a click of steel, a shrill, despairing cry, and the rustle of something fallen. When Captain Crawford and Lady Stavernel turned and looked, he was standing with both hands on his hips, looking frowningly down on the spot where the Honorable Mrs. Brinkworth lay, curled up in a limp, unconscious heap, with a pair of handcuffs locked on her folded wrists. "I said that when the murder was found, Mr. Narkom," he said as the superintendent moved toward him, "that it would be no man you ever saw or ever heard of in all your life. I knew it was a woman from the bungling, unmanlike way the pistol was laid in the dead hand. The only question I had to ask was, which woman? Fifi, Lady Stavernel, or this wretched little hypocrite? Here's your little dark man. Here's the assassin. The Norfolk suit and the false mustache are in her room at the Hydro. She made Stavernel think that she too was going to the fancy ball, and that the surprise Fifi had planned was for her to meet him as she did and travel with him. When the train was under way, she shot him. Why? Easily explained, my dear chap. Her death made her little son heir to the estates. During his minority, she would have the handling of the funds. With them, she and her precious husband would have a gay life of it in their own selfish little way." Her what? Lord, man, do you mean to say that she and the colonel were privately married 7 weeks ago, Mr. Narkom? The certificate of their union was tucked away in Colonel Murchison's private effects, where it was found this evening. "How was the escape from the compartment managed after the murder was accomplished?" said Cleek, answering Narkom's query, as they whizzed home through the darkness together by the last up train that night. "Simplest thing in the world. As you know, the 5:28 from London Bridge runs without stop to Anerley. Well, the 5:18 from the same starting point runs to the Crystal Palace low level, taking the main line tracks as far as Sydenham, where it branches off at the switch and curves away in an opposite direction. That is to say, for a considerable distance they run parallel, but eventually diverge. Now, as the 5:18 is a train with several stops, the 5:28, being a through one, overtakes her, and several times between Brockley and Sydenham they run side by side, at so steady a pace and on such narrow gauge that the footboard running along the side of one train is not more than 2.5 feet separated from the other. Their pace is so regular, their progress so even, that one could with ease step from the footboard of the one to the footboard of the other, but for the horrible suction which would inevitably draw the person attempting it down under the wheels. Well, something had to be devised to overcome the danger of that suction. But what? I asked myself, for I guessed from the first how the escape had occurred, and I knew that such a thing absolutely required the assistance of a Confederate. That meant the Confederate would have to do, on the 5:18, exactly what they had trapped Stavernel into doing on the other train, that is, secure a private compartment, so that when the time came for the escape to be accomplished, he could remove the electric bulbs from the roof of his compartment, open the door, and, when the two came abreast, the assassin could do the same on the other train, and presto, the dead man would be alone. But what to use to overcome the danger of that horrible suction? Ah, now I see what you were driving at when you inquired about the ironing board or the Indian canoe. The necessary sections to construct a sort of bridge could be packed in either. Yes, but they chose a simple plan, the cutting table. A good move, that. Its breadth minimized the peril of the suction. Only, of course, it would have to be pulled up afterward to leave no clue, and the added space would call for enormous strength to overcome the power of that suction. And enormous strength meant a powerful man. The rest you can put together without being told, Mr. Narkom. When that little vixen finished her man, she put out the lights, opened the door, deliberately locking it after her to make the thing more baffling, crossed over on that table, was helped into the other compartment by Murchison, and then, as expeditiously as possible, slipped on the loose feminine outer garment she carried with her in the brown portmanteau. The table was hauled up and taken in, nothing but wire rope for that, sir, and the thing was done. Murchison, of course, purchased 2 tickets, so they might pass the barrier at the lower level unquestioned when they left, but he wasn't able to get the extra ticket clipped at London Bridge because there was no passenger for it. That's how I got on to the little game. For the rest, they planned well. Those 2 trains being always packed, nobody could see the escape from the one to the other because people would be standing up in every compartment and the windows completely blocked. But if, halloo, Victoria at last, thank goodness, and so to bed, as Pepys said. The riddle's solved, Mr. Narkom. Good night. End of The Riddle of the 5:28. Recording by Alan Winterowd. boomcoach.blogspot.com. The B-Flat Trombone by Samuel Hopkins Adams. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Alan Winterowd. The B-Flat Trombone by Samuel Hopkins Adams. 3 men sat in the Cosmic Club discussing the question, "What's the matter with Jones?" Waldemar, the oldest of the conferees, was the owner, and at times the operator, of an important and decent newspaper. His heavy face wore the expression of good-humored power characteristic of the experienced and successful journalist. Beside him sat Robert Bertram, the club idler, slender and languidly elegant. The third member of the conference was Jones himself. Average Jones had come by his nickname inevitably. His parents had foredoomed him to it when they furnished him with the initials A.V.R.E. as preface to his birthright of J for Jones. His character apparently justified the chance concomitants. He was, so to speak, a composite photograph of any 1,000 well-conditioned, clean-living Americans between the ages of 25 and 30. Happily, his otherwise commonplace face was relieved by the one unfailing characteristic of composite photographs: large, deep-set, and thoughtful eyes. Otherwise, he would have passed in any crowd, and nobody would have noticed him pass. Now at 27, he looked back over the 5 years since his graduation from college and wondered what he had done with them, and at the 4 previous years of undergraduate life, and wondered how he had done so well with those, and why he had not in some manner justified the parting words of his favorite professor. "You have one rare faculty, Jones. You can, when you choose, sharpen the pencil of your mind to a very fine point. Specialize, my boy, specialize." If the recipient of this admonition had specialized in anything, it was in life. Having $25,000 a year of his own, he might have continued in that path indefinitely, but for 2 influences. One was an eruptive craving within him to take some part in the dynamic activities of the surrounding world. The other was the freak will of his late and little lamented uncle, from whom he had his present income and his future expectations of some 10 millions. Adrian Van Rapen Edgerton had, as Waldemar once put it, won into the mayor's chair with a good name and come out with a block of ice stock. In a will whose cynical humor was the topic of its day, Mr. Edgerton jeered posthumously at the public which he had despoiled, and promised restitution of a sort through his heir. Therefore he had written, "I give and bequeath to the said Adrian Van Rapen Edgerton Jones the residue of my property, the principal to be taken over by him at such time as he shall have completed 5 years of continuous residence in New York City. After such time, the virus of the metropolis will have worked through his entire being. He will squander his unearned and undeserved fortune, thus completing the vicious circle, and returning the millions acquired by my political activities in a poisoned shower upon the city, for which, having bossed, bullied, and looted it, I feel no sentiment other than contempt." "And now," remarked Waldemar in his heavy, rumbling voice, "you aspire to disappoint that good old man." "It is only human nature, you know," said Average Jones. "When a man puts a $10 million curse on you, and suggests that you haven't the backbone of a shrimp, you naturally yearn to prove him a liar," supplied Bertram. "Exactly. Anyway, I've no taste for dissipation, either moral or financial. I want action, something to do. I'm bored in this infernal city." "The wail of the unslaked romanticist," commented Bertram. "Romanticist nothing," protested the other. "My ambitions are practical enough if I could only get 'em stirred up." "Exactly. Boredom is simply romanticism with a morning-after thirst. You're panting for romance, for something bizarre. Egypt and St. Petersburg and Buenos Aires and Samoa have all become commonplace to you. You've overdone them. That's why you're back here in New York, waiting with stretched nerves for the adventure of life to cat creep up from behind and toss the lariat of rainbow dreams over your shoulders." Waldemar laughed. "Not a bad diagnosis. Why don't you take up a hobby, Mr. Jones?" "What kind of hobby?" "Any kind. The club is full of hobby writers. Of all people that I know, they have the keenest appetite for life. Look at old Denishow. He was a misanthrope until he took to gathering scarabs. Fenton over there has the finest collection of circus posters in the world. Bellarding's house is a museum of obsolete musical instruments. Daguet collects venomous insects from all over the world. No harmless ones need apply. Terraberry has a mania for old railroad tickets. Some are really very curious. I've often wished I had the time to be a crank. It's a happy life." "What line would you choose?" asked Bertram languidly. "Nobody has gone in for queer advertisements yet, I believe," replied the older man. "If one could take the time to follow them up, but it would mean all one's leisure." "Would it be so demanding a career?" said Average Jones, smiling. "Decidedly. I once knew a man who gave away $20 daily on clues from the day's news. He wasn't bored for lack of occupation." "But the ordinary run of advertising is nothing more than an effort to sell something by yelling in print," objected Average Jones. "Is it? Well, perhaps you don't look in the right place." Waldemar reached for the morning's copy of the Universal and ran his eye down the columns of classified matter. "Hark to this," he said, and read. "Is there any work on God's green earth for a man who has just got to have it?" Or this: "Wanted, a venerable-looking man with white beard and medical degree. Good pay to right applicant." "What's that?" asked Average Jones with awakened interest. "Only a quack medical concern looking for a stall to impress their come-ons," explained Waldemar. Average Jones leaned over to scan the paper in his turn. "Here's one," said he, and read, "Wanted, performer on a B-flat trombone. Can use at once. Apply with instrument after 1 p.m., 300 East 100th Street." "That seems ordinary enough," said Waldemar. "What's it doing in a daily paper? There must be, technical publications, or journals, for this sort of demand." "When Average's words come slow, you've got him interested," commented Bertram. "Sure sign." "Nevertheless, he's right," said Waldemar. "It is rather misplaced." "How is this for one that says what it means?" said Bertram. "Wanted at once, a brass howitzer and a man who isn't afraid to handle it. Mrs. Ann Cullen, Pier 19½ East River." "The woman who is fighting the barge combine," explained Waldemar. "Not so good as it looks. She's bluffing." "Anyway, I'd like a shy at this business," declared Average Jones with sudden conviction. "It looks to me like something to do." "Make it a business, then," advised Waldemar. "If you care really to go in for it, my newspaper would be glad to pay for information such as you might collect. We haven't time, for example, to trace down fraudulent advertisers. If you could start an enterprise of that sort, you'd certainly find it amusing, and at times, perhaps, even adventurous." "I wouldn't know how to establish it," objected Average Jones. The newspaper owner drew a rough diagram on a sheet of paper and filled it with writing, crossing out and revising liberally. Divided upon his pattern into lines, the final draft said, "Have you been stung? Thousands have, thousands will be. They're laying for you. Who? The advertising crooks. A. Jones, advisor, can protect you against them. Before spending your money, call on him. Advice on all subjects connected with newspaper, magazine, or display advertising. Free consultation to persons unable to pay. Call or write, enclosing postage. This is on the level." "Advisor? Do you expect me to blight my budding career by a poisonous pun like that?" demanded Average Jones with a wry face. "It may be a poisonous pun, but it's an arresting catchword," said Waldemar, unmoved. "Single column, about 50 lines will do in nice open style. Caps in lower case and black-face type for the name and title. Insert twice a week in every New York and Brooklyn paper." "Isn't it a little blatant?" suggested Bertram with lifted eyebrows. "Blatant?" repeated its inventor. "It's more than that. It's howlingly vulgar. It's a riot of glaring yellow. How else would you expect to catch the public?" "Suppose, then, I do burst into flame to this effect?" queried the prospective advisor. "Et après, as we proudly say after spending a week in Paris?" "Après? Oh, plenty of things. You hire an office, a clerk, 2 stenographers, and a clipping expert, and prepare to take care of the work that comes in. You'll be flooded," promised Waldemar. "And between times I'm to go skipping about, chasing long white whiskers and brass howitzers and B-flat trombones, I suppose. Until you get your work systemized, you'll have no time for skipping. Within 6 months, if you're not sandbagged or jailed on fake libel suits, you'll have a unique bibliography of swindles. Then I'll begin to come and buy your knowledge to keep my own columns clean." The speaker looked up to meet the gaze of an iron-gray man with a harsh, sallow face. "Excuse my interrupting," said the newcomer. "Just one question, Waldemar. Who's going to be the nominee?" "Linder." "Linder? Surely not. Why, his name hasn't been heard." "It will be." "His federal job? He resigns in 2 weeks. His record will kill him." "What record? You and I know he's a grafter, but can we prove anything? His clerk has always handled all the money." "Wasn't there an old scandal, a woman case?" asked the questioner vaguely. "That Washington man's wife? Too old. Linder would deny it flatly, and there would be no witnesses. The woman is dead, killed by his brutal treatment of her, they say. But the whole thing was hushed up at the time by Linder's pull, and when the husband threatened to kill him, Linder quietly set a commissioner of insanity on the case and had the man put away. He's never appeared since. No, that wouldn't be politically effective." The gray man nodded and walked away musing. "Egbert, the traction boss," explained Waldemar. "We're generally on opposite sides, but this time we're both against Linder. Egbert wants a cheaper man for mayor, I want a straighter one, and I could get him this year if Linder wasn't so well fortified. However, to get back to our project, Mr. Jones." Get back to it they did, with such absorption that when the group broke up several hours later, Average Jones was committed by plan and rote to the new and hopeful adventure of life. In the great human hunt, which has ever been and ever shall be till the last bird flies into the last light, some call it business, some call it art, some call it love, and a very few know it for what it is, the very mainspring of existence. The path of the pursuer and the prey often run obscurely parallel. What time the Honorable William Linder matured his designs on the mayoralty, Average Jones sat in a suite of offices in Astor Court, a location which Waldemar had advised as being central, expensive, and inspirational of confidence, and considered with a whirling brain the minor woes of humanity. Other people's troubles had swarmed down upon him in answer to his advertised offer of help, as sparrows flock to scattered breadcrumbs. Mostly these were of the lesser order of difficulties, but for what he gave in advice and help, the adviser took payment in experience and knowledge of human nature. Still, it was the hard, honest study and the helpful toil which held him to the task, rather than the romance and adventure which he had hoped for and Waldemar had foretold, until in a quiet street in Brooklyn, of which he had never so much as heard, there befell that which, first of many events, justified the prophetic Waldemar and gave Average Jones a part in the greater drama of the metropolis. The party of the second part was the Honorable William Linder. Mr. Linder sat at 5 p.m. of an early summer day behind lock and bolt. The third-floor front room of his ornate mansion on Brooklyn's Park Slope was dedicated to peaceful thought. Sprawled in a huge and softly upholstered chair at the window, he took his ease in his house. The chair had been a recent gift from an anonymous admirer, whose political necessities, the Honorable Mr. Linder idly surmised, had not yet driven him to reveal his identity. Its occupant stretched his shoeless feet, as was his custom, upon the broad window-sill, flooded by the seasonal warmth of sunshine, the while he considered the ripening mayoralty situation. He found it highly satisfactory. In the language of his inner man, it was a cinch. Below, in Kennard Street, a solitary musician plodded. His pretzel-shaped brass rested against his shoulder. He appeared to be the scout of one of those prevalent and melancholious German bands which, under Brooklyn's easy ordinances, are privileged to draw echoes of the past writhing from their forgotten recesses. The man looked slowly about him as if appraising potential returns. His gravid glance encountered the prominent feet in the third-story window of the Linder mansion, and rested. He moved forward. Opposite the window he paused. He raised the mouthpiece to his lips and embarked upon a perilous sea of notes from which the tutored ear might have inferred that once popular ditty, Egypt. Love of music was not one of Honorable William Linder's attributes. An irascible temper was. Of all the instruments, the B-flat trombone possesses the most nerve-jarring tone. The master of the mansion leaped from his restful chair. Where his feet had ornamented the coping, his face now appeared. Far out he leaned and roared at the musician below. The brass throat blared back at him, while the soloist, his eyes closed in the ecstasy of art, brought the verse part of his selection to an excruciating conclusion, half a tone below pitch. Before the chorus, there was a brief pause for effect. In this pause, from Mr. Linder's open face, a voice fell like a falling star. Although it did not cry Excelsior, its output of vocables might have been mistaken by a casual ear for that clarion call. What the Honorable Mr. Linder actually shouted was, "Get the hell out of here!" The performer upturned a mild and vacant face. "What you say?" he inquired in a softly Teutonic accent. The Honorable William Linder made urgent gestures like a brakeman. "Go away! Move on!" The musician smiled reassuringly. "I already got paid for this," he explained. Up went the brass to his lips again. The tonal stairway which leads up to the chorus of Egypt rose in rasping wailfulness. It culminated in an excessive, unendurable brazen shriek, and the Honorable William Linder experienced upon the undefended rear of his person the most violent kick of a lifetime not always devoted to the arts of peace. It projected him clear of the windowsill. His last visible vision was the face of the musician, the mouth absurdly hollow and pursed above the suddenly removed mouthpiece. Then an awning intercepted the politician's flight. He passed through this, penetrated a second and similar stretch of canvas shading the next window below, and lay placid on his own front doorsteps, with 3 ribs caved in and a variegated fracture of the collarbone. By the time the descent was ended, the German musician had tucked his brass under his arm and was hurrying in panic down the street, his ears still ringing from the concussion which had blown the angry householder from his own front window. He was intercepted by a running policeman. "Where was the explosion?" demanded the officer. "Explosion? I heard a noise in the large house on the corner," replied the musician dully. The policeman grabbed his arm. "Come along back, you for a witness. Come on, you and your horn." "It is not a horn," explained the German patiently. "It is a B-flat trombone." Along with several million other readers, Average Joan followed the Linder bomb outrage through the scandalized headlines of the local press. The perpetrator, declared the excited journals, had been skillful. No clue was left. The explosion had taken care of that. The police, with the characteristic stupidity of a corps of former truck drivers and bartenders, decorated with brass buttons and shields, and without further qualification dubbed detectives, vacillated from theory to theory. Their putty and pasteboard fantasies did not long survive the Honorable William Linder's return to consciousness and coherence. An inside job, they had said. The door was locked and bolted, Mr. Linder declared, and there was no possible place for an intruder to conceal himself. Clockwork, then. "How would any human being guess what time to set it for?" demanded the politician in disgust, "when I never know myself where I'm going to be at any given hour of any given day?" "Then that Dutch horn player threw the bomb," propounded the head of the Detective Bureau ponderously. "Of course, tossed it right up 3 stories, and kept playing his infernal trombone with the other hand all the time. You ought to be carrying a hod." Nevertheless, the police hung tenaciously to the theory that the musician was involved, chiefly because they had nothing else to hang to. The explosion had been very localized, the room not generally wrecked, but the chair which seemed to be the center of the disturbance, and from which the Honorable William Linder had risen just in time to save his life, was blown to pieces, and a portion of the floor beneath it was much shattered. The force of the explosion had been above the floor downward, not up through the flooring. As to murderously inclined foes, Mr. Linder disclaimed knowledge of any. The notion that the trombonist had given a signal he derided as an old sleuth pipe dream. As time went on, and clues came to nothing, the police had no greater concern than quietly to forget, according to custom, a problem beyond their limited powers. With the release of the German musician, who was found to be simple-minded to the verge of hat-witlessness, public interest waned, and the case faded out of current print. Average Jones, who was much occupied with a pair of blackmailers operating through faked photographs about that time, had almost forgotten the Linder case, when one day, a month after the explosion, Waldemar dropped in at the Astor Court offices. He found a changed Jones, much thinner and finer than when, 8 weeks before, he had embarked on his new career, at the newspaper owner's insistence. The young man's color was less pronounced, and his eyes, though alert and eager, showed rings under them. "You have found the work interesting, I take it," remarked his visitor. "Rather," drawled Average Jones appreciatively. That was a good initial effort, running down the opium pill mail-order enterprise. It was simple enough as soon as I saw the catchword in the wanted line. "Anything is easy to a man who sees it," returned the older man sententiously. "The open eye of the open mind, that has more to do with real detective work than all the deduction and induction and analysis ever devised. It is the detective part that interests me most in the game, but I haven't had much of it yet. You haven't run across any promising ads lately, have you?" Waldemar's wide, florid brow wrinkled. "I hadn't thought or dreamed of anything for a month but this infernal bomb explosion." "Oh, the Linder case. You're personally interested?" "Politically. It makes Linder's nomination certain. Persecution, attempted assassination. He becomes a near martyr. I'm almost ready to believe that he planted a fake bomb himself." "And fell out of a third-story window to carry out the idea? That's pushing realism rather far, isn't it?" Waldemar laughed. "There's the weakness. Unless we suppose that he under-reckoned the charge of explosive." "They let the musician go, didn't they?" "Yes. There was absolutely no proof against him, except that he was in the street below. Besides, he seemed quite lacking mentally." "Mightn't that have been a sham?" "Alienists of good standing examined him. They reported him just a shade better than half-witted. He was like a one-ideaed child, his whole being comprised in his ability and ambition to play his B-flat trombone." "Well, if I needed an accomplice," said Average Jones thoughtfully, "I wouldn't want any better one than a half-witted man. Did he play well?" "Atrociously. And if you know what a soul-shattering blare exudes from a B-flat trombone—" Mr. Waldemar lifted expressive hands. Within Average Jones' overstocked mind something stirred at the repetition of the words B-flat trombone. Somewhere they had attracted his notice in print, and somehow they were connected with Waldemar. Then from amidst the hundreds of advertisements with which, in the past weeks, he had crowded his brain, one stood out clear. It voiced the desire of an unknown gentleman on the near border of Harlem for the services of a performer upon that semi-exotic instrument. One among several, it had been cut from the columns of the Universal, on the evening which had launched him upon his new enterprise. Average Jones made 2 steps to a bookcase, took down a huge scrapbook from an alphabetized row, and turned the leaves rapidly. 300 East 100th. "You won't mind, will you," he said to Waldemar, "if I leave you unceremoniously?" "Recalled a forgotten engagement?" asked the other, rising. "Yes. No. I'm going to Harlem to hear some music. 34th's the nearest station, isn't it? Thanks. So long." Waldemar rubbed his head thoughtfully as the door slammed behind the speeding advisor. "Now what kind of tune is he on the track of, I wonder?" he mused. "I wish it hadn't struck him until I'd had time to go over the Linder business with him." But while Waldemar rubbed his head in cogitation, and the Honorable William Linder, in his Brooklyn headquarters, breathed charily out of respect to his creaking rib, Average Jones was following fate northward. 300 East 100th Street is a house decrepit with the disease of the aged. Its windowed eyes are rheumy, it sags backward on gnarled joints. All its poor old bones creak when the winds shake it. To average Jones's inquiring gaze on this summer day, it opposed the secrecy of a senile indifference. He hesitated to pull at its bell-knob, lest by that act he should exert a disruptive force which might bring all the frail structure rattling down in ruin. When at length he forced himself to the summons, the merest ghost of a tinkle complained petulantly from within against his violence. An old lady came to the door. She was sleek and placid, round and comfortable. She did not seem to belong in that house at all. Average Jones felt as if he had cracked open one of the grisly locust shells which clung lifelessly to tree trunks, and had found within a plump and prosperous beetle. "Was an advertisement for a trombone player inserted from this house, ma'am?" he inquired. "Long ago," said she. "Am I too late, then?" "Much. It was answered nearly 2 months since. I have never," said the old lady with conviction, "seen such a frazzled lot of folks as B-flat trombone players. The person who inserted the advertisement has left a month since." "Could you tell where he went?" "Left no address." "His name was Telford, wasn't it?" said Average Jones strategically. "Might be," said the old lady, who had evidently formed no favorable impression of her ex-lodger, "but he called himself Ransom." "He had a furnished room?" "The whole 3rd floor, furnished." "Is it let now?" "Part of it, the rear." "I'll take the front room." "Without even looking at it?" "Yes." "You're a queer young man. As to price?" "Whatever you choose." "You're a very queer young man. Are you a B-flat trombone player?" "I collect 'em," said Average Jones. "References?" said the old lady abruptly and with suspicion. "All varieties," replied her prospective lodger cheerfully. "I will bring 'em tomorrow with my grip." For 5 successive evenings thereafter, Average Jones sat in the senile house, awaiting personal response to the following advertisement which he had inserted in the Universal. "Wanted, B-flat trombonist, must have had experience as street player. Apply between 8 and 10 p.m. R. 300 East, 100th Street." Between the ebb and flow of applicant musicians, he read exhaustively upon the unallied subjects of trombones and high explosives, or talked with his landlady, who proved to be a sociable person, not disinclined to discuss the departed guest. Ransom, his supplanter, learned, had come light and gone light. 2 dress suitcases had sufficed to bring in all his belongings. He went out but little, and then, she opined with a disgustful sniff, for purposes strictly alcoholic. Parcels came for him occasionally. They were usually labeled "glass, handle with care." Oh, there was one other thing. A huge easy armchair from Carruthers and Company, mighty luxurious for an $8 lodger. "Did he take that with him?" asked Average Jones. "No. After he had been here a while, he had a man come in and box it up. He must have sent it away, but I never saw it go." "Was this before or after the trombone players came?" "Long after. It was after he had picked out his man and had him up there practicing." "Did you ever see this musician?" drawled Average Jones in the slow tones of his peculiar excitement. "Bless you, yes. I talked with him." "What was he like?" "He was a stupid old German. I always thought he was a sort of natural." "Yes?" Average Jones peered out of the window. "Is this the man coming up the street?" "It surely is," said the old lady. "Now, Mr. Jones, if he commences his blaring and blatting and—" "There'll be no more music, ma'am," promised the young man, laughing, as she went out to answer the doorbell. The musician, ushered in, looked about him, an expression of bewildered and childish surprise on his rabbit-like face. "I am Schlickling," he murmured. "I come to play the B-flat trombone." "Glad to see you, Mr. Schlickling," said Average Jones, leading the way upstairs. "Sit down." The visitor put his trombone down and shook his head with conviction. "It is the same room, yes," he observed, "but it is not the same gent, no." "You expected to find Mr. Ransom here?" "I don't know Mr. Ransom. I know only to play the B-flat trombone." "Mr. Ransom, the gentleman who employed you to play in the street in Brooklyn." Mr. Schlichting made large and expansive gestures. "It is a pleasure to play for such a gent," he said warmly. $2 a day." "You have played often in Kennard Street?" "I don't know Kennard Street. I know only to play the B-flat trombone." "Kennard Street, in Brooklyn, where the fat gentleman told you to stop and fell out of the window." A look of fear overspread the worn and innocent face. "I don't go there no more. The police, they take there." "But you had gone there before?" "Not to play, no." "Not to play? Are you sure?" The German considered painfully. "There was no feet in the window," he explained, brightening. Upon that surprising phrase, Average Jones pondered. "You were not to play unless there were feet in the window," he said at length. "Was that it?" The musician assented. "It does look like a signal to show that Linder was in," mused the interrogator. "Do you know Linder?" "I don't know nothing, only to play the B-flat trombone," repeated the other patiently. "Now, Schlichting," said Average Jones, "here is $1. Every evening you must come here. Whether I am here or not, there will be $1 for you. Do you understand?" By way of answer, the German reached down and lifted his instrument to his lips. "No, not that," forbade Average Jones. "Put it down." "Not to play my B-flat trombone?" asked the other, innocently hurt. "The other gent, he make play here always." "Did he?" drawled Average Jones. "And he, listened?" "He listened from out there." The musician pointed to the other room. "How long?" "Different times," was the reply. "But he was always in the other room?" "Always. And I play Egypt like this." "No," said Average Jones, as the other stretched out a hopeful hand. "He liked it, Egypt," said the German wistfully. "He said, 'Bravo, encore, bis.' Sometimes 9, sometimes 10 times I play it, the chorus." "And then he sent you home?" "Then sometimes something goes sping like that in the back room. Then he comes out, and I may go home." "Hum," muttered Average Jones discontentedly. "When did you begin to play in the street?" "After a long time. He take me away to Brooklyn and tell me, 'When you see the feet is in the window, you play hard.'" There was a long pause. Then Average Jones asked casually, "Did you ever notice a big easy chair here?" "I do not notice nothing. I play my B-flat trombone." And there his limitations were established. But the old lady had something to add. "It's all true that he said," she confirmed. "I could hear his racket in the front room, and Mr. Ransom working in the back, and then, after the old man was gone, Mr. Ransom sweeping up something by himself." "Sweeping? What, was he, sweeping?" "Glass, I think. The girl used to find little slivers of it, first in one part of the room, then in another. I raised the rent for that and for the racket." "The next thing," said Average Jones, "is to find out where that big easy chair went from here. Can you help me there?" The old lady shook her head. "All I can do is tell you the nearby truckmen." Canvass of the local trucking industry brought to light the conveyor of that elegant article of furniture. It had gone, Average Jones learned, not to the mansion of the Honorable William Linder, as he had fondly hoped, but to an obscure address not far from the Navy Yard in Brooklyn. To this address, having looked up and gathered in the B-flat trombonist, Average Jones led the way. The pair lurked in the neighborhood of the ramshackle house, watching the entrance, until toward evening, as the door opened to let out a tremulous wreck of a man, palsied with debauch. Schlichting observed, "That is him. He has been drinking once again." Average Jones hurried the musician around the corner into concealment. "You have been here before to meet Mr. Ransom?" No. Where did he meet you to pay you your wages? On some corner, said the other vaguely. Then he took you to the big house and left you there? Urged Jones. No, he left me on the street corner. When the feet is in the window, he says, you play. It comes to this, drawled Average Jones intently, looking the employee between his vacuous eyes. Ransom shipped the chair to Plymouth Street, and from there to Linder's house. He figured that Linder would put it in his study and do his sitting at the window in it. And you were to know when he was there by seeing his feet in the window, and give the signal when you saw him. It must have been a signal to somebody pretty far off, or he wouldn't have chosen so loud an instrument as a B-flat trombone. I can play the B-flat trombone louder as any man in the business, asserted Schlichting with proud conviction. But what gets me, pursued Average Jones, is the purpose of the signal. Whom was it for? I don't know nothing, said the other complacently. I only know how to play the B-flat trombone louder as any man in the world. Average Jones paid him a lump sum, dismissed him, and returned to the Cosmic Club, there to ponder the problem. What next? To accuse Ransom, the mysterious hirer of a B-flat trombone virtuosity, without sufficient proof upon which to base even a claim of cross-examination, would be to block his own game then and there, for Ransom could, and very likely would, go away, leaving no trace. Who was Ransom, anyway, and what relation, if any, did he bear to Linder? Absorbed in these considerations, he failed to notice that the club was filling up beyond its wont. A hand fell on his shoulder. "Hello, Average. Haven't seen you at a Saturday special night since you started your hobby." It was Bertram. "What's on?" Average Jones asked him, shaking hands. "Freak concert. Bellarding has trotted out part of his collection of medieval musical instruments, and some professionals are going to play them. Waldemar is at our table. Come and join us." Conversation at the round table was general and lively that evening, and not until the port came on, the prideful club port served only on special occasions and in wonderful delicate glasses, did Average Jones get an opportunity to speak to Waldemar aside. "I've been looking into that Linder matter a little." "Indeed? I've about given up hope. You spoke of an old scandal in Linder's career. What was the husband's name?" "Arbuthnot, I believe." "Do you know what sort of looking man he was?" "No. I could find out from Washington." "What was his business?" "Government employment, I think." "In the scientific line, perhaps," drawled Jones. "Why, yes, I believe it was." Suppose, now, Linder should drop out of the combination. Who would be the most likely nominee?" "Marsden, the man I've been grooming for the place. A first-class, honorable, fearless man." "Well, it's only a chance, but if I can get one dark point cleared up." He paused as a curious tingling note came from the platform where the musicians were tuning tip. "One of Bellarding's sweet dulcets," observed Bertram. The performer nearest them was running a slow bass scale on a sort of two-stringed horse fiddle of a strange shape. Average Jones' still untouched glass, almost full of the precious port, trembled and sang a little tentative response. Up, up, up mounted the thrilling notes in crescendo force. "What a racking sort of tone for all its sweetness," said Average Jones. His delicate and fragile port glass evidently shared the opinion, for without further warning it split and shivered. "They used to show that experiment in the laboratory," said Bertram. "You must have just the accurate amount of liquid in the glass, Average. Move back, you lunatic, it's dripping all over you." But Average Jones sat unheeding. The liquor dribbled down into his lap. He kept his fascinated gaze fixed on the shattered glass. Bertram dabbed him with a napkin. Thanks, Bertram," drawled the beneficiary of this attention. "Doesn't matter. Excuse me. Good night." Leaving his surprised companions, he took hat and cane and caught a Third Avenue car. By the time he had reached Brooklyn Bridge, he had his campaign mapped out. It all depended upon the opening question. Average Jones decided to hit out and hit quick. At the house near the Navy Yard, he learned that his man was out. So he sat upon the front steps while one of the highest-priced wines in New York dried into his knees. Shortly before 11, a shuffling figure paused at the steps, feeling for a key. "Mr. Arbuthnot, otherwise Ransom," said Average Jones blandly. The man's chin jerked back. His jaw dropped. "Would you like to hire another B-flat trombonist?" pursued the young man. "Who are you?" gasped the other. "What do you want?" "I want to know," drawled Average Jones, "how you planted the glass bulb, the sulphuric glass bulb, you know, in the chair that you sent to the Honorable William Linder, so that it wouldn't be shattered by anything but the middle C note of a B-flat trombone." The man sat down weakly and bowed his face in his hands. Presently he looked up. "I don't care," he said. "Come inside." At the end of an hour's talk, Arbuthnot, alias Ransom, agreed to everything that Average Jones proposed. "Mind you," he said, "I don't promise I won't kill him later, but meantime it'll be some satisfaction to put him down and out politically. You can find me here any time you want me. You say you'll see Linder tomorrow?" "Tomorrow," said Average Jones. "Look in the next day's paper for the result." Setting his telephone receiver down, the Honorable William Linder lost himself in conjecture. He had just given an appointment to his tried and true, but quite impersonal enemy, Mr. Horace Waldemar. "What can Waldemar want of me?" ran his thoughts. "And who is this friend Jones that he's bringing? Jones. Jones? Jones?" He tried it in 3 different accents, without extracting any particular meaning therefrom. Nothing much in the political game, he decided. It was with a mingling of gruffness and dignity that he greeted Mr. Waldemar an hour later. The introduction to Average Jones he acknowledged with a curt nod. "Want a job for this young man, Waldemar?" he grunted. "Not at present, thank you," returned the newspaper owner. "Mr. Jones has a few arguments to present to you." "Arguments?" repeated the Honorable William Linder contemptuously. "What kind of arguments?" "Political arguments. Mayoralty, to be specific. To be more specific still, arguments showing why you should drop out of the race." "A pin-feather reformer, eh?" The politician turned to meet Average Jones' steady gaze and mildly inquiring smile. "Do you know anything of submarine mines, Mr. Linder?" drawled the visitor. "Huh?" returned the Honorable William Linder, startled. "Submarine mines," explained the other. "Mines in the sea, if you wish words of one syllable." The lids of the Honorable Linder contracted. "You're in the wrong joint," he said. "This ain't the Naval College." "Thank you. A submarine mine is a very ingenious affair. I've recently been reading somewhat extensively on the subject. The main charge is some high explosive, usually of the dynamite type. Above it is a small jar of sulphuric acid. Teeth, working on levers, surround this jar. The levers project outside the mine. When a ship strikes the mine, one or more of the levers are pressed in. The teeth crush the jar. The sulphuric acid drops upon the main charge and explodes it. Do you follow me?" "I'll follow you as far as the front door," said the politician balefully. He rose. "If the charge were in a chair, in the cushion of an easy-chair, we'll say, on the 3rd floor of a house in Brooklyn—" The Honorable William Linder sat down again. He sat heavily. "The problem would be somewhat different. Of course, it would be easy to arrange that the first person to sit down in the chair would, by his own weight, blow himself up. But the first person might not be the right person, you know. Do you still follow me?" The Honorable William Linder made a remark like a fish. "Now we have, if you will forgive my professorial method," continued Average Jones, "a chair sent to a gentleman of prominence from an anonymous source. In this chair is a charge of high explosive, and above it a glass bulb containing sulphuric acid. The bulb, we will assume, is so safeguarded as to resist any ordinary shock of moving. But when this gentleman, sitting at ease in his chair, is noticed by a trombonist placed for that purpose in the street below—" "The Dutch horn player!" cried the politician. "Then it was him, and I'll—" "Only an innocent tool," interrupted Average Jones in his turn. He had no comprehension of what he was doing. He didn't understand that the vibration from his trombone on one particular note by the slide up the scale, as in the chorus of Egypt, would shiver that glass and set off the charge. All that he knew was to play the B-flat trombone and take his pay. His pay? The question leaped to the politician's lips. Who paid him? "A man named Arbuthnot," drawled Average Jones. Linder's eyes did not drop, but a film seemed to be drawn over them. "You once knew, a Mrs. Arbuthnot?" The thick shoulders quivered a little. "Her husband, her widower, is in Brooklyn. Shall I push the argument any further to convince you that you'd better drop out of the mayoralty race?" Linder recovered himself a little. "What kind of game are you ringing in on me?" he demanded. "Don't you think," suggested Average Jones sweetly, "that, considered as news, this—" Linders caught the word out of his mouth. "News?" he roared. "A fake story 10 years old? News? That ain't news. It's spite work. Even your dirty paper, Waldemar, wouldn't rake that kind of muck up after 10 years. It'd be a boomerang. You'll have to put up a stronger line of blackmail and bluff than that." "Blackmail is perhaps the correct word technically," admitted the newspaper owner, "but bluff? There you go wrong. You've forgotten one thing, that Arbuthnot's arrest and confession would make the whole story news. We stand ready to arrest Arbuthnot, and he stands ready to confess." There was a long, tense minute of silence. Then, "What do you want?" The straight-to-the-point question was an admission of defeat. "Your announcement of withdrawal. I'd rather print that than the Arbuthnot story." There was a long silence. Finally, the Honorable Linder dropped his hand on the table. "You win," he declared curtly, "but you'll give me the benefit in the announcement of bad health caused by the shock of the explosion to explain my quitting, Waldemar." "It will certainly make it more plausible," assented the newspaper owner with a smile. Linder turned on Average Jones. "Did you dope this out, young fellow?" he demanded. "Yes." "Well, you've put me in the down-and-out club, all right, and I'm just curious enough to want to know how you did it." "By abstaining," returned Average Jones cryptically, "from the best wine that ever came out of the Cosmic Club's cellar." End of The B-Flat Trombone. Recording by Alan Winterowd. Boomcoach.blogspot.com.
The Rope of Fear by Mary E. and Thomas W. Hanshew. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Darvinia. The Rope of Fear by Mary E. and Thomas W. Hanshew. If you know anything of the country of Westmoreland, you will know the chief market town of Merton Sheppard. And if you know Merton Sheppard, you will know there is only one important building in that town besides the massive town hall, and that building is the Westmoreland Union Bank. A private concern, well backed by every wealthy magnate in the surrounding district, and patronized by everyone from the highest to the lowest degree. Anybody will point the building out to you, firstly because of its imposing exterior, and secondly because everyone in the whole county brings his money to Mr. Naylor Brent to do with it what he wills. For Mr. Naylor Brent is the manager, and besides being known far and wide for his integrity, his uprightness of purpose, and his strict sense of justice, he acts to the poorer inhabitants of Merton Sheppard as a sort of father confessor in all their troubles, both of a social and a financial character. It was toward the last of September that the big robbery happened, and upon one sunny afternoon at the end of that month, Mr. Naylor Brent was pacing the narrow confines of his handsomely appointed room in the bank, visibly disturbed. That he was awaiting the arrival of someone was evident by his frequent glances at the marble clock which stood upon the mantel-shelf, and which bore across its base a silver plate upon which were inscribed the names of some 15 or more grateful customers, whose money had passed successfully through his managerial hands. At length the door opened, after a discreet knock upon its oaken panels, and an old, bent, and almost decrepit clerk ushered in the portly figure of Mr. Maverick Narkom, superintendent of Scotland Yard, followed by a heavily built, dull-looking person in navy blue. Mr. Naylor Brent's good-looking, rugged face took on an expression of the keenest relief. "Mr. Narkom himself! This is indeed more than I expected," he said, with extended hand. "We had the pleasure of meeting once in London, some years ago. Perhaps you have forgotten?" Mr. Narkom's bland face wrinkled into a smile of appreciation. "Oh, no, I haven't," he returned pleasantly. "I remember quite distinctly. I decided to answer your letter in person, and bring with me one of my best men, friend and colleague, you know, Mr. George Headland." "Pleased to meet you, sir, and if you'll both sit down, we can go into the matter at once. That's a comfortable chair over there, Mr. Headland." They seated themselves, and Mr. Narkom, clearing his throat, proceeded in his usual official manner to take the floor. "I understand from headquarters," said he, "that you have had an exceptionally large deposit of banknotes sent up from London for payments in connection with your new canal. Isn't that so, Mr. Brent? I trust the trouble you mentioned in your letter has nothing to do with this money." Mr. Naylor Brent's face paled considerably, and his voice had an anxious note in it when he spoke. "Gad, sir, but it has!" he ejaculated. "That's the trouble itself. Every single banknote is gone. £200,000 is gone, and not a trace of it. Heaven only knows what I'm going to do about it, Mr. Narkom, but that's how the matter stands. Every penny is gone. Gone!" Mr. Narkom drew out a red silk handkerchief and wiped his forehead vigorously, a sure sign of nervous excitement, while Mr. Headland exclaimed loudly, "Well, I'm hanged!" "Someone certainly will be," rapped out Mr. Brent sharply, "for not only have the notes vanished, but I've lost the best night watchman I ever had, a good, trustworthy man." "Lost him?" put in Mr. Headland curiously. "What exactly do you mean by that, Mr. Brent? Did he vanish with the notes?" "What? Will Simmons? Never in this world. He's not that kind. The man that offered Will Simmons a bribe to betray his trust would answer for it with his life. A more faithful servant or better fellow never drew breath. No, it's dead he is, Mr. Headland, and I can hardly speak of it yet. I feel so much to blame for putting him on the job at all, but you see we've had a regular series of petty thefts lately. Small sums unable to be accounted for. Safes opened in the most mysterious manner, and money abstracted. Though never any large sums, fortunately. Even the clerks' coats had not been left untouched. I have had a constant watch kept, but all in vain. So naturally, when this big deposit came to hand on Tuesday morning, I determined that special precautions should be taken at night, and put poor old Simmons down in the vault with the bank's watchdog for company. That was the last time I saw him alive. He was found writhing in convulsions, and by the time that the doctor arrived upon the scene he was dead. The safe was found open, and every note was gone." "Bad business indeed," declared Mr. Headland with a shake of the head. "No idea as to the cause of death, Mr. Brent? What was the doctor's verdict?" Mr. Naylor Brent's face clouded. "That's the very dickens of it. He didn't quite know. Said it was evidently a case of poisoning, but was unable to decide further, or to find out what sort of poison, if any, had been used." I see. And what did the local police say? Have they found any clues yet?" The manager flushed, and he gave vent to a forced laugh. "As a matter of fact," he responded, The local police know nothing about it. I have kept the loss an entire secret until I could call in the help of Scotland Yard." "A secret, Mr. Brent, with such a loss?" ejaculated Mr. Narkom. "That's surely an unusual course to pursue. When a bank loses such a large sum of money, and in bank notes, the most easily handled commodity in the world, and in addition a mysterious murder takes place, one would naturally expect that the first act would be to call in the officers of the law. That is, unless... I see." "Well, it's more than I do," responded Mr. Brent sadly. "Do you see any light, however?" "Hardly that. But it stands to reason that if you are prepared to make good the loss, a course to which there seems no alternative, there is an obvious possibility that you yourself have some faint idea as to who the criminal is, and are anxious that your suspicions should not be verified." Mr. Headland, otherwise Cleek, looked at his friend with considerable admiration shining in his eyes. "Beginning to use his old head at last," he thought, as he watched the superintendent's keen face. "Well, well, it's never too late to mend, anyhow." And then aloud, "Exactly my thought, Mr. Narkom. Perhaps Mr. Brent could enlighten us as to his own suspicions, for I'm positive that he has some tucked away somewhere in his mind." "Jove, if you're not almost supernatural, Mr. Headland," returned that gentleman with a heavy sigh. "You have certainly unearthed something which I thought was hidden only in my own soul. That is exactly the reason I have kept silent. My suspicions, were I to voice them, might, drag the person accused still deeper into the mire of his own foolishness. There's Patterson, for instance. He would arrest him on sight without the slightest compunction." "Patterson?" threw in Cleek quickly. "Patterson. The name's familiar. Don't suppose, though, that it would be the same one. It is a common enough name. Company promoter who made a pile on copper the first year of the war, and retired with the swag, to put it brutally. 'Tisn't that chap, I suppose?" "The identical man!" returned Mr. Brent excitedly. "He came here some 5 years ago, bought up Mount Morris Court, a fine place having a view of the whole town, and he has lately started to run an opposition bank to ours, doing everything in his power to overthrow my position here. It's spite, I believe, against myself as well as George. The young fool had the impudence to ask his daughter's hand, and what was more, ran off with her and they were married, which increased Patterson's hatred of us both almost to insanity." I see," said Cleek. "Who is George?" "My stepson, Mr. Headland, unfortunately for me, my late wife's boy by her first marriage. I have to admit it regretfully enough, he was the cause of his mother's death. He literally broke her heart by his wild living, and I was only too glad to give him a small allowance, which, however, helped him with his unhappy marriage, and hoped to see the last of George Barrington." Cleek twitched up an inquiring eyebrow. "Unhappy, Mr. Brent?" he queried. "But I understood from you a moment ago it was a love match." "In the beginning it was purely a question of love, Mr. Headland," responded the manager gravely. "But as you know, when poverty comes in at the door, love sometimes flies out the window, and from all accounts, the late Miss Patterson never ceases to regret the day she became Mrs. George Barrington. George has been hanging about here this last week or two, and I noticed him trying to renew acquaintance with old Simmons only a day or two ago in the bar of the Rose and Anchor. He was also seen prowling round the bank on Tuesday night. So now you know why I was loath to set the ball rolling. Old man Patterson would lift the sky to get the chance to have that young waster imprisoned, to say nothing of defaming my personal character at the same time. Sooner than that, I must endeavour to raise sufficient money by private means to replace the notes. But the death of old Simmons is of course another matter. His murderer must and shall be brought to justice, while I have a penny piece in my pocket." His voice broke suddenly into a harsh sob, and for a moment his hands covered his face. Then he shook himself free of his emotion. "We will all do our best on that score, Mr. Brent," said Mr. Narkom, after a somewhat lengthy silence. It is a most unfortunate tragedy indeed, almost a dual one might say, but I think you can safely trust yourself in our hands, eh, Headland?" Cleek bowed his head, while Mr. Brent smiled appreciation of the superintendent's kindly sympathy. "I know I can," he said warmly. "Believe me, Mr. Narkom, and you too, Mr. Headland, I am perfectly content to leave myself with you. But I have my suspicions, and strong ones they are too, and I would not mind laying a bet that Patterson has engineered the whole scheme and is quietly laughing up his sleeve at me." "That's a bold assertion, Mr. Brent," put in Cleek quietly. "But justified by facts, Mr. Headland. He has twice tried to bribe Simmons away from me, and last year offered Calcott, my head clerk, a sum of £5,000 to let him have the list of our clients." "Oh ho!" said Cleek in two different tones. "One of that sort, is he? Not content with a fortune won by profiteering, he must try and ruin others, and having failed to get hold of your list of clients, he tries the bogus theft game and gambles on that. Well, young Barrington may be only a coincidence after all, Mr. Brent. I shouldn't worry too much about him if I were you. Suppose you tell Mr. Narkom and myself the details, right from the beginning, please. When was the murder discovered, and who discovered it?" Mr. Naylor Brent leaned back in his chair and sighed heavily as he polished his gold glasses. "For an affair of such tragic importance, Mr. Headland," he said, "it is singularly lacking in details. There is really nothing more to tell you than that at 6 o'clock, when I myself retired from the bank to my private rooms overhead, I left poor Simmons on guard over the safe. At 9 o'clock, I was fetched down by the inspector on the beat, who had left young Wilson with the body. After that—" Cleek lifted a silencing hand. "One moment," he said. "Who is young Wilson, Mr. Brent? And why should he, instead of the inspector, have been left alone with the body?" "Wilson is one of the cashiers, Mr. Headland. A nice lad, but of no particular education. It seems he found the bank's outer door unlatched, and called upon the constable on the beat. As luck would have it, the inspector happened along, and down they went into the vaults together. But as to why the inspector left young Wilson with the body instead of setting him up for me, well, frankly, I had never given the thing a thought until now." "I see. Funny thing this chap Wilson should have made straight for the vaults, though. Did he expect a murder or robbery beforehand? Was he acquainted with the fact that the notes were there, Mr. Brent?" "No, he knew nothing whatever about them. No one did. That is, no one but the head clerk, Mr. Calcott, myself, and old Simmons. In bank matters, you know, the less said about such things the better, and—" Mr. Narkom nodded. very wise indeed," he said approvingly. "One can't be too careful in money matters, and if I may say so, bank pay being none too high, the temptation must sometimes be rather great. I've a couple of nephews in the bank myself." Cleek's eyes suddenly silenced him as though there had been a spoken word. "This Wilson, Mr. Brent," Cleek asked quietly, "is he a young man?" "Oh, quite young. Not more than 4 or 25, I should say. Came from London with an excellent reference, and so far has given every satisfaction. Universal favourite with the firm, and also with old Simmons himself. I believe the two used to sometimes lunch together, and were firm friends. It seems almost a coincidence that the old man should have died in the boy's arms." "He made no statement, I suppose, before he died, to give an idea of the assassin? But of course you wouldn't know that, as you weren't there." "As it happens, I do, Mr. Headland. Young Wilson, who is frightfully upset, in fact, the shock of the thing has completely shattered his nerves, never very strong at the best of times, says that the old man just writhed and muttered something about a rope. Then he fell back dead." "A rope?" said Cleek in surprise. "Was he tied or bound, then?" "That's just it. There was no sign of anything whatever to do with a rope about him. It was possibly a death delusion, or something of the sort. Perhaps the poor old chap was semi-conscious." "Undoubtedly. And now just one more question, Mr. Brent, before I tire your patience out. We policemen, you know, are terrible nuisances. What time was it when young Wilson discovered the door of the bank unlatched? About 9:30. I had just noticed my clock striking the half-hour when I was disturbed by the inspector. And wasn't it a bit unusual for a clerk to come back to the bank at that hour? Unless he was working overtime? Mr. Naylor Brent's fine head went back with a gesture which conveyed to Cleek the knowledge that he was not in a habit of working any of his employees beyond the given hours. "He was doing nothing of the sort, Mr. Headland," he responded a trifle brusquely. "Our firm is particularly keen about the question of working hours. Wilson tells me he came back for his watch, which he left behind him, and the door was conveniently unlatched and ready, so he simply fetched in the inspector and took him straight down into the vaults? Didn't get his watch, I suppose?" Mr. Naylor Brent jumped suddenly to his feet, all his self-possession gone for the moment. "Gad, I never thought of that. Hang it! Man, you're making a bigger puzzle of it than ever. You're not insinuating that that boy murdered old Simmons, are you? I can't believe that." "I'm not insinuating anything," responded Cleek blandly, "but I have to look at things from every angle there is. When you got downstairs with the inspector, Mr. Brent, did you happen to notice the safe or not?" "Yes, I did. Indeed, I fear that was my first thought. It was natural, with 200,000 Bank of England notes to be responsible for, and at first I thought everything was all right. Then young Wilson told me that he himself had closed the safe door. What are you smiling at, Mr. Headland? It's no laughing matter, I assure you." The queer little one-sided smile, so indicative of the man, travelled for a moment up Cleek's cheek and was gone again in a twinkling. "Nothing," he responded briefly, "just a passing thought." "Then you mean to say young Wilson closed the safe? Did he know the notes had vanished? But of course you said he knew nothing of them. But if they were there when he looked in—" His voice trailed off into silence, and he let the rest of the sentence go by default. Mr. Brent's face flushed crimson with excitement. "Why, at that rate," he ejaculated, "the money wasn't stolen until young Wilson sent the inspector up for me, and we let him walk quietly out. You were right, Mr. Headland. If I had only done my duty and told Inspector Corcoran at once—" "Steady, man, steady. I don't say it is so," put in Cleek with a quiet little smile. "I'm only trying to find light. And making it a dashed sight blacker still, begging your pardon," returned Mr. Brent briskly. "That's as may be, but the devil isn't always as black as he's painted," responded Cleek. "I'd like to see this Wilson, Mr. Brent, unless he is so ill he hasn't been able to attend the office." "Oh, he's back at work today, and I'll have him here in a twinkling." And almost in a twinkling he arrived, a young, slim, pallid youngster, rather given to over-brightness in his choice of ties, and somewhat better dressed than is the lot of most bank clerks. Cleek noted the pearl pin, the well-cut suit he wore, and for a moment his face wore a strange look. Mr. Naylor Brent's brisk voice broke the silence. "These gentlemen are from Scotland Yard, Wilson," he said sharply, "and they want to know just what happened here on Tuesday night. Tell them all you know, please." Young Wilson's pale face went a queer drab shade like newly baked bread. He began to tremble visibly. "Happened, sir? Happened?" he stammered. "How should I know what happened? I only got there just in time and—" Yes, we know just when you got there, Mr. Wilson," said Cleek. "But what we want to know is what induced you to go down into the vaults when you fetched the inspector. It seemed a rather unnecessary journey, to say the least of it." "I heard a cry, at least—" "Right through the closed door of a 9-inch concrete-walled vault, Wilson?" struck in Mr. Brent promptly. "Simmons had been shut in there by myself, Mr. Headland, and—" "Shut in, Mr. Brent? Shut in, did you say? Then how did Mr. Wilson here and the inspector enter?" Young Wilson stretched out his hand imploringly. "The door was open," he stammered. "I swear it on my honor. And the safe was open, and the notes were gone." "What notes?" It was Mr. Brent's voice which broke the momentary silence, as he realized the significance of the admission. For answer, the young man dropped his face into his shaking hands. "Oh, the notes! The £200,000! You may think what you like, sir, but I swear I'm innocent. I never touched the money, nor did I touch Mr. Simmons. I swear it! I swear it!" "Don't swear too strongly, or you may have to unswear again," struck in Cleek severely. "Mr. Narkom and I would like to have a look at the vault itself, and see the body, if you have no objection." "Certainly. Wilson, you had better come along with us. We might need you. This way, gentlemen." Speaking, the manager rose to his feet, opened the door of his private office, and proceeded downstairs by way of an equally private staircase to the vaults below. Cleek, Mr. Narkom, and young Wilson, very much agitated at the coming ordeal, brought up the rear. As they passed the door leading into the bank for the use of the clerks, old Calcott came out and paused respectfully in front of the manager. "If you excuse me, sir," he said, "I thought perhaps you might like to see this." He held out a Bank of England £5 note, and Mr. Brent took it and examined it critically. Then a little cry broke from his lips. "541063!" he exclaimed. "Good heavens, Calcott, where did this come from? Who—" Calcott rubbed his old hands together as though he were enjoying a titbit with much satisfaction. "Half an hour ago, sir. Mr. George Barrington brought it in and wanted smaller change." George Barrington! The members of the little party looked at one another in amazement, and Cleek noticed for a moment that young Wilson's tense face relaxed. "Mr. George Barrington, eh?" The curious little one-sided smile travelled up Cleek's cheek and was gone. The party continued their way downstairs, somewhat silenced by this new development. A narrow, dark corridor led to the vault itself, which was by no means a large chamber, but remarkable for the extreme solidity of its building. It was concrete, as most vaults are, and lit only by a single electric light, which, when switched on, shone dully against the grey stone walls. The only ventilation it boasted was provided by means of a row of small holes, about an inch in diameter, across one wall, that nearest to the passage, and exactly facing the safe. So small were they that it seemed almost as if not even a mouse could get through one of them, should a mouse be so minded. These holes were placed so low down that it was physically impossible to see through them, and though Cleek's eyes noted their appearance there in the vault, he said nothing, and seemed to pay them little attention. A speedy glance round the room gave him all the details of it: the safe against the wall, the figure of the old bank servant beside it, sleeping his last sleep, and guarding the vault in death as he had not been able to do in life. Cleek crossed toward him, and then stopped suddenly, peering down at what seemed a little twist of paper. "Hello," he said. "Surely you don't allow smoking in the vault, Mr. Brent? Not that it could do much harm, but—" "Certainly not, Mr. Headland," returned the manager warmly. "That is strictly against orders." He glared at young Wilson, who, nervous as he had been before, became obviously more flustered than ever. "I don't smoke, sir," he stammered, in answer to that managerial look of accusation. "Glad to hear it." Cleek stroked his cigarette case lovingly inside his pocket, as though in apology for the libel. "But it's my mistake, not a cigarette end at all, just a twist of paper. Of no account, anyway." He stooped to pick it up, and then, giving his hand a flirt, appeared to have tossed it away. Only Mr. Narkom, used to the ways of his famous associate, saw that he had palmed it into his pocket. Then Cleek crossed the room and stood a moment looking down at the body, lying there huddled and distorted in the death agony that had so cruelly and mysteriously seized it. So this was Will Simmons. Well, if the face is any index to the character, which in 9 cases out of 10 it isn't, then Mr. Naylor Brent's confidence had certainly not been misplaced. A fine, clean, rugged face this, with set lips, a face that would never fail a friend and never forgive an enemy. Young Wilson, who had stepped up beside Cleek, shivered suddenly as he looked down at the body and closed his eyes. Mr. Brent's voice broke the silence that the sight of death so often brings. "I think," he said quietly, "if you don't mind, gentlemen, I'll get back to my office. There are important matters at stake just now, so if you'll excuse me. It's near closing time, you know, and there are many important matters to see to. Wilson, you stay here with these gentlemen, and render any assistance that you can. Show them round if they wish it. You need not resume work today. Anything which you wish to know, please call upon me." "Thanks, we'll remember." Cleek bowed ceremoniously as the manager retreated. "But no doubt Mr. Wilson here will give us all the assistance we require, Mr. Brent. We'll make an examination of the body first and let you know the verdict." The door closed on Mr. Brent's figure, and Cleek and Mr. Narkom and young Wilson were alone with the dead. Cleek went down upon his knees before the still figure and examined it from end to end. The clenched hands were put to the keenest scrutiny, but he passed no comment, only glancing now and again from those same hands to the figure of the young cashier who stood trembling beside him. Convulsions," he finally said softly to himself, and Mr. Narkom watched his face with intense eagerness. "Might be aconite, but how administered?" Again he stood silent, his brain moving swiftly down an avenue of thought, and if the thoughts could have been seen, they should have shown something like this: convulsions, writhing, twisting, tied up in knots of pain, a rope. Suddenly he wheeled swiftly upon Wilson, his face a mask for his emotions. "Look here," he said sternly. "I want you to tell me the exact truth, Mr. Wilson. It's the wisest way when dealing with the police, you know. Are you positively certain Simmons said nothing as to the cause of his death? What exactly were his last words to you?" "I begged him to tell me who it was who had injured him," replied Wilson in a shaking voice. "But all he could say was, 'The rope, mind the rope. The rope of fear, the rope of fear.' And then he was gone. But there was no sign of any rope, Mr. Headland, and I can't imagine what the dear old man was driving at. And now to think he is dead. Dead." His voice broke and was silent for a moment. Once again Cleek spoke. "And you saw nothing? Heard nothing?" "Well, I hardly know. There was a sound, a faint whisper, reed-like and thin, almost like a long-drawn sigh. I really thought I must have imagined it, and when I listened again it had gone. After that I rushed to the safe and—" "Why did you do that?" "Because he had told me at dinner-time about the notes, and made me promise I wouldn't mention it, and I was afraid someone had stolen them." "Is it likely that anyone overheard your conversation then? Where were you lunching?" "In the Rose and Crown." Wilson's voice trembled again as though the actual recalling of the thing terrified him anew. "Simmons and I often had lunch together. There was no one else at our table, and the place was practically empty. The only person near was old Ramajee, the black chap who keeps the Indian bazaar in the town. He's an old inhabitant, but even now hardly understands English, and most of the time he's so drugged with opium that if he did hear he'd never understand. He was certainly blind to the world that lunchtime because my friend, Simmons, noticed it." "Indeed." Cleek stroked his chin thoughtfully for some moments. Then he sniffed to the air and uttered a casual remark. "Fond of sweets still, are you, Mr. Wilson? Peppermint drops or aniseed balls, eh?" Mr. Narkom's eyes fairly bulged with amazement, and young Wilson flushed angrily. "I am not such a fool as all that, Mr. Headland," he said quickly. "If I don't smoke, I certainly don't go about sucking candy like a kid. I never cared for 'em as a youngster, and I haven't had any for a cat's age. What made you ask?" "Nothing, simply my fancy." But nevertheless Cleek continued to sniff, and then suddenly, with a little excited sound, went down on his hands and knees and began examining the stone floor. "It's not possible. And yet I must be right," he said softly, getting to his feet at last. "A rope of fear was what he said, wasn't it? A rope of fear." He crossed suddenly to the safe, and bending over it, examined the handle and doors critically. And at the moment Mr. Brent reappeared. Cleek switched around upon his heel and smiled across at him. "Able to spare us a little more of your valuable time, Mr. Brent?" he said politely. "Well, I was just coming up. There's nothing really to be gained here. I've been looking over the safe for fingerprints, and there's not much doubt about whose they are. Mr. Wilson here had better come upstairs and tell us just exactly what he did with the notes and—" Young Wilson's face went suddenly grey. He clenched his hands together and breathed hard like a spent runner. "I tell you they were gone!" he cried desperately. "They were gone! I looked for them and didn't find them. They were gone! Gone! Gone!" But Cleek seemed not to take the slightest notice of him, and swinging upon his heel, followed in the wake of the manager's broad back, while Wilson perforce had to return with Mr. Narkom. Halfway up the stairs, however, Cleek suddenly stopped, and gave vent to a hurried ejaculation. "Silly idiot that I am," he said crossly. "I have left my magnifying glass on top of the safe, and it's the most necessary tool we policemen have. Don't bother to come, Mr. Brent, if you'll just lend me the keys of the vault. Thanks, I'll be right back." It was certainly not much more than a moment when he did return, and the other members of the little party had barely reached the private office when he fairly rushed in after them. There was a look of supreme satisfaction in his eyes. "Here it is," he said, lifting the glass up for all to see. "And look here, Mr. Brent, I've changed my mind about discussing the matter any further here. The best thing you can do is to go down in a cab with Mr. Narkom to the police station and get a warrant for this young man's arrest. No, don't speak, Mr. Wilson, I've not finished yet. And take him along with you. I will stay here and just scribble down the facts. It'll save no end of bother, and we can take our man straight up to London with us, under proper arrest. I shan't be more than 10 minutes at the most." Mr. Brent nodded assent. "As you please, Mr. Headland," he said gravely. "We'll go along at once. Wilson, you understand you are to come with us? It's no use trying to get away from it, man. You're up against it now. You'd better just keep a stiff upper lip and face the music. I'm ready, Mr. Narkom." Quietly they took their departure in a hastily found cab, leaving Cleek, the picture of stolid policemanism, with notebook and pencil in hand, busily inscribing what he was pleased to call the facts. Only 10 minutes Cleek had asked for, but it was nearer 20 before he was ushered out of the side entrance of the bank by the old housekeeper, and though perhaps it was only sheer luck that caused him to nearly tumble into the arms of Mr. George Barrington, whom he recognized from the word picture of that gentleman given by Mr. Brent some time before, it was decidedly by arrangement that after a few careless words on the part of Cleek, Barrington, his face blank with astonishment, accompanied the stranger down to the police station. They found a grim little party awaiting them, but at sight of Cleek's face, Mr. Narkom started forward and put a hand upon his friend's arm. "What have you found, Headland?" he asked excitedly. "Just what I expected to find," came the triumphant reply. "Now, Mr. Wilson, you are going to hear the end of the story. Do you want to see what I found, gentlemen? Here it is." He fumbled in his big coat pocket for a moment and pulled out a parcel which crackled crisply. "The notes." "Good God!" It was young Wilson who spoke. "Yes, a very good God, even to sinners, Mr. Wilson. We don't always deserve all the goodness we get, you know," Cleek went on. "The notes are found, you see. The notes, you murderer, you despicable thief. The notes which were entrusted to your care by the innocent people who pinned their faith to you." Speaking, he leapt forward, past the waiting inspector and Mr. Narkom, past the shabby, down-at-heel figure of George Barrington, past the slim, shaking Wilson, and straight at the substantial figure of Mr. Naylor Brent, as he stood leaning with one arm upon the inspector's high desk. So surprising, so unexpected was the attack, that this victim was overpowered, and the bracelet snapped upon his wrists before anyone present had begun to realize exactly what had happened. Then Cleek rose to his feet. "What's that, Inspector?" he said, in answer to a hurriedly spoken query. "A mistake? Oh, dear no. No mistake whatever. Our friend here understands that quite well. Thought you'd have escaped with that £200,000 and left your confederate to bear the brunt of the whole thing, did you? Or else young Wilson here, whom you'd so terrorized? A very pretty plot indeed. Only Hamilton Cleek happened to come along instead of Mr. George Headland and show you a thing or two about plots. Hamilton Cleek! The name fell from every pair of lips, and even Brent himself stared at this wizard whom all the world knew, and who unfortunately had crossed his path when he least wanted him. Yes, Hamilton Cleek, gentlemen, Cleek of Scotland Yard. And a very good thing for you, Mr. Wilson, that I happened to come along. Things looked very black for you, you know, and those beastly nerves of yours made it worse. And if it hadn't been for this cad's confederate—" "Confederate, Mr. Cleek?" put in Wilson shakily. I don't understand. Who could have been his confederate?" "None other than old Ramagee," responded Cleek. "You'll find him drugged as usual in the Rose and Crown. I've seen him there only a while ago, but now he is minus a constant companion of his. And here is the actual murderer." He put his hand into another capacious pocket and drew forth a smallish glass box. "The rope of fear, gentlemen," he said quietly. "A vicious little rattler of the most deadly sort. And it won't be long before that gentleman there becomes acquainted with another sort of rope. Take him away, Inspector. The bare sight of him hurts an honest man's eyes." And they took him away forthwith, a writhing, furious thing, utterly transformed from the genial personality which had for so long swindled and outwitted a trusting public. As the door closed upon them, Cleek turned to young Wilson and held out his hand. "I'm sorry to have accused you as I did," he said softly, with a little smile. "But that is a policeman's way, you know. Strategy is part of the game. Though it was a poor trick of mine to cause you additional pain. You must forgive me. I don't doubt the death of your father was a great shock, although you tried manfully to conceal the relationship. No doubt it was his wish, not yours." A sudden transformation came over Wilson's pale, haggard face. It was like the sun shining after a heavy storm. "You knew?" he said over and over again. "You knew? Oh, Mr. Cleek, now I can speak out at last. Father always made me promise to be silent. He wanted me to be a gentleman, and he'd spent every penny he possessed to get me well enough educated to enter the bank. He was mad for money, mad for anything which was going to better my position, and I was afraid when he told me about the notes. He might be tempted. Oh, it was dreadful of me, I know, to think of it, but I knew he doted upon me. I was afraid he might try and take one or two of them, hoping they wouldn't be missed out of so great an amount. You see, we'd been in money difficulties, and were still paying my college fees off after all this time. So I went back to keep watch with him, and found him dying. Though how you knew—" His voice trailed off into silence, and Cleek smiled kindly. "By the identical shape of your hands, my boy. I never saw two pairs of hands so much alike in all my life. And then your agitation made me risk the guess. What's that, Inspector? How was the murder committed, and what did this little rattler have to do with it?" "Well, quite simple. The snake was put in the safe with the notes, and a trail of aniseed, of which snakes are very fond, you know, laid from there to the foot of old Simmons. The safe door was left ajar, though in the half-dusk the old man certainly never noticed it. I found all this out from those few words of Wilson's about the rope, and from his having heard a reed-like sound. I had to do some hard thinking, I can tell you. When I went downstairs again, Mr. Narkom, after my magnifying glass, I turned down poor Simmons' sock, and found the mark I expected. The snake had crawled up his leg and struck home. Why did I suspect Mr. Brent? Well, it was obvious almost from the very first, for he was so anxious to throw suspicion upon Mr. Barrington here, and Wilson, with Patterson thrown in for good measure. Then again, it was certain that no one else would have been allowed into the vault by Simmons, much less to go to the safe itself and open it with the keys. That he did go to the safe was apparent by the fingerprints upon it, and as they too smelt of aniseed, the whole thing began to look decidedly funny. The trail of aniseed led straight up to where Simmons lay, so I can only suppose that after Brent released the snake, the trail of course having been laid beforehand when he was alone, Brent must have stood and waited until he saw it actually strike, and... How do I know that, Mr. Wilson? Well, he smoked a cigarette there anyhow. The stub I found bore the same name as those in his box, and it was smoked identically the same way as a couple which lay in his ashtray. I could only conclude that he was waiting for something to happen, and as the snake struck, he grabbed up the bundle of notes, quite forgetting to close the safe door, and rushed out of the vault. Ramajee was in the corridor outside, and probably whistled the snake back through the ventilating holes near the floor, instead of venturing near the body himself. You remember you heard the sound of that pipe, Mr. Wilson? Ramajee probably made his escape while the inspector was upstairs. Unfortunately for him, he ran right into Mr. George Barrington here, and when, as he tells me, he later told Brent about seeing Ramajee, well, the whole thing became as plain as a pikestaff. Yes, put in George Barrington excitedly, taking up the tale in his weak, rather silly voice. My stepfather refused to believe me and gave me £20 in notes to go away. I suppose he didn't notice they were some of the stolen ones. I changed one of them at the bank this morning, but I had no idea how important they were until I knocked into Mr. Cleek here, and he made me come along with him. Mr. Narkom looked at Cleek, and Cleek looked at Mr. Narkom, and the blank wonder in the superintendent's eyes caused him to smile. "Another feather in the cap of foolish old Scotland Yard, isn't it?" he said. "Time we made tracks, I think. Coming our way, Mr. Wilson? We'll see you back home if you like. You're too upset to go on alone. Good afternoon, Inspector, and goodbye. I'll leave the case with you. It's safe enough in your hands, but if you take my tip, you'll put that human beast in as tight a lock-up as the station affords." Then he linked one arm in Mr. Narkom's, and the other arm in that of the admiring and wholly speechless Wilson, and went out into the sunshine. End of The Rope of Fear.
Napoleon and the Spectre by Charlotte Bronte. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Bologna Times. Napoleon and the Spectre by Charlotte Bronte. Well, as I was saying, the Emperor got into bed. "Chevalier," says he to his valet, "let down those window curtains, and shut the casement before you leave the room." Chevalier did as he was told, and then, taking up his candlestick, departed. In a few minutes the Emperor felt his pillow becoming rather hard, and he got up to shake it. As he did so, a slight rustling noise was heard near the bedhead. His Majesty listened, but all was silent as he lay down again. Scarcely had he settled into a peaceful attitude of repose when he was disturbed by a sensation of thirst. Lifting himself on his elbow, he took a glass of lemonade from the small stand which was placed beside him. He refreshed himself by a deep draught. As he returned the goblet to its station, a deep groan burst from a kind of closet in one corner of the apartment. "Who's there?" cried the Emperor, seizing his pistols. "Speak, or I'll blow your brains out." This threat produced no other effect than a short, sharp laugh, and dead silence followed. The Emperor started from his couch, and hastily throwing on a robe de chambre, which hung over the back of a chair, stepped courageously to the haunted closet. As he opened the door, something rustled. He sprang forward, sword in hand. No soul or even substance appeared. and the rustling, it was evident, proceeded from the falling of a cloak, which had been suspended by a peg from the door. Half ashamed of himself, he returned to bed. Just as he was about once more to close his eyes, the light of the 3 wax tapers, which burned in a silver branch over the mantelpiece, was suddenly darkened. He looked up. A black, opaque shadow obscured it. Sweating with terror, the Emperor put out his hand to seize the bell-rope, but some invisible being snatched it rudely from his grasp, and at the same instant the ominous shade vanished. "Pooh!" exclaimed Napoleon. "It was but an ocular delusion." "Was it?" whispered a hollow voice, in deep, mysterious tones, close to his ear. "Was it a delusion, Emperor of France? All thou hast heard and seen is sad forewarning reality. Rise, lifter of the eagle standard. Awake, swearer of the lily sceptre. Follow me, Napoleon, and thou shalt see more." As the voice ceased, a form dawned on his astonished sight. It was that of a tall, thin man, dressed in a blue surtout edged with gold lace. It wore a black cravat very tightly round its neck, and confined by 2 little sticks placed behind each ear. The countenance was livid, the tongue protruded from between the teeth, and the eyes, all glazed and bloodshot, started with frightful prominence from their sockets. "Mon Dieu!" exclaimed the Emperor. "What do I see? Spectre, whence cometh thou?" The apparition spoke not, but gliding forward, beckoned Napoleon with uplifted finger to follow. Controlled by a mysterious influence which deprived him of the capability of either thinking or acting for himself, he obeyed in silence. The solid wall of the apartment fell open as they approached, and when both had passed through, it closed behind them with a noise like thunder. They would now have been in total darkness had it not been for a dim light which shone round the ghost and revealed the damp walls of a long vaulted passage. Down this they proceeded with mute rapidity. Ere long a cool, refreshing breeze, which rushed wailing up the vault and caused the Emperor to wrap his loose night-dress closer round, announced their approach to the open air. This they soon reached, and Nap found himself in one of the principal streets of Paris. "Worthy spirit," said he, shivering in the chill night air, "permit me to return and put on some additional clothing. I will be with you again presently." "Forward," replied his companion sternly. He felt compelled, in spite of the rising indignation which almost choked him, to obey. On they went through the deserted streets till they arrived at a lofty house built on the banks of the Seine. Here the spectre stopped. The gates rolled back to receive them, and they entered a large marble hall, which was partly concealed by a curtain drawn across, through the half-transparent folds of which a bright light might be seen burning with dazzling lustre. A row of fine female figures, richly attired, stood before this screen. They wore on their heads garlands of the most beautiful flowers, but their faces were concealed by ghastly masks representing death's heads. "What is all this mummery?" cried the Emperor, making an effort to shake off the metal shackles by which he was so unwillingly restrained. "Where am I, and why have I been brought here?" "Silence," said the guide, lolling out still further his black and bloody tongue. "Silence, if thou wouldst escape instant death." The Emperor would have replied, his natural courage overcoming the temporary awe to which he had at first been subjected, but just then a strain of wild, supernatural music swelled behind the huge curtain, which waved to and fro, and bellied slowly out, as if agitated by some internal commotion or battle of waving winds. At the same moment, an overpowering mixture of the sense of mortal corruption, blent with the richest Eastern odors, stole through the haunted hall. A murmur of many voices was now heard at a distance, and something grasped his arm eagerly from behind. He turned hastily round. His eyes met the well-known countenance of Marie-Louise. "What? Are you in this infernal place too?" said he. "What has brought you here?"
"Will your Majesty permit me to ask the same question of yourself?" said the Empress, smiling.
He made no reply. Astonishment prevented him. No curtain now intervened between him and the light. It had been removed as if by magic, and a splendid chandelier appeared suspended over his head. Throngs of ladies, richly dressed, but without death's head masks, stood round, and a due proportion of gay cavaliers was mingled with them. Music was still sounding, but it was seen to proceed from a band of mortal musicians stationed in an orchestra near at hand. The air was yet redolent of incense, but it was incense unblended with stench.
"Mon Dieu!" cried the Emperor. "How is all this come about? Where in the world is Peach?" "Peach?" replied the Empress. "What does your Majesty mean? Had you not better leave the apartment and retire to rest?"
"Leave the apartment? Why, where am I?"
"In my private drawing-room, surrounded by a few particular persons of the court, whom I had invited this evening to a ball. You entered a few minutes since in your nightdress, with your eyes fixed and wide open. I suppose from this astonishment you now testify that you were walking in your sleep."
The Emperor immediately fell into a fit of catalepsy, in which he continued during the whole of that night and the greater part of the next day. End of Napoleon and the Spectre.
A Difficult Problem by Anna Catherine Green. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Darvinia. A Difficult Problem by Anna Catherine Green.
"A lady to see you, sir." I looked up, and was at once impressed by the grace and beauty of the person thus introduced to me. "Is there anything I can do to serve you?" I asked, rising. She cast me a childlike look full of trust and candour as she seated herself in the chair I pointed out to her.
"I believe so. I hope so,"
she earnestly assured me.
I am in great trouble. I've just lost my husband, but it is not that. It's the slip of paper I found on my dresser, and which...
She was trembling violently, and her words were fast becoming incoherent. I calmed her, and asked her to relate her story just as it had happened, and after a few minutes of silent struggle she succeeded in collecting herself sufficiently to respond with some degree of connection and self-possession.
I have been married 6 months. My name is Lucy Holmes. For the last few weeks my husband and myself have been living in an apartment house on 59th Street, and as we had not a care in the world, we were very happy, till Mr. Holmes was called away on business to Philadelphia. This was 2 weeks ago. 5 days later I received an affectionate letter from him, in which he promised to come back the next day, and the news so delighted me that I accepted an invitation to the theatre from some intimate friends of ours. The next morning I naturally felt fatigued and rose late, but I was very cheerful, for I expected my husband at noon. And now comes the perplexing mystery. In the course of dressing myself, I stepped to my bureau, and seeing a small newspaper slip attached to the cushion by a pin, I drew it off and read it. It was a death notice, and my hair rose and my limbs failed me, as I took in its fatal and incredible words. Died this day at the Colonnade. James Forsyth DeWitt Holmes. New York papers please copy. James Forsyth DeWitt Holmes was my husband, and his last letter, which was at that very moment lying beside the cushion, had been dated from the Colonnade. Was I dreaming, or under the spell of some frightful hallucination which led me to misread the name on the slip of paper before me? I could not determine. My head, throat, and chest seemed bound about with iron, so that I could neither speak nor breathe with freedom. And suffering thus, I stood staring at this demoniacal piece of paper, which in an instant had brought the shadow of death upon my happy life. Nor was I at all relieved when a little later I flew with the notice into a neighbour's apartment, and praying her to read it for me, found that my eyes had not deceived me, and that the name was indeed my husband's, and the notice one of death. Not from my own mind, but from hers, came the first suggestion of comfort. "It cannot be your husband who is meant," said she, "but some one of the same name. Your husband wrote to you yesterday, and this person must have been dead at least 2 days for the printed notice of his decease to have reached New York. Someone has remarked the striking similarity of names, and wishing to startle you, cut the slip out and pinned it on your cushion." I certainly knew of no one inconsiderate enough to do this, but the explanation was so plausible I at once embraced it, and sobbed aloud in my relief. But in the midst of my rejoicing, I heard the bell ring in my apartment, and running thither, encountered a telegraph boy, holding in his outstretched hand the yellow envelope which so often bespeaks death or disaster. The sight took my breath away. Summoning my maid, whom I saw hastening towards me from an inner room, I begged her to open the telegram for me. Sir, I saw in her face, before she had read the first line, a confirmation of my very worst fears. My husband was—
The young widow, choked with her emotions, paused, recovered herself for the second time, and then went on.
I had better show you the telegram.
Taking it from her pocket-book, she held it towards me. I read it at a glance. It was short, simple, and direct. "Come at once. Your husband found dead in his room this morning. Doctors say heart disease. Please telegraph."
You see, it says this morning,
she explained, placing her delicate finger on the word she so eagerly quoted.
That means a week ago Wednesday, the same day on which the printed slip recording his death was found on my cushion. Do you not see something very strange in this?
I did, but before I ventured to express myself on this subject, I desired her to tell me what she had learned in her visit to Philadelphia. Her answer was simple and straightforward.
But little more than you found in this telegram. He died in his room. He was found lying on the floor near the bell button, which he had evidently risen to touch. One hand was clenched on his chest, but his face wore a peaceful look, as if death had come too suddenly to cause him much suffering. His bed was undisturbed. He had died before retiring, possibly in the act of packing his trunk, for it was found nearly ready for the expressman. Indeed, there was every evidence of his intention to leave on an early morning train. He had even desired to be awakened at 6 o'clock. And it was his failure to respond to the summons of the bellboy which led to so early a discovery of his death. He had never complained of any distress in breathing, and we had always considered him a perfectly healthy man, but there was no reason for assigning any other cause than heart failure to his sudden death. And so the burial certificate was made out to that effect, and I was allowed to bring him home and bury him in our vault at Woodlawn. But—
And here her earnestness dried up the tears which had been flowing freely during this recital of her husband's lonely death and sad burial.
Do you not think an investigation should be made into a death preceded by a false obituary notice? For I found, when I was in Philadelphia, that no paragraph such as I had found pinned to my cushion had been inserted in any paper there, nor had any other man of the same name ever registered at the Colonnade, much less died there.
"Have you this notice with you?" I asked. She immediately produced it, and while I was glancing it over, remarked,
some persons would give a superstitious explanation to the whole matter, think I had received a supernatural warning and been satisfied with what they would call a spiritual manifestation. But I have not a bit of such folly in my composition. Living hands set up the type and printed the words which gave me so deathly a shock, and hands with a real purpose in them cut it from the paper and pinned it to my cushion for me to see when I woke on that fatal morning. But whose hands? That is what I want you to discover.
I had caught the fever of her suspicions long before this, and now felt justified in showing my interest. "First, let me ask," said I, "who has access to your rooms besides your maid?"
No one, absolutely no one.
"And what of her?"
She is innocence itself. She is no common housemaid, but a girl my mother brought up, who for love of me consents to do such work in the household as my simple needs require."
"I should like to see her."
"There is no objection to your doing so, but you will gain nothing by it. I have already talked the subject over with her a dozen times, and she is as much puzzled by it as I am myself. She says she cannot see how anyone could have found an entrance to my room during my sleep, as the doors were all locked. Yet, as she very naturally observes, someone must have done so, for she was in my bedroom herself just before I returned from the theatre, and can swear, if necessary, that no such slip of paper was to be seen on my cushion at that time, for her duties led her directly to my bureau, and kept her there for full 5 minutes."
"And you believed her?" I suggested.
"Implicitly."
"In what direction, then, do your suspicions turn?"
"Alas, in no direction. That's the trouble. I don't know whom to mistrust. It was because I was told that you had the credit of seeing light where others can see nothing but darkness that I have sought your aid in this emergency. For the uncertainty surrounding this matter is killing me, and will make my sorrow quite unendurable if I cannot obtain relief from it."
"I do not wonder," I began, struck by the note of truth in her tones, "and I shall certainly do what I can for you. But, before we go any further, let us examine this scrap of newspaper, and see what we can make out of it." I had already noted 2 or 3 points in connection with it, to which I now proceeded to direct her attention. "Have you compared this notice," I pursued, "with such others as you find every day in the papers?"
"No,"
was her eager answer.
"is it not like them all?"
"Read," was my quiet interruption. "On this day at the Colonnade." "On what day? The date is usually given in all the bona fide notices I have seen."
"Is it?"
she asked, her eyes moist with unshed tears, opening widely in her astonishment. "Look in the papers on your return home and see. Then the print. Observe that the type is identical on both sides of this make-believe clipping, which in fact there is always a perceptible difference between that used in the obituary column and that to be found in the columns devoted to other matter. Notice also," I continued, holding up the scrap of paper between her and the light, "that the alignment on one side is not exactly parallel with that on the other, a discrepancy which would not exist if both sides had been printed on a newspaper press. These facts lead me to conclude, first, that the effort to match the type exactly was the mistake of a man who tries to do too much; and secondly, that one of the sides at least, presumably that containing the obituary notice, was printed on a hand press, on the blank side of a piece of galley proof picked up in some newspaper office."
"Let me see."
And stretching out her hand with the utmost eagerness, she took the slip and turned it over. Instantly a change took place in her countenance. She sank back in her seat, and a blush of manifest confusion suffused her cheeks.
"Oh!"
she exclaimed.
"What will you think of me? I brought this scrap of print into the house myself, and it was I who pinned it on the cushion with my own hands. I remember it now. The sight of those words recalls the whole occurrence."
"Then there is one mystery less for us to solve," I remarked, somewhat dryly.
"Do you think so?"
she protested, with a deprecatory look.
"For me the mystery deepens, and becomes every minute more serious. It is true that I brought this scrap of newspaper into the house, and that it had, then as now, the notice of my husband's death upon it. But the time of my bringing it in was Tuesday night, and he was not found dead till Wednesday morning.
A discrepancy worth noting, I remarked.
Involving a mystery of some importance,
she concluded. I agreed to that. And since we have discovered how the slip came into your room, we can now proceed to the clearing up of this mystery, I observed. You can, of course, inform me where you procured this clipping, which you say you brought into the house?
Yes, you may think it strange, but when I alighted from the carriage that night, a man on the sidewalk put this tiny scrap of paper into my hand. It was done so mechanically that it made no more impression on my mind than the thrusting of an advertisement upon me. Indeed, I supposed it was an advertisement, and I only wonder that I retained it in my hand at all. But that I did so, and that in a moment of abstraction I went so far as to pin it to my cushion, is evident from the fact that a vague memory remains in my mind of having read this recipe which you see printed on the reverse side of the paper.
It was the recipe, then, and not the obituary notice that attracted your attention the night before?
Probably, but in pinning it to the cushion, it was the obituary notice that chanced to come uppermost. Oh, why should I not have remembered this till now? Can you understand my forgetting a matter of so much importance?
Yes, I allowed, after a momentary consideration of her ingenuous countenance. The words you read in the morning were so startling that they disconnected themselves from those you had carelessly glanced at the night before.
That is it,
she replied.
And since then I have had eyes for the one side only. How could I think of the other? But who could have printed this thing, and who was the man who put it into my hand? He looked like a beggar, but... Oh!
She suddenly exclaimed, her cheeks flushing scarlet, and her eyes flashing with a feverish, almost alarming glitter. "What is it now?" I asked. "Another recollection?"
Yes.
She spoke so low I could hardly hear her.
He coughed and...
"And what?" I encouragingly suggested, seeing that she was under some new and overwhelming emotion.
That cough had a familiar sound, now that I think of it. It was like that of a friend who... But no, I will not wrong him by any false surmises. He would stoop to much, but not to that. Yet...
The flush on her cheeks had died away, but the two vivid spots which remained showed the depth of her excitement.
"Do you think," she
suddenly asked,
"that a man out of revenge might plan to frighten me by a false notice of my husband's death, and that God, to punish him, made the notice a prophecy?"
"I think a man influenced by the spirit of revenge might do almost anything," I answered, purposely ignoring the latter part of her question.
"But I always considered him a good man. At least I never looked upon him as a wicked one. Every other beggar we meet has a cough, and yet,"
she added after a moment's pause,
"if it was not he who gave me this mortal shock, who was it? He is the only person in the world I ever wronged."
"Had you not better tell me his name?" I suggested.
"No, I am in too great doubt. I should hate to do him a second injury."
"You cannot injure him if he is innocent. My methods are very safe."
If I could forget his cough, but it had that peculiar catch in it that I remembered so well in the cough of John Graham. I did not pay any especial heed to it at the time. Old days and old troubles were far enough from my thoughts. But now that my suspicions are raised, that low, choking sound comes back to me in a strangely persistent way, and I seem to see a well-remembered form in the stooping figure of this beggar. Oh, I hope the good God will forgive me if I attribute to this disappointed man a wickedness he never committed.
"Who is John Graham?" I urged, "and what was the nature of the wrong you did him?" She rose, cast me one appealing glance, and perceiving that I meant to have her whole story, turned towards the fire, and stood warming her feet before the hearth, with her face turned away from my gaze.
"I was once engaged to marry him," she
began.
"not because I loved him, but because we were very poor, I mean my mother and myself, and he had a home and seemed both good and generous. The day came when we were to be married. This was in the West, way out in Kansas, and I was even dressed for the wedding, when a letter came from my uncle here, a rich uncle, very rich, who had never had anything to do with my mother since her marriage. And in it he promised me fortune and everything else desirable in life, if I would come to him, unencumbered by any foolish ties. Think of it! And I within half an hour of marriage with a man I had never loved, and now suddenly hated. The temptation was overwhelming, and, heartless as my conduct may appear to you, I succumbed to it. Telling my lover that I had changed my mind, I dismissed the minister when he came, and announced my intention of proceeding east as soon as possible. Mr. Graham was simply paralyzed by his disappointment, and during the few days which intervened before my departure, I was haunted by his face, which was like that of a man who had died from some overwhelming shock. But when I was once free of the town, especially after I arrived in New York, I forgot alike his misery and himself. Everything I saw was so beautiful, life was so full of charm, and my uncle so delighted with me and everything I did. Then there was James Holmes, and after I had seen him, but I cannot talk of that, we loved each other, and under the surprise of this new delight, how could I be expected to remember the man I had left behind me in that barren region in which I had spent my youth? But he did not forget the misery I had caused him. He followed me to New York, and on the morning I was married found his way into the house, and mixing with the wedding guests, suddenly appeared before me just as I was receiving the congratulations of my friends. At sight of him I experienced all the terror he had calculated upon causing, but remembering at whose side I stood, I managed to hide my confusion under an aspect of apparent haughtiness. This irritated John Graham. Flushing with anger and ignoring my imploring look, he cried peremptorily, "Present me to your husband!" And I felt forced to present him. But his name produced no effect upon Mr. Holmes. I had never told him of my early experience with this man, and John Graham, perceiving this, cast me a bitter glance of disdain and passed on, muttering between his teeth, "False to me and false to him. Your punishment will be upon you." And I felt as if I had been cursed.
She stopped here, moved by emotions readily to be understood. Then, with quick impetuosity, she caught up the thread of her story and went on.
That was 6 months ago, and again I forgot. My mother died, and my husband soon absorbed my every thought. How could I dream that this man, who was little more than a memory to me, and scarcely that, was secretly planning mischief against me? Yet this scrap about which we have talked so much may have been the work of his hands. And even my husband's death—
She did not finish, but her face, which was turned towards me, spoke volumes. "Your husband's death shall be inquired into," I assured her; and she, exhausted by the excitement of her discoveries, asked that she might be excused from further discussion of the subject at that time. As I had no wish myself to enter any more fully into the matter just then, I readily acceded to her request, and the pretty widow left me.
2.
Obviously, the first fact to be settled was whether Mr. Holmes had died from purely natural causes. I accordingly busied myself the next few days with this question, and was fortunate enough to so interest the proper authorities that an order was issued for the exhumation and examination of the body. The result was disappointing. No traces of poison were to be found in the stomach, nor was there to be seen on the body any mark of violence, with the exception of a minute prick upon one of his thumbs. This speck was so small that it escaped every eye but my own. The authorities assuring the widow that the doctor's certificate given her in Philadelphia was correct, he was again interred. But I was not satisfied, neither do I think she was. I was confident that this death was not a natural one, and entered upon one of those secret and prolonged investigations which have constituted the pleasure of my life for so many years. First I visited the Colonnade in Philadelphia, and being allowed to see the room in which Mr. Holmes died, went through it carefully. As it had not been used since that time, I had some hopes of coming upon a clue. But it was a vain hope, and the only result of my journey to this place was the assurance I received that the gentleman had spent the entire evening preceding his death in his own room, where he had been brought several letters and one small package, the latter coming by mail. With this one point gained, if it was a point, I went back to New York. Calling on Mrs. Holmes, I asked her if while her husband was away she had sent him anything besides letters, and upon her replying to the contrary, requested to know if in her visit to Philadelphia she had noted among her husband's effects anything that was new or unfamiliar to her. For he received a package while there, I explained, and though its contents may have been perfectly harmless, it is just as well for us to be assured of this before going any further.
Oh, you think then he was really the victim of some secret violence?
We have no proof of it, I said. On the contrary, we are assured that he died from natural causes. But the incident of the newspaper slip outweighs, in my mind, the doctor's conclusions, and until the mystery surrounding that obituary notice has been satisfactorily explained by its author, I shall hold to the theory that your husband has been made away with in some strange and seemingly unaccountable manner, which it is our duty to bring to light.
You are right. You are right. Oh, John Graham!
She was so carried away by this plain expression of my belief that she forgot the question I had put to her. You have not told whether or not you found anything among your husband's effects that can explain this mystery, I suggested. She at once became attentive.
Nothing,
said she.
His trunks were already packed, and his bag nearly so. There were a few things lying about the room which were put into the latter, but I saw nothing but what was familiar to me among them. At least, I think not. Perhaps we had better look through his trunk and see. I have not had the heart to open it since I came back.
As this was exactly what I wished, I said as much, and she led me into a small room, against the wall of which stood a trunk with a travelling bag on top of it. Opening the latter, she spread the contents out on the trunk.
I know all these things,
she sadly murmured, the tears welling in her eyes. This? I inquired, lifting up a bit of coiled wire with 2 or 3 little rings dangling from it.
No. Why, what is that?
It looks like a puzzle of some kind.
Then it is of no consequence. My husband was forever amusing himself over some such contrivance. All his friends knew how well he liked these toys, and frequently sent them to him. This one evidently reached him in Philadelphia.
Meanwhile, I was eyeing the bit of wire curiously. It was undoubtedly a puzzle, but it had appendages to it that I did not understand. It is more than ordinarily complicated, I observed, moving the rings up and down in a vain endeavour to work them off.
The better he would like it,
said she. I kept on working with the rings. Suddenly I gave a painful start. A little prong in the handle of the toy had started out and pricked me. You had better not handle it, said I, and laid it down. But the next minute I took it up again and put it in my pocket. The prick made by this treacherous bit of mechanism was in or near the same place on my thumb as the one I had noticed on the hand of the deceased Mr. Holmes. There was a fire in the room, and before proceeding further I cauterized that prick with the end of a red-hot poker. Then I made my adieu to Mrs. Holmes, and went immediately to a chemist friend of mine. "Test the end of this bit of steel for me," said I. "I have reason to believe it carries with it a deadly poison." He took the toy, promised to subject it to every test possible, and let me know the result. Then I went home. I felt ill, or imagined that I did, which under the circumstances was almost as bad. Next day, however, I was quite well, with the exception of a certain inconvenience in my thumb. But not till the following week did I receive the chemist's report. It overthrew my whole theory. He had found nothing, and returned me the bit of steel. But I was not convinced. I will hunt up this John Graham, thought I, and study him. But this was not so easy a task as it may appear. As Mrs. Holmes possessed no clue to the whereabouts of her quondam lover, I had nothing to aid me in my search for him, save her rather vague description of his personal appearance, and the fact that he was constantly interrupted in speaking by a low choking cough. However, my natural perseverance carried me through. After seeing and interviewing a dozen John Grahams without result, I at last lit upon a man of that name who presented a figure of such vivid unrest, and showed such desperate hatred of his fellows, that I began to entertain hopes of his being the person I was in search of. But, determined to be sure of this before proceeding further, I confided my suspicions to Mrs. Holmes, and induced her to accompany me down to a certain spot on the Elevated, from which I had more than once seen this man go by to his usual lounging place in Printing House Square. She showed great courage in doing this, for she had such a dread of him that she was in a state of nervous excitement from the moment she left her house, feeling sure that she would attract his attention and thus risk a disagreeable encounter. But she might have spared herself these fears. He did not even glance up in passing us, and it was mainly by his walk she recognized him. But she did recognize him, and this nerved me at once to set about the formidable task of fixing upon him a crime which was not even admitted as a fact by the authorities. He was a man about town, living to all appearances by his wits. He was to be seen mostly in the downtown portions of the city, standing for hours in front of some newspaper office, gnawing at his finger ends, and staring at the passers-by with a hungry look that alarmed the timid and provoked alms from the benevolent. Needless to say that he rejected the latter expression of sympathy with angry contempt. His face was long and pallid, his cheekbones high, and his mouth bitter and resolute in expression. He wore neither beard nor moustache, but made up for their lack by an abundance of light brown hair, which hung very nearly to his shoulders. He stooped in standing, but as soon as he moved, showed decision and a certain sort of pride which caused him to hold his head high and his body more than usually erect. With all these good points, his appearance was decidedly sinister, and I did not wonder that Mrs. Holmes feared him. My next move was to accost him. Pausing before the doorway in which he stood, I addressed him some trivial question. He answered me with sufficient politeness, but with a grudging attention which betrayed the hold which his own thoughts had upon him. He coughed while speaking, and his eye, which for a moment rested on mine, produced upon me an impression for which I was hardly prepared, great as was my prejudice against him. There was such an icy composure in it, the composure of an envenomed nature, conscious of its superiority to all surprise. As I lingered to study him more closely, the many dangerous qualities of the man became more and more apparent to me, and convinced that to proceed further without deep and careful thought would be to court failure where triumph would set me up for life, I gave up all present attempt at enlisting him in conversation, and went my way in an inquiring and serious mood. In fact, my position was a peculiar one, and the problem I had set for myself one of unusual difficulty. Only by means of some extraordinary device, such as is seldom resorted to by the police of this or any other nation, could I hope to arrive at the secret of this man's conduct, and triumph in a manner which to all appearance was beyond human penetration. But what device? I knew of none, nor through 2 days and nights of strenuous thought did I receive the least light on the subject. Indeed, my mind seemed to grow more and more confused, the more I urged it into action. I failed to get inspiration indoors or out, and feeling my health suffer from the constant irritation of my recurring disappointment, I resolved to take a day off and carry myself and my perplexities into the country. I did so. Governed by an impulse which I did not then understand, I went to a small town in New Jersey, and entered the first house on which I saw the sign, "Room to Let." The result was most fortunate. No sooner had I crossed the threshold of the neat and homely apartment thrown open to my use, than it recalled a room in which I had slept 2 years before, and in which I had read a little book I was only too glad to remember at this moment. Indeed, it seemed as if a veritable inspiration had come to me through this recollection, for though the tale to which I allude was a simple child's story written for moral purposes, it contained an idea which promised to be invaluable to me at this juncture. Indeed, by means of it, I believed myself to have solved the problem that was puzzling me, and, relieved beyond expression, I paid for the night's lodging I had now determined to forego, and returned immediately to New York, having spent just 15 minutes in the town where I had received this happy inspiration. My first step on entering the city was to order a dozen steel coils made similar to the one which I still believed answerable for James Holmes' death. My next, to learn as far as possible all of John Graham's haunts and habits. At a week's end I had the springs, and knew almost as well as he did himself where he was likely to be found at all times of the day and night. I immediately acted upon this knowledge. Assuming a slight disguise, I repeated my former stroll through Printing House Square, looking into each doorway as I passed. John Graham was in one of them, staring in his old way at the passing crowd, but evidently seeing nothing but the images formed by his own disordered brain. A manuscript roll stuck out of his breast pocket, and from the way his nervous fingers fumbled with it, I began to understand the restless glitter of his eyes, which were as full of wretchedness as any eyes I have ever seen. Entering the doorway where he stood, I dropped at his feet one of the small steel coils with which I was provided. He did not see it. Stopping near him, I directed his attention to it by saying, "Pardon me, but did I not see something drop out of your hand?" He started, glanced at the seeming inoffensive toy at which I pointed, and altered so suddenly and so vividly that it became instantly apparent that the surprise I had planned for him was fully as keen and searching a one as I had anticipated. Recoiling sharply, he gave me a quick look, then glanced down again at his feet, as if half expecting to find the object vanished, which had startled him. But, perceiving it still lying there, he crushed it viciously with his heel, and, uttering some incoherent words, dashed impetuously from the building. Confident that he would regret this hasty impulse and return, I withdrew a few steps and waited, and, sure enough, in less than 5 minutes he came slinking back. Picking up the coil with more than one sly look about, he examined it closely. Suddenly he gave a sharp cry, and went staggering out. Had he discovered that the seeming puzzle possessed the same invisible spring which had made the one handled by James Holmes so dangerous? Certain as to the place he would be found in next, I made a short cut to an obscure little saloon in Nassau Street, where I took up my stand in a spot convenient for seeing without being seen. In 10 minutes he was standing at the bar, asking for a drink.
"Whiskey!"
He cried.
"Straight!"
It was given him, but as he set the empty glass down on the counter, he saw lying before him another of the steel springs, and was so confounded by the sight that the proprietor, who had put it there at my instigation, thrust out his hand toward him as if half afraid he would fall.
"Where did that thing come from?"
stammered John Graham, ignoring the other's gesture and pointing with a trembling hand at the seemingly insignificant bit of wire between them.
"Didn't it drop from your coat pocket?"
inquired the proprietor.
"It wasn't lying here before you came in."
With a horrible oath, the unhappy man turned and fled from the place. I lost sight of him after that for 3 hours. Then I suddenly came upon him again. He was walking up town with a set purpose in his face that made him look more dangerous than ever. Of course I followed him, expecting him to turn towards 59th Street, but at the corner of Madison Avenue and 47th Street he changed his mind and dashed toward 3rd Avenue. At Park Avenue he faltered, and again turned north, walking for several blocks as if the fiends were behind him. I began to think that he was but attempting to walk off his excitement, when at a sudden rushing sound in the cut beside us, he stopped and trembled. An express train was shooting by. As it disappeared in the tunnel beyond, he looked about him with a blanched face and wandering eye. But his glance did not turn my way, or if it did, he failed to attach any meaning to my near presence. He began to move on again, and this time towards the bridge spanning the cut. I followed him very closely. In the centre of it he paused and looked down at the track beneath him. Another train was approaching. As it came near he trembled from head to foot, and catching at the railing against which he leaned, was about to make a quick move forward, when a puff of smoke arose from below and sent him staggering backward, gasping with a terror I could hardly understand, till I saw that the smoke had taken the form of a spiral, and was sailing away before him in what to his disordered imagination must have looked like a gigantic image of the coil with which twice before on this day he had found himself confronted. It may have been chance, and it may have been providence, but whichever it was, it saved him. He could not face that semblance of his haunting thought, and turning away he cowered down on the neighbouring curbstone, where he sat for several minutes with his head buried in his hands. When he rose again, he was his own daring and sinister self. Knowing that he was now too much master of his faculties to ignore me any longer, I walked quickly away and left him. I knew where he would be at 6 o'clock, and had already engaged a table at the same restaurant. It was 7, however, before he put in an appearance, and by this time he was looking more composed. There was a reckless air about him, however, which was perhaps only noticeable to me, for none of the habitués of this especial restaurant were entirely without it, wild eyes and unkempt hair being in the majority. I let him eat. The dinner he ordered was simple, and I had not the heart to interrupt his enjoyment of it. But when he had finished and came to pay, then I allowed the shock to come. Under the bill which the waiter laid at the side of his plate was the inevitable steel coil, and it produced even more than its usual effect. I own I felt sorry for him. He did not dash from the place, however, as he had from the liquor saloon. A spirit of resistance had seized him, and he demanded to know where this object of his fear had come from. No one could tell him, or would. Whereupon he began to rave, and would certainly have done himself or somebody else an injury if he had not been calmed by a man almost as wild-looking as himself. Paying his bill, but vowing he would never enter the place again, he went out, clay-white, but with the swaggering air of a man who had just asserted himself. He drooped, however, as soon as he reached the street, and I had no difficulty in following him to a certain gambling den, where he gained $3 and lost 5. From there he went to his lodgings in West 10th Street. I did not follow him in. He had passed through many deep and wearing emotions since noon, and I had not the heart to add another to them. But late the next day I returned to this house and rang the bell. It was already dusk, but there was light enough for me to notice the unrepaired condition of the iron railings on either side of the old stone stoop, and to compare this abode of decayed grandeur with the spacious and elegant apartment in which pretty Mrs. Holmes mourned the loss of her young husband. Had any such comparison ever been made by the unhappy John Graham, as he hurried up these decayed steps into the dismal halls beyond? In answer to my summons there came to the door a young woman, to whom I had but to intimate my wish to see Mr. Graham, for her to let me in with the short announcement:
"Top floor, back room. Door open, he's out. Door shut, he's in."
As an open door meant liberty to enter, I lost no time in following the direction of her pointing finger, and presently found myself in a low attic chamber, overlooking an acre of roofs. A fire had been lighted in the open grate, and the flickering red beams danced on ceiling and walls with a cheeriness greatly in contrast to the nature of the business which had led me there. As they also served to light the room, I proceeded to make myself at home, and drawing up a chair, sat down at the fireplace in such a way as to conceal myself from any one entering the door. In less than half an hour he came in. He was in a state of high emotion. His face was flushed and his eyes burning. Stepping rapidly forward, he flung his hat on the table in the middle of the room, with a curse that was half cry and half groan. Then he stood silent, and I had an opportunity of noting how haggard he had grown in the short time which had elapsed since I had seen him last. But the interval of his inaction was short, and in a moment he flung up his arms with a loud "Curse her!" that rang through the narrow room, and betrayed the source of his present frenzy. Then he again stood still, grating his teeth and working his hands in a way terribly suggestive of the murderer's instinct. But not for long. He saw something that attracted his attention on the table, a something upon which my eyes had long before been fixed, and starting forward with a fresh and quite different display of emotion, he caught up what looked like a roll of manuscript and began to tear it open.
"Back again, always back,"
wailed from his lips, and he gave the roll a toss that sent from its midst a small object which he no sooner saw than he became speechless and reeled back. It was another of the steel coils.
"Good God!"
fell at last from his stiff and working lips.
"Am I mad, or has the devil joined in the pursuit against me? I cannot eat, I cannot drink, but this diabolical spring starts up before me. It is here, there, everywhere, the visible sign of my guilt, the...
He had stumbled back upon my chair, and turning, saw me. I was on my feet at once, and noting that he was dazed by the shock of my presence, I slid quietly between him and the door. The movement roused him. Turning upon me with a sarcastic smile in which was concentrated the bitterness of years, he briefly said,
"So I am caught. Well, there has to be an end to men as well as to things, and I am ready for mine. She turned me away from her door today, and after the hell of that moment, I don't much fear any other."
"You had better not talk," I admonished him. "All that falls from you now will only tell against you on your trial." He broke into a harsh laugh.
"And do you think I care for that? That, having been driven by a woman's perfidy into crime, I am going to bridle my tongue and keep down the words which are my only safeguard from insanity? No, no, while my miserable breath lasts, I will curse her, and if the halter is to cut short my words, it shall be with her name blistering my lips."
I attempted to speak, but he would not give me the opportunity. The passion of weeks had found vent, and he rushed on recklessly.
"I went to her house today. I wanted to see her in her widow's weeds. I wanted to see her eyes red with weeping over a grief which owed its bitterness to me. But she would not grant me an admittance. She had me thrust from her door, and I shall never know how deeply the iron has sunk into her soul. But,"
and here his face showed a sudden change,
"I shall see her if I'm tried for murder. She will be in the courtroom, on the witness stand."
"Doubtless," I interjected, but his interruption came quickly and with vehement passion.
"Then I am ready. Welcome trial, conviction, death even. To confront her eye to eye is all I wish. She shall never forget it. Never."
"Then you do not deny—" I began.
"I deny nothing,"
he returned, and held out his hands with a grim gesture.
"How can I, when there falls from everything I touch the devilish thing which took away the life I hated?"
"Have you anything more to say or do before you leave these rooms?" I asked. He shook his head, and then, bethinking himself, pointed to the roll of paper which he had flung on the table.
"Burn that!"
he cried. I took up the roll and looked at it. It was the manuscript of a poem in blank verse.
"I have been with it into a dozen newspaper and magazine offices,"
he explained with great bitterness.
"Had I succeeded in getting a publisher for it, I might have forgotten my wrongs and tried to build up a new life on the ruins of the old. But they would not have it, none of them. So I say burn it, that no memory of me may remain in this miserable world."
"Keep to the facts," I severely retorted. "It was while carrying this poem from one newspaper to another that you secured that bit of print upon the blank side of which You yourself printed the obituary notice with which you savoured your revenge upon the woman who had disappointed you."
You know that? Then you know where I got the poison with which I tipped the silly toy with which that weak man fooled away his life?"
"No," said I do not know where you got it. I merely know it was no common poison, bought at a druggist's, or from any ordinary chemist."
"It was Woorali, the deadly secret Woorali. I got it from... but that's another man's secret. You'll never hear from me anything that will compromise a friend. I got it, that is all. 1 drop, but it killed my man."
The satisfaction, the delight, which he threw into these words are beyond description. As they left his lips, a jet of flame from the neglected fire shot up, and threw his figure for one instant into bold relief upon the lowering ceiling. Then it died out, and nothing but the twilight dusk remained in the room and on the countenance of this doomed and despairing man.
End of a difficult problem.
Hunted Down by Charles Dickens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read and recorded by S.G.A., Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Hunted Down. Most of us see romances in life. In my capacity of a chief manager of a life assurance office, I think I have within the last 30 years seen more romances than the generality of men, however unpromising the opportunity may at first sight seem. As I have retired and live at my ease, I possess the means that I used to want of considering what I have seen at leisure. My experiences have a more remarkable aspect, so reviewed, than they had when they were in progress. I have come home from the play now, and can recall the scenes of the drama upon which curtain has fallen, free from the glare, bewilderment, and bustle of the theatre. Let me recall one of these romances of the real world. There is nothing truer than the physiognomy taken in connection with manner. The art of reading that book of which eternal wisdom obliges every human creature to present his or her own page with individual character written on it is a difficult one, perhaps, and is little studied. It may require some natural aptitude, and it must require, for everything does, some patience and some pains. That these are not usually given to it, the number of people accept a few stock commonplace expressions of the face as the whole list of characteristics, and neither seek nor know the refinements that are truest. That you, for instance, give a great deal of time and attention to the reading of music, Greek, Latin, French, Italian, Hebrew, if you please, and do not qualify yourself to read the face of the master or mistress, looking over your shoulder, teaching it to you, I assume to be 500 times more probable than improbable. Perhaps a little self-sufficiency may be at the bottom of this. Facial expression requires no study from you, you think. It comes by nature to you to know enough about it, and you are not to be taken in. I confess, for my part, that I have been taken in, over and over again. I have been taken in by acquaintances, and I have been taken in, of course, by friends. Far oftener by friends than by any other class of persons. How came I to be so deceived? Had I quite misread their faces? No. Believe me, my first impression of those people, founded on face and the manner alone, was invariably true. My mistake was in suffering them to come nearer to me and explain themselves away. The partition which separated my own office from our general outer office in the city was of thick plate glass. I could see through it what passed in the outer office without hearing a word. I had it put in place of a wall that had been there for years, ever since the house was built. It is no matter whether I did or did not make the change in order that I might derive my first impression of strangers who came to us on business from their faces alone, without being influenced by anything they said. Enough to mention that I turned my glass partition to that account, and that a life assurance office is all times exposed to be practiced upon by the most crafty and cruel of the human race. It was through my glass partition that I first saw the gentleman whose story I am going to tell. He had come in without my observing it, and had put his hat and his umbrella on the broad counter, and was bending over to take some papers from one of the clerks. He was about 40 or so, dark, exceedingly well dressed in black, being in mourning, and the hand he extended with a polite air had a particularly well-fitting black kid glove upon it. His hair was elaborately brushed and oiled, was parted straight up the middle, and he presented this parting to the clerk, exactly, to my thinking, as if he had said in so many words, "You must take me, if you please, my friend, just as I show myself. Come straight up here, follow the gravel path, keep up the grass, I allow no trespassing." I conceived a very great aversion to that man the moment I thus saw him. He had asked for some of our printed forms, and the clerk was giving them to him and explaining them. An obliged and agreeable smile was on his face, and his eyes met those of the clerk with a sprightly look. I have known a vast quantity of nonsense being talked about, bad men not looking you in the face. Don't trust that conventional idea. Dishonesty will stare honesty out of countenance, any day in the week, if there is anything to be got by it. I saw in the corner of his eyelash that he became aware of my looking at him. Immediately he turned the parting in his hair towards the glass partition, as if he said to me with a sweet smile, "Straight up here, if you please, off the grass." In a few moments he had put on his hat and taken up his umbrella and was gone. I beckoned the clerk into my room and asked, "Who was that?" He had a gentleman's card in his hand. "Mr. Julius Slinkton, Middle Temple." "A barrister, Mr. Adams?" "I think not, sir." "I should have thought him a clergyman, but for his having no reverend here," said I. "Probably from his appearance," Mr. Adams replied. "He is reading for orders." I should mention that he wore a dainty white cravat and a dainty linen altogether. "What did he want, Mr. Adams?" "Merely a form of proposal, sir, and a form of reference." "Recommended here, did he say?" "Yes. He said he was recommended here by a friend of yours. He noticed you, but said that as he had not the pleasure of your personal acquaintance, he would not trouble you." "Did he know my name?" "Oh, yes, sir," he said. "There is Mr. Sampson, I see." "A well-spoken gentleman, apparently." "Remarkably so, sir." "Insinuating manners, apparently." "Very much so, indeed, sir." "Ha," said I. "I were nothing at present, Mr. Adams." Within a fortnight of that day, I went to dine with a friend of mine, a merchant, a man of taste, who buys pictures and books, and the first man I saw among the company was Mr. Julius Slinkton. There he was, standing before the fire, with good large eyes and an open expression of face, but still, I thought, requiring everybody to come at him by the prepared way he offered, and by no other. I noticed him ask my friend to introduce him to Mr. Sampson, and my friend did so. Mr. Slinkton was very happy to see me. Not too happy. There was no overdoing of the matter. Happy in a thoroughly well-bred, perfectly unmeaning way. "I thought you had met," our host observed. "No," said Mr. Slinkton. "I did look in at Mr. Sampson's office, on your recommendation, but I really did not feel justified in troubling Mr. Sampson himself on a point in the everyday routine of an ordinary clerk. I said I should have been glad to show him any attention on our friend's introduction. "I am sure of that," said he, "and am much obliged. At another time, perhaps, I may be less delicate. Only, however, If I had real business, for I know, Mr. Sampson, how precious your business time is, and what a vast number of impertinent people there are in the world. I acknowledged its consideration with a slight bow. You were thinking, said I, of effecting a policy on your life. Oh dear, no. I'm afraid I am not so prudent as you pay me the compliment of supposing me to be, Mr. Sampson. I merely inquired for a friend. But you know what friends are in such matters. Nothing may ever come of it. I have the great reluctance to trouble men of business with inquiries for friends, knowing the probabilities to be 1,000 to 1 that the friends will never follow them up. People are so fickle, so selfish, so inconsiderate. Don't you in your business find them so every day, Mr. Sampson? I was going to give a qualified answer, but he turned his smooth white parting on me, with its straight up here, if you please, and I answered, yes. I hear, Mr. Sampson, he resumed presently, for our friend had a new cook, and dinner was not so punctual as usual, that your profession has recently suffered a great loss. In money? Said I. He laughed at my ready association of loss with money, and replied, no, in talent and vigor. Not at once following out his allusion, I considered for a moment. Has it sustained a loss of that kind? Said I. I was not aware of it. Understand me, Mr. Sampson. I don't imagine that you have retired. It's not so bad as that. But Mr. Meltham— Oh, to be sure, said I. Yes, Mr. Meltham, the young actuary of the inestimable. Just so, he returned in a consoling way. He is a great loss. He was at once the most profound, the most original, and the most energetic man I have ever known connected with life assurance. I spoke strongly, for I had a high esteem and admiration for Meltham, and my gentleman had indefinitely conveyed to me some suspicion that he wanted to sneer at him. He recalled me to my guard by presenting that trim pathway up his head, with its infernal, not on the grass, if you please, the gravel. You knew him, Mr. Slington? Only by reputation. To have known him as an acquaintance or as a friend is an honor I should have sought if he had remained in society, though I might never have had the good fortune to attain it, being a man of far inferior mark. He was scarcely above 30, I suppose. About 30. Ah, he signed in his former consoling way. What creatures we are, to break up, Mr. Sampson, and become incapable of business at that time of life. Any reason assigned for the melancholy fact? Humph, thought I, as I looked at him. But I won't go up the track, and I will go on the grass. What reason have you heard assigned, Mr. Slington? I asked point blank. Most likely a false one. You know what rumor is, Mr. Sampson. I never repeat what I hear. It is the only way of paring the nails and shaving the head of rumor. But when you ask me what reason I have heard assigned for Mr. Meltham's passing away from among men, it is another thing. I am not gratifying idle gossip, then. I was told, Mr. Sampson, that Mr. Meltham had relinquished all his avocations and all its prospects, because he was, in fact, broken-hearted. A disappointed attachment, I heard, though it hardly seems probable in the case of a man so distinguished and so attractive. Attractions and distinctions are no armor against death, said I. Oh, she died? Pray pardon me, I did not hear that. That indeed makes me very, very sad. Poor Mr. Meltham. She died. Ah, dear me. Lamentable, lamentable. I still thought his pity was not quite genuine, and I still suspected an unaccountable sneer under all this, until he said, as we were parted, like the other knots of talkers, by the announcement of dinner, Mr. Sampson, you are surprised to see me so moved on behalf of a man whom I have never known. I am not so disinterested as you may suppose. I have suffered, and recently too, from death myself. I have lost one of my two charming nieces, who were my constant companions. She died young, barely 23, and even her remaining sister is far from strong. The world is grave. He said this with deep feeling, and I feel reproached for the coldness of my manner. Coldness and distrust have been engendered in me, I knew, from my bad experiences. They were not natural to me, and I often thought how much I had lost in life, losing trustfulness, and how little I have gained, gaining hard caution. The state of mind being habitual to me, I troubled myself more about this conversation than I might have troubled myself about a greater matter. I listened to his talk at dinner, and observed how readily other men responded to it, and with what graceful instinct he adapted his subjects to the knowledge and habits of those he talked with. As in talking with me he had easily started the subject I might have supposed to understand best, and to be the most interested in, so in talking with others he guided himself by the same rule. The company was of varied character, but he was not at fault, that I could discover with any member of it. He knew just as much of each man's pursuit as made him agreeable to that man in reference to it, and just as little as made it natural in him to seek the modesty for information when the theme was broached. As he talked and talked, but really not too much, for the rest of us seemed to force it upon him, I became quite angry with myself. I took his face to pieces in my mind, like a watch, and examined it in detail. I could not say much against any of his features separately. I could say even less against them when they were put together. Then is it not monstrous, I asked myself, that because a man happens to part his hair straight up the middle of his head, I should permit myself to suspect and even to detest him? I may stop to remark that this was no proof of my sense. An observer of men who finds himself steadily repelled by some apparent trifling thing in a stranger is right to give it great weight. It may be the clue to the whole mystery. A hair or two will show where the lion is hidden, and a very little key will open a very heavy door. I took part in the conversation with him after a time, and we got on remarkably well. In the drawing-room, I asked the host how long he had known Mr. Slinkton. He answered not many months. He had met him at the house of a celebrated painter then present, who had known him well when he was travelling with his nieces in Italy for their health, his plans in life being broken by the death of one of them. He was reading with the intention of going back to college as a matter of form, taking his degree, and going into orders. I could not but argue with myself that here was the true explanation of his interest in poor Meltham, and that I had been almost brutal in my distrust on that simple head. On the very next day, but one, I was sitting behind my glass partition as before, when he came into the outer office as before. The moment I saw him again without hearing him, I hated him worse than ever. It was only for a moment that I had this opportunity, for he waved his tight-fitting black glove the instant I looked at him, and came straight in. "Mr. Sampson, good day. I presume, you see, upon your kind permission to intrude upon you. I don't keep my word in being justified by business, for my business here, if I may so abuse the word, is of the slightest nature." I asked was it anything I could assist him in. "I thank you, no. I merely called to inquire outside whether my dilatory friend had been so false to himself as to be practical and sensible. But of course he has done nothing. I gave him your papers with my own hand, and he was hot upon the intention, but of course he has done nothing. Apart from the general human disinclination to do anything that ought to be done, I dare say there is a speciality about assuring one's life. You find it like will-making. People are so superstitious, and take it for granted that they will die soon afterwards. Up here, if you please, straight up here, Mr. Sampson. Neither to the right nor to the left." I almost fancied I could hear him breathe those words as he sat smiling at me, with that intolerable parting exactly opposite the bridge of my nose. "There is such a feeling sometimes, no doubt," I replied, "but I don't think it obtains to any great extent." "Well," he said with a shrug and a smile, "I wish some good angel would influence my friend in the right direction. I rashly promised his mother and sister in Norfolk to see it done, and he promised them that he would do it. But I suppose he never will." He spoke for a minute or two on different topics and went away. I had scarcely unlocked the drawers of my writing table next morning when he reappeared. I noticed he came straight to the door in the glass partition and did not pause a single moment outside. "Can you spare me 2 minutes, my dear Mr. Sampson?" "By all means." "Much obliged," laying his hat and umbrella on the table. "I came early not to interrupt you. The fact is, I am taken by surprise in the reference to this proposal my friend has made." "Has he made one?" said I. "Yes," he answered, deliberately looking at me, and then a bright idea seemed to strike him. "Or he only tells me he has. Perhaps that may be a new way of evading the matter." "By Jupiter, I never thought of that." Mr. Adam was opening the morning's letters in the outer office. "What is his name, Mr. Slington?" I asked. "What is the name, Mr. Slington?" I asked. "Beckwith." I looked out at the door and requested Mr. Adams, if there were a proposal in that name, to bring it in. He had already laid it out of his hand on the counter. It was easily selected from the rest, and he gave it to me. "Alfred Beckwith. Proposal to effect a policy with us for £2,000, dated yesterday." "From Middle Temple, I see, Mr. Slington." "Yes, he lives in the same staircase with me. His door is opposite. I never thought he would make me his reference, though." "It seems natural enough that he would." "It seems natural enough that he should." "Quite so, Mr. Sampson. But I never thought of it. Let me see." He took the printed paper from his pocket. "How am I to answer all these questions?" "According to the truth, of course," said I. "Oh, of course," he answered, looking up from the paper with a smile. "I meant there were so many. But you do right to be particular. It stands to reason that you must be particular. Will you allow me to use your pen and ink?" "Certainly." "And your desk?" "Certainly." He had been hovering about between his hat and his umbrella for a place to write. He now sat down in my chair at my blotting paper and inkstand, with a long walk up his head in an accurate perspective before me, as I stood with my back to the fire. Before answering each question, he ran it over aloud and discussed it. How long had he known Mr. Alfred Beckwith? That he had to calculate by years upon his fingers. What were his habits? No difficulty about them. Temperate in the last degree, and took a little too much exercise, if any. All the answers were satisfactory. When he had written them all, he looked them over, and finally signed them in a very pretty hand. He supposed he had now done with the business. I told him he was not likely to be troubled any further. Should he leave the papers there? If he pleased. Much obliged. Good morning. I had had one other visitor before him, not at the office, but at my own home. That visitor had come to my bedside when it was not yet daylight, and had been seen by no one else but my faithful confidential servant. A second reference paper, for we required always two, was sent down into Norfolk, and was duly received back by post. This, likewise, was satisfactorily answered in every respect. Our firms were all complied with. We accepted the proposal, and the premium for 1 year was paid. For 6 or 7 months I saw no more of Mr. Slington. He called once at my house when I was not at home, and he once asked me to dine with him in the Temple, but I was engaged. His friend's assurance was effected in March. Late in September or early in October, I was down at Scarborough for a breath of sea air, where I met him on the beach. It was a hot evening. He came toward me with his hat in his hand, and there was a walk I felt so strongly disinclined to take in perfect order again, exactly in front of the bridge of my nose. He was not alone, but had a young lady on his arm. She was dressed in mourning, and I looked at her with great interest. She had the appearance of being extremely delicate, and her face was remarkably pale and melancholy, but she was very pretty. He introduced her as his niece, Miss Nina. "Are you strolling, Mr. Sampson? Is it possible you can be idle?" It was possible, and I was strolling. "Shall we stroll together?" "With pleasure." The young lady walked between us, and we walked on the cool sea sand in the direction of Philly. "There have been wheels here," said Mr. Slinkton, "and now I look again the wheels of a hand carriage. Margaret, my love, your shadow without doubt." "Miss Nina's shadow?" I repeated, looking down on the sand. "Not that one," Mr. Slinkton returned, laughing. "Margaret, my dear, tell Mr. Sampson." "Indeed," said the young lady, turning to me, "there is nothing to tell, except that I constantly see the same invalid old gentleman at all times, wherever I go. I have mentioned it to my uncle, and he calls the gentleman my shadow." "Does he live in Scarborough?" I asked. "He is staying here." "Do you live in Scarborough?" "No, I am staying here. My uncle has placed me with a family here for my health." "And your shadow?" said I, smiling. "My shadow," she answered, smiling too, "is, like myself, not very robust, I fear, for I lose my shadow sometimes, as my shadow loses me at other times. We both seem liable to confinement to the house. I have not seen my shadow for days and days, but it does oddly happen occasionally that wherever I go for many days together, this gentleman goes. We have come together on the most unfrequented nooks on this shore." "Is this he?" said I, pointing before us. The wheels had swept down the water's edge, and describing a great loop on the sand in turning, bringing the hoop back towards us, and spinning it out as it came, was a hand carriage drawn by a man. "Yes," said Miss Nina, "this really is my shadow, uncle." As the carriage approached us, and we approached the carriage, I saw within it an old man, whose head was sunk on his breast, and who was enveloped in a variety of wrappers. He was drawn by a very quiet but very keen-looking man, with iron-grey hair, and who was slightly lame. They had passed us when the carriage stopped, and the old gentleman within, putting out his arm, called to me by my name. I went back, and was absent from Mr. Slinkton and his niece for about 5 minutes. When I rejoined them, Mr. Slinkton was the first to speak. "Indeed," he said to me in a raised voice before I came up with him, "it is well you have not been longer, or my niece might have died of curiosity to know who her shadow is, Mr. Sampson." "An old East India director," said I, "an intimate friend of our friends, at whose house I first had the pleasure of meeting you, a certain Major Banks. You have heard of him?" "Never." "Very rich, Miss Nina, but very old and very crippled. An amiable man, sensible, much interested in you. He has just been expatiating on the affection that he has observed to exist between you and your uncle." Mr. Slinkton was holding his hat again, and he passed his hand up the straight walk, as he himself went up it serenely after me. "Mr. Sampson," he said, tenderly pressing his niece's arm in his, "our affection was always a strong one, for we have had but few near ties. We have still fewer now. We have associations to bring us together that are not of this world, Margaret." "Dear uncle," murmured the young lady, and turned her face aside to hide her tears. "My niece and I had such remembrances and regrets in common, Mr. Sampson," he feelingly pursued, "that it would be strange indeed if the relations between us were cold or indifferent. If I remember a conversation we have had together, you will understand the reference I make. Cheer up, dear Margaret. Don't droop, don't droop. My Margaret, I cannot bear to see you droop." The poor young lady was very much affected, but controlled herself. His feelings, too, were very acute. In a word, he found himself under such a great need of a restorative that he presently went away to take a bath of sea water, leaving the young lady and me sitting by a point of rock, and probably presuming, but that you will say was a pardonable indulgence in a luxury, that she would praise him with all her heart. She did, poor thing. With all her confiding heart she praised him to me, for his care of her dead sister, and for his untiring devotion in her last illness. The sister had wasted away very slowly, and wild and terrible fantasies had come over her toward the end, but he had never been impatient with her, or at a loss, had always been gentle, watchful, and self-possessed. The sister had known him as she had known him to the best of men, the kindest of men, and yet a man of such admirable strength of character as to be a very tower for the support of their weak natures while their poor lives endured. "I shall leave him, Mr. Sampson, very soon," said the young lady. "I know my life is drawing to an end, and, when I'm gone, I hope he will marry and be happy. I'm sure he has lived single so long, only for my sake, and for my poor, poor sister's." The little hand carriage had made another great loop on the damp sand, and was coming back again, gradually spinning out a slim figure of 8, half a mile long. "Young lady," said I, looking round, laying my hand upon her arm and speaking in a low voice, "time presses. You hear the gentle murmur of that sea?" She looked at me with utmost wonder and alarm, saying, "Yes." "And you know what a voice is in it when the storm comes?" "Yes." "You see how quiet and peaceful it lies before us? And you know what an awful sight of power without pity it might be, this very night?" "Yes." "But if you have never heard or seen it, or heard of it in its cruelty, could you believe that it beats every inanimate thing in its way to pieces without mercy, and destroys life without remorse?" "You terrify me, sir, by these questions." "To save you, young lady, to save you. For God's sake, collect your strength and collect your firmness. If you were here alone, and hemmed in by the rising tide, on the floor to 50 feet above your head, you could not be in greater danger than the danger you are now to be saved from." The figure in the sand was spun out, and straggled off into a crooked little jerk that ended at the cliff very near us. "As I am before heaven and the judge of all mankind, your friend and your dear sister's friend, I solemnly entreat you, Miss Nina, without one moment's loss of time, to come to this gentleman with me. If the little carriage had been less near to us, I doubt if I could have got her away. But it was so near that we were there before she had recovered the hurry of being urged from the rock. I did not remain there with her 2 minutes. Suddenly within 5, I had the inexpressible satisfaction of seeing her, from the point we had sat on to which I had returned, half supported and half carried up some rude steps notched in the cliff, by the figure of an active man. With that figure beside her, I knew she was safe anywhere. I sat alone on the rock awaiting Mr. Slinkton's return. The twilight was deepening, and the shadows were heavy when he came round the point, with his hat hanging at his buttonhole, smoothing his wet hair with one of his hands, and picking up the old path with the other and a pocket-comb. "My niece not here, Mr. Sampson?" he said, looking round. "Miss Nina seemed to feel a little chill in the air after the sun was down, and has gone home." He looked surprised, as though she were not accustomed to do anything without him, even to originate so slight a proceeding. I persuaded Miss Nina, I explained. Ah, said he, she is easily persuaded, for her good. Thank you, Mr. Sampson. She is better within doors. The bathing place was further than I thought, to say the truth. Miss Nina is very delicate, I observed. He shook his head, drew a deep sigh. Very, very, very. You may recollect me saying so. The time that has since intervened has not strengthened her. The gloomy shadow that fell upon her sister so early in life seems in my anxious eyes to gather over her, ever darker, ever darker. Dear Margaret, dear Margaret. But we must hope. The hand-carriage was spinning away before us, at most indecorous pace for an invalid vehicle, and was making most irregular curves upon the sand. Mr. Slingston, noticing it, after he had put his handkerchief to his eyes, said, "If I may judge from appearances, your friend will be upset, Mr. Sampson." "It looks probable, certainly," said I. "The servant must be drunk." "The servants of old gentlemen will get drunk sometimes," said I. "The Major draws very light, Mr. Sampson." "The Major does draw light," said I. By this time the carriage, much to my relief, was lost in the darkness. We walked on for a little, side by side over the sand, in silence. After a short while he said, in a voice still affected by the emotion that his niece's state of health had awakened in him, "Do you stay here long, Mr. Sampson?" "Why, no. I'm going away tonight." "So soon?" "But business always holds you in request. Men like Mr. Sampson are too important to others to be spared to their own need of relaxation and enjoyment." "I don't know about that," said I. "However, I am going back." "To London?" "To London." "I shall be there too, soon after you." I knew that as well as he did, but I did not tell him so, any more than I told him what defensive weapon my right hand rested on in my pocket as I walked by his side, any more than I told him why I did not walk on the seaside of him with the night closing in. We left the beach and our ways diverged. We exchanged good night, and had parted indeed, when he said, returning, "Mr. Sampson, may I ask, poor Meltham, whom we spoke of, dead yet?" "Not when I last heard of him, but too broken a man to live long, and hopelessly lost to his old calling." "Dear, dear, dear," said he with great feeling. "Sad, sad, sad. The world is grave." And so went his way. It was not his fault if the world were not a grave, but I did not call that observation after him, any more than that I had mentioned those other things just now enumerated. He went his way, and I went mine with all expedition. This happened, as I have said, either at the end of September or beginning of October. The next I saw him, and the last time, was late in November. I had a very particular engagement to breakfast in the Temple. It was a bitter north-easterly morning, and the sleet and slush lay inches deep in the streets. I could get no conveyance, and was soon wet to the knees. But I should have been true to that appointment, though I had to wade to it up to my neck in the same impediments. The appointment took me to the chambers in the Temple. They were at the top of the lonely corner house overlooking the river. The name, Mr. Alfred Beckwith, was painted on the outer door. On the door opposite, on the same landing, the name, Mr. Julius Slingston. The doors of both sets of chambers stood open, so that anything said aloud in one set could be heard in the other. I had never been in those chambers before. They were dismal, close, unwholesome, and oppressive. The furniture, originally good, and not yet old, was faded and dirty. The rooms were in great disorder. There was a strong prevailing smell of opium, brandy, and tobacco. The grate and fire irons were splashed all over with unsightly blotches of rust, and on a sofa by the fire, in the room where breakfast had been prepared, lay the host, Mr. Beckwith, a man with all appearances of the worst kind of drunkard, very far advanced upon his shameful way to death. "Slinkton is not come yet," said this creature, staggering up when I went in. "I'll call him. Halloa, Julius Caesar, come and drink." As he hoarsely roared this out, he beat the poker and tongs together in a mad way, as if that were his usual manner of summoning his associate. The voice of Mr. Slinkton was heard through the clatter from the opposite side of the staircase, and he came in. He had not expected the pleasure of meeting me. I have seen several artful men brought to a stand, but I never saw a man so aghast as he was when his eyes rested on mine. "Julius Caesar!" cried Beckwith, staggering between us. "Mr. Sampson, Julius Caesar. Julius, Mr. Sampson is a friend of my soul. Julius keeps me piled with liquor morning, noon, and night. Julius is a real benefactor. Julius threw the tea and coffee out of the window when I used to have any. Julius empties all the water jugs of their content and fills them with spirits. Julius winds me up and keeps me going. Boil the brandy, Julius." There was a rusty and furred saucepan in the ashes. The ashes looked like the accumulation of weeks, and Beckwith, rolling and staggering between us, as he were going to plunge headlong into the fire, got the saucepan out, and tried to force it into Slinkton's hand. "Boil the brandy, Julius Caesar. Come, do your usual office. Boil the brandy." He became so fierce in his gesticulation with the saucepan that I expected to see him lay open Slinkton's head with it. I therefore put out my hand to check him. He reeled back to the sofa, sat there panting, shaking, and red-eyed, in his rags of a dressing-gown, looking at us both. I noticed then that there was nothing to drink on the table but brandy, and nothing to eat but salted herrings, and a hot, sickly, highly peppered stew. "At all events, Mr. Sampson," said Slinkton, offering me the smooth gravel path for the last time, "I thank you for interfering between me and this unfortunate man's violence. However you came here, Mr. Sampson, or with whatever motive you came here, at least I thank you for that." "Boil the brandy," muttered Beckwith. Without gratifying his desire to know how I came there, I said quietly, "How is your niece, Mr. Slinkton?" He looked hard at me, and I looked hard at him. "I am sorry to say, Mr. Sampson, that my niece has proved treacherous and ungrateful to her best friend. She left me without a word of notice or explanation. She was misled, no doubt, by some designing rascal. Perhaps you may have heard of it." "I did hear that she was misled by a designing rascal. In fact, I have proof of it." "Are you sure of that?" said he. "Quite." "Boil the brandy," muttered Beckwith. "Company to breakfast, Julius Caesar. Do your usual office. Provide the usual breakfast. Dinner, tea, and supper. Boil the brandy." The eyes of Slinkton looked from him to me, and he said, after a moment's consideration, "Mr. Sampson, you're a man of the world, and so am I. I will be plain with you." "Oh, no, you won't," said I, shaking my head. "I tell you, sir, I will be plain with you." "And I tell you, you will not," said I. "I know all about you. You plain with anyone? Nonsense, nonsense." "I plainly tell you, Mr. Sampson," he went on, with a manner almost composed, "that I understand your object. You want to save your funds and escape from your liabilities. These are old tricks of the trade with you office gentlemen. But you will not do it, sir. You will not succeed. You have not an easy adversary to play against when you play against me. We shall have to inquire in due time when and how Mr. Beckwith fell into his present habits. With that remark, sir, I put this poor creature and his incoherent wanderings of speech aside, and wish you a good morning and a better case next time." When he was saying this, Beckwith filled a half-pint glass with brandy. At this moment he threw the brandy at his face, and threw the glass after it. Slingston put up his hands, half-blinded with the spirit, and cut with the glass across the forehead. At the sound of the breakage, a fourth person came into the room, closing the door, and stood at it. He was a very quiet but very keen-looking man, with iron-grey hair and slightly lame. Slingston pulled out his handkerchief, assuaged the pain in his smarting eyes, and dabbled the blood on his forehead. He was a long time about it, and I saw that in doing of it a tremendous change came over him, occasioned by the change in Beckwith, who ceased to pant and tremble, sat upright, and never took his eyes off him. I never in my life saw a face in which abhorrence and determination was so forcibly painted as in Beckwith's then. "Look at me, you villain," said Beckwith, "and see me as I really am. I took these rooms to make them a trap for you. I came into them as a drunkard to bait the trap for you. You fell into the trap, and you will never leave it alive. On the morning when you last went to see Mr. Sampson's office, I had seen him first. Your plot had been known to both of us all along, and you have been counterplotted all along. What? Have you been cajoled into putting the prize of 2,000 pounds in your power? I was to be done to death with brandy, and brandy not proving quick enough with something quicker? Have I never seen you, when you thought my senses gone, pouring your little bottle into my glass? Why, you murderer and forger, alone here with you in the dead of night, as I have so often been, I have had my hand upon the trigger of a pistol 20 times to blow your brains out." This sudden starting up to think that he had supposed to be his imbecile victim into a determined man with a settled resolution to hunt him down and be the death of him, mercilessly expressed from head to foot, was, in the first shock, too much for him. Without any figure of speech, he staggered under it. But there is no greater mistake than to suppose that a man who is a calculating criminal is in any phase of his guilt otherwise than true to himself and perfectly consistent with his whole character. Such a man commits murder, and murder is the natural culmination of his course. Such a man has to outface murder, and will do it with hardihood and effrontery. It is a sort of fashion to express surprise that any notorious criminal, having such a crime upon his conscience, can so brave it out. Do you think that he had it in his conscience at all, or had a conscience to have it upon, he would ever have committed the crime? Perfectly consistent with himself, as I believe all such monsters to be, the Slingston recovered himself, and showed a defiance that was sufficiently cold and quiet. He was white, he was haggard, and he was changed, but only as a sharper who had played for a great stake, and had been outwitted and had lost the game. "Listen to me, you villain," said Beckwith, "and let every word you hear me say be a stab in your wicked heart. When I took these rooms to throw myself in your way, and lead you on the scheme that I knew my appearance and supposed character and habits would suggest to such a devil, how did I know that? Because you were no stranger to me. I knew you to be the cruel wretch who, for so much money, had killed one innocent girl, while she trusted him implicitly, and who was by inches killing another." Slingston took out a snuff-box, took a pinch of snuff, and laughed. "But see here," said Beckwith, never looking away, never raising his voice, never relaxing his face, never unclenching his hand. "See what a dull wolf you have been after all. The infatuated drunkard, who never drank a 50th part of liquor you plied him with, but poured it away, here, there, everywhere, almost before your eyes, who brought over the fellow you set to watch him and to ply him by outbidding you in his bribe, before he had been at his work 3 days, with whom you have observed no caution, yet who was so bent on ridding the earth of you as a wild beast, that he would have defeated you if you had been ever so prudent. That drunkard whom you have many a time left on the floor of this room, and who has even let you go out of it alive and undeceived, when you had turned him over with your foot, has almost as often on the same night, within an hour, within a few minutes, watched you awake, had his hand at your pillow when you were asleep, turned over your papers, taken samples from your bottles and packets of powder, changed their contents, rifled every secret in your life. He had had another pinch of snuff in his hand, but had gradually let it drop from between his fingers to the floor, where he now smoothed it out with his foot, looking down at it the while. That drunkard, said Beckwith, who had free access to your rooms at all times, that he might drink the strong drinks that you left in his way, and be sooner ended, holding no more terms with you that he would hold with a tiger, has had his master key for all your locks, his test for all your poisons, his clue to your cipher writing. He can tell you, as well as you can tell him, how long it took to complete the deed, what doses there were, what intervals, what signs of gradual decay upon mind and body, what distempered fancies were produced, what observable changes, what physical pain. He can tell you, as well as you can tell him, that all this was recorded day by day as a lesson of experience for future service. He can tell you, better than you can tell him, where that journal is at this moment. Slinkton stopped the action of his foot and looked at Beckwith. No, said the latter, as if answering a question from him. Not in the drawer of the writing desk that opens with a spring. It is not there, and it never will be there again. Then you are a thief, said Slinkton, without any change whatever in the inflexible purpose, which it was quite terrific even to me to contemplate, and from the power of which I had always felt convinced it was impossible for this wretch to escape. Beckwith returned. And I am your niece's shadow too. With an imprecation, Slinkton put his hand to his head, tore out some hair, and flung it to the ground. It was the end of the smooth walk. He destroyed it in the action, and it will soon be seen that his use for it was past. Beckwith went on. Whenever you left here, I left here. Although I understood that you found it necessary to pause in the completion of that purpose, to avert suspicion, still I watched you close with that poor confiding girl. When I had the diary, and I could read it word by word, it was only about the night before your last visit to Scarborough. You remember the night? You slept with a small flat vial tied to your wrist. I sent to Mr. Sampson, who was kept out of view. This is Mr. Sampson's trusty servant standing by the door. We 3 saved your niece among us. Slinkton looked at us all, took an uncertain step or two from the place where he had stood, returned to it, and glanced about him in a very curious way, as one of the meaner reptiles might, looking for a hole to hide in. I noticed at the same time that a singular change took place in the figure of the man, as if it collapsed within his clothes, and they consequently became ill-shapen and ill-fitting. You shall know, said Beckwith, for I hope the knowledge will be bitter and terrible to you, why you have been pursued by one man, and why, when the whole interest that Mr. Sampson represents would have expended any money in hunting you down, you have been tracked to death at a single individual's charge. I hear you have had the name of Meltham on your lips sometimes. I saw, in addition to those other changes, a sudden stoppage came upon his breathing. When you sent the sweet girl whom you murdered, you know with what artfully made-out surroundings and probabilities you sent her, to Meltham's office, before taking her abroad to originate the transaction that doomed her to the grave. It fell to Meltham's lot to see her, and to speak with her. It did not fall to his lot to save her, though I knew he would freely give up his own life to have done it. He admired her, I would say. He loved her deeply, if I thought it possible that you could understand the word. When she was sacrificed, he was thoroughly assured of your guilt. Having lost her, he had but one object left in life, and that was to avenge her and destroy you. I saw the villain's nostril rise and fall convulsively, but I saw no moving at his mouth. That man Meltham, Beckwith steadily pursued, was as absolutely certain that you could never elude him in this world, if he devoted himself to your destruction with his utmost fidelity and earnestness, and if he divided the sacred duty with no other duty in life, as he was certain that in achieving it he would be a poor instrument in the hand of Providence, and would do well before heaven in striking you out from among living men. I am that man, and I thank God that I have done my work. If Slingston had been running for his life from swift-footed savages a dozen miles, he could not have shown more empathetic signs of being oppressed at heart and laboring for breath than he showed now, when he looked at the pursuer who had so relentlessly hunted him down. You never saw me under my right name before. You see me under my right name now. You shall see me once again in the body when you are tried for your life. You shall see me once again in the spirit, when the cord is around your neck and the crowds are crying against you. When Meltham had spoken these last words, the miscreant suddenly turned his face away, and seemed to strike his mouth with his open hand. At the same instant, the room was filled with a new and powerful odor, and almost at the same time, he broke into a crooked run, leap, start, I have no name for the spasm, and fell with a dull weight that shook the heavy old doors and windows in their frames. That was a fitting end of him. When we saw that he was dead, we drew away from the room, and Meltham, giving me his hand, said with a weary air, I have no more work on earth, my friend, but I shall see her again elsewhere. It was in vain that I tried to rally him. He might have saved her, he said. He had not saved her, and he reproached himself. He had lost her, and he was broken-hearted. The purpose that has sustained me over, Samson, and there is nothing now to hold to life. I am not fit for life. I am weak and spiritless. I have no hope and no object. My day is done. In truth, I could hardly have believed that a broken man who then spoke to me was the man who had so strongly and so differently impressed me when his purpose was before him. I used such entreaties with him as I could, but he still said, and always said, in a patient, undemonstrative way, nothing could avail him. He was broken-hearted. He died early in the next spring. He was buried by the side of the poor young lady, for whom he had cherished those tender and unhappy regrets, and he left all he had to her sister. She lived to be a happy wife and mother. She married my sister's son, who succeeded poor Meltham. She is living now, and her children ride about the garden on my walking stick when I go to see her. End of Hunted Down by Charles Dickens.